In the heart of London, shrouded in murky fog, Whitechapel lay like a forgotten jewel, glistening beneath the weight of despair. A cacophony of voices echoed through the narrow streets, vendors hawking their wares, children scuttling playfully, and weary souls trudging home in search of solace. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and smoke, weaving a tapestry of life's struggles and fleeting joys. In the dim light of a flickering gas lamp, Clara adjusted the thread in her needle, her fingers deftly dancing over worn fabric, remnants of dreams that once felt attainable. Yet a chilling undercurrent coursed through the vibrant street life, whispering of unease and foreboding. The shadow of the specter loomed, as whispers of dread began to permeate the vibrant bustle, sowing seeds of fear amongst the tightly knit community. As night fell, the streets transformed, concealing secrets best left untold, beckoning the unsuspecting to tread carefully. Clara felt a shiver creep along her spine, unaware that her world was on the brink of irrevocable change. The moon hung pale and heavy over Whitechapel, a ghostly witness to the horrors unfolding beneath its silvery gaze. Within the squalid alleyways, a figure cloaked in darkness made his first approach, a silent predator among the oblivious prey. The stillness of the night was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream that echoed through the fog-cloaked streets, feet scuttling in panic and confusion. Residents clutched their loved ones tighter, heartbeats rapid, as the shadows whispered rumors of the unknown menace striking the heart of their community. Each flickering gaslight painted the cobblestones with frail luminance, casting ephemeral shapes that danced around the fear gripping every soul. A woman lay sprawled beneath the cruel gaze of the moon, marking the beginning of a dread that would consume the district. Clara, unaware of the events drawing closer, was busy stitching fabric, her mind occupied by dreams, unaware that darkness had only just begun to unfurl its gruesome tapestry. As the first light of dawn peeked through the grime-streaked window of her tiny workshop, Clara's hands moved deftly yet mechanically, stitching together the tattered remnants of hope and fabric alike. Her corner of Whitechapel was a world unto itself, filled with the muffled voices of women longing for a better existence amid the clang of machines and the scent of sweat and despair. Each piece she crafted bore the dreams of those who would wear it, dreams she could only touch in the fleeting gasps of a content sigh. Just outside, a group of seamstresses huddled together, their whispered conversations laced with a blend of camaraderie and quiet terror. The shadows looming ever closer with the chilling specter of the Specter gnawed at their thoughts. Clara's heart raced as she caught snippets of how another innocent soul had vanished into the night, fueling her determination to uncover the truth lurking behind the shadows. She sensed that her own fate was becoming intertwined with the dark secrets of the streets. Little did she know, the threads of her life were about to unravel in ways she could never have imagined. In the dim light of morning, Edward paced the uneven cobblestones of Whitechapel, his mind brimming with ideas that danced like leaves caught in a gust. The air, heavy with the scent of coal smoke and decay, mingled with the fervor of his ambition. As an ambitious journalist, this was more than merely a story. This was a chance to carve his name into the fragmented history of London's underbelly. Seeking solitude amidst the chaos, he slipped into a small, dim tavern where whispers of the latest murder coiled around dark corners like smoke from a forgotten hearth. He pored over his latest notes, the ink still fresh, as patrons murmured about the elusive specter, each tale more grotesque than the last. Edward felt a chill run down his spine, a spark ignited within him, compelling him to sift through fear and unearth the truth. Yet as the shadows thickened outside, he could not shake the feeling that he was not alone in his quest. The story had shifted, and he was now a player in a deadly game where every word he penned could seal someone's fate. Outside, the fog rolled in like a suffocating veil, shrouding Whitechapel in uncertainty, as Clara took her first steps onto a terrifying path that would intertwine their fates. The fog rolled in thicker as Inspector Gregory stepped briskly down the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, his mind a tempest of memories and regret. The sharp sting of failure licked at his heels, each shadow a reminder of the cases he couldn't solve, of lives lost amid the city's brutal indifference. A faint flicker within him struggled for relevance. Perhaps this new specter haunting the district was a chance to reclaim lost integrity. The muffled cries of despair mingled with the distant clinking of horse hooves, creating a melancholic symphony that resonated in his ears. He arrived at the crime scene, breathless, with shards of determination cutting through the fog of self-doubt. As he surveyed the grim tableau, a sense of purpose ignited. No longer could he be just a haunted figure in the shadows. With steely resolve, he prepared to plunge into the depths of the investigation, a dance with danger that would bring him face to face with the very darkness he feared. Yet, as the sun dipped low, casting a pallor over the alleys, an unforeseen connection began to weave itself through the lives intertwined in this tragedy, one that Clara, the seamstress, was about to grasp in ways she could not yet fathom. In the dim light of the Romer family's modest dwelling, despair clung to the air like a heavy fog. Mr. Romer, once a proud butcher, now found himself spiraling deeper into despair as his daughter Mary had vanished into the grim streets of Whitechapel. The cheerful laughter of children that once echoed in their home had been replaced by a haunting silence. Mrs. Romer, her hands trembling, clutched a worn photograph of Mary, tracing her delicate features with a desperate longing. Each passing hour felt like an eternity, as the couple endeavored to cling to the hope that their girl would return. The neighborhood whispered of dark happenings, tales of shadows lurking in alleys, and a sinister figure rumored to have taken more than just their child's laughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of urgency ignited within the community, compelling them to search the unforgiving night. Yet, as Clara navigated the tangled web of her own struggles, she remained eerily aware that the darkness held answers, and it would soon beckon her closer. As dawn's first light filtered through the grime of Whitechapel's narrow streets, Clara busied herself in her dimly lit workshop, a modest sanctuary nestled among the crumbling tenements. The flutter of fabric whispered tales of resilience, but today, beneath the hum of her sewing machine, a heaviness clung to the air. News of the Specter's grim handiwork had spread like wildfire, igniting fear in every corner of the community. Clara's heart tightened as she stitched. The faces of her friends, each bearing their own burdens, flashed through her mind. One such friend, Eliza, with her bright laughter and quick wit, had become a steadfast companion. It was within these cramped confines that they shared not only dreams of a brighter tomorrow, but also the paralyzing fear that gripped them all. Yet it was the fleeting hope of survival that kept them bound. Their shared aspirations felt fragile, teetering on the edge of oblivion, as Clara tightened her grip on the fabric, determined to protect those she loved. With whispered promises, she resolved to uncover the shadows trailing them, lest they become victims of despair in a city already shrouded in darkness. In the dimly lit rooms of his cramped lodging, Edward's pulse quickened as he penned the latest piece for the Evening Chronicle. The ink flowed from his quill, like the adrenaline surging through his veins, each stroke a desperate attempt to capture the horror unfolding just outside his doorstep. Bursting with vivid descriptions and emotionally charged phrases, his words sought to invoke both terror and intrigue in the hearts of his readers. "Menace lurks in every corner of Whitechapel," he wrote, and with it, the dread of a ruthless killer. As the articles took flight, Edward felt a curious tension tighten around him, a mix of exhilaration and apprehension. The public clamored for stories of murder and mayhem. His sensationalized pieces were mere threads in a much darker tapestry. Unbeknownst to him, Clara, the seamstress whose life unwound in the shadows of his prose, was beginning to notice the drumming rhythms of fear manifesting in her own life. Thus, the storm brewed thicker, intertwining their fates in ways neither could yet fathom. Rumors slithered through the smoky tavern like whispered secrets, each voice overlapping like the strains of a mournful tune. Knots of patrons gathered in dim corners, their faces shadowed and anxious, sharing tales that enhanced the creeping dread consuming Whitechapel. As stories unfolded, the image of the Specter took form, a haunting specter not just in appearance, but in the collective psyche of the district. Each tale spun further from the truth, a delightful morsel of fear that fed the imagination and stoked the fires of hysteria. Over pints of warm ale, a woman recalled the chilling scent of blood carried on the wind, while another claimed to have seen the dark figure emerge from the fog, eyes glinting with malice. The tavern itself seemed to listen, its walls absorbing all the fears and fantasies of the night. With each passing moment, the shadows deepened, fusing the community's collective paranoia into an unforgiving reality, one that seeped beyond the creaking floorboards into their lives, leaving everyone poised, a tight coil of apprehension, ready to snap as the night wore on. A thin drizzle fell from the ashen sky, and the cobblestones glistened under dim gas lamps, casting elongated shadows that danced ominously. In the murky margins of a gruesome scene, Clara found herself drawn, a broken watch, its shattered glass sparkling like a fallen star amidst the grime of Whitechapel's heart. With trembling fingers, she knelt to the ground, curious yet fearful of the ominous implications. A tattered piece of leather strung through the wrist clasp told a tale of struggle, laughter, and tears, imbued with secrets long entangled within its ticking frame. As she cradled the watch, the weight of a silent narrative pressed upon her, whispering of time lost in violence. The chill creeping through her bones suddenly crystallized into determination. Pursuing the truth of the Specter's trail meant threading through these shadows, each object uncovering more layers. With cautious resolve, she glanced around, uncertain of what eyes lingered in the darkened corners of the alley, yet spurred by an unyielding desire to untangle the web spun from fear. The streets echoed with hushed conversations and mounting hysteria as the clock ticked towards another soon-to-be unveiled tragedy, urging Clara to seek answers in places best left undiscovered. A chilling shiver danced down Clara's spine as she stepped out of the dimly lit shop, the world cloaked in the velvety darkness of night. The gas lamps flickered, casting jittery shadows along the cobblestones, whispering secrets as she hurried home. Her heart raced, echoing the hurried footsteps she imagined behind her, a phantom patter of dread. She quickened her pace, nervous glances darting toward every alleyway, each shadow now a potential harbinger of the Specter's violence. Suddenly a rustling echoed from nearby, and her breath caught in her throat. There, lurking beneath the murky halo of a streetlight, stood a figure, tall, cloaked in darkness, and infinitely still. With a mind racing through a tempest of fears, Clara's instincts screamed at her to flee, to escape the cold grasp of terror that enveloped her. Yet she hesitated, caught in the web of curiosity and fear. What if it was just a trick of the light? Or worse, what if— The fog hung thick over Whitechapel, shrouding the streets in an oppressive blanket as Detective Inspector Gregory combed through the latest crime scene. His heart raced with a mixture of dread and anticipation. The chilling reality of the murders revisited him like a haunting specter from the shadows. A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind as his gaze fell upon a dropped glove, the fabric tattered yet familiar. This small clue, a thread in a massive tapestry of uncertainty, beckoned his relentless curiosity, igniting a determination deep within. He could almost hear the heartbeat of the city pulsating with each victim's story, echoing his own past failures. Just as he reached for the glove, a noise, a soft scuffle, caught his attention. Instinctively he turned, straining to listen over the muffled whispers of the wind. Somewhere, in the distance, he sensed a presence lurking, intertwined with the very air that seemed to throb with impending danger. The chase was about to unfold. Clara wiped her brow as the last stitch secured the hem of another gown, her thoughts wandering to the peculiar customer who had invaded her thoughts all day. That morning, a man had lingered longer than necessary in her shop, inspecting not only the seams of her work, but also the delicate fabric of her life. His gaze had been intense, almost unnerving, as he inquired about her designs with an unsettling precision. Had he been serious, or was it merely the madness of the times clouding her judgment? A furtive glance out the window revealed the ever-thickening clouds above Whitechapel, echoing an oppressive weight in her chest. Just then, the door creaked open, a gust of chilly air sweeping into her cramped workshop. Clara turned, her heart racing, expecting the masked figure of the Specter, or perhaps just one of the street urchins seeking warmth. Instead, it was a familiar face. Edward, his eyes filled with a question that demanded urgency. "Clara, we need to talk." A thickening unease settled over Whitechapel as rumors of the Specter danced through the cobblestone streets, heavy as the fog that rolled in from the Thames. In dimly lit corners, working men whispered fears over pints of ale, their faces drawn and gaunt. Clara, emerging from her small workshop, felt the tension pressing against her chest like a vice. She wound her way through the thrumming pulse of the market, catching snippets of conversations fraught with terror, each word a stitch in the fabric of collective anxiety. The tavern was alive with speculation, a tapestry of wild theories and murmurings where the townsfolk sought to weave their own semblance of understanding around the madness that gripped their hearts. Clara's resolve hardened. She sensed the gravity of the community's plight and knew she must play a role in uncovering the truth about the dark figure stalking her streets. The gathering storm loomed ever closer, each heartbeat echoing with urgency, propelling her toward an uncertain destiny. The murmur of secrets hung heavily in the air as Clara threaded through the narrow streets of Whitechapel. Shadows danced around her, revealing nothing but the familiar faces of her neighbors, their eyes reflecting stories they dared not share. When night descended, the sewing circle became a haven of whispers, each woman confiding her own truths, wrapped in veils of silent fear. Clara's mind raced with the dark revelation about one of her friends, a deep betrayal entwined with desperation. As the echoes of laughter blended with the haunting cries of the city, she felt the weight of her friend's burden pressing down upon her. Outside, the fog crept in, wrapping its tendrils around the lamplight, blurring the line between friend and foe. Clara knew that the secrets were not merely hers to bear, and she resolved in her heart that the twisted threads of lies confronting her would soon unravel, exposing the darkness lurking beneath the surface. In the depths of her mind, an urgency built. She would need to act swiftly, lest the shadows consume them all. The dawn of the following day brought with it not only a chill that seeped into the bones of Whitechapel, but also the tragic news that rippled through the community like a restless tide. Clara, still reeling from the aftermath of her own terrifying encounter, stood at her workshop window, peering out into the dreary streets. Whispers of dread curled around her like an unwelcome fog, thickening the air as she caught sight of her neighbors gathering, their faces pale and drawn. In a hushed corner of the tavern, voices quivered as word spread. Another body had been discovered, lifeless and brutalized, a harrowing testament to the Specter's reign of terror. Heartbeats raced as Clara's stomach twisted into knots, the image of the shadows looming ever larger. She felt the weight of their collective despair, intertwining with her own resolve. In that moment, she understood. This darkness would not claim her. She would uncover the horrors lurking beneath the surface. The morning light cast a muted glow over the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, yet the heaviness in the air clung to Edward like a suffocating shroud. With the latest murder shaking the fragile nerves of the community, he found himself wrestling with an insidious dilemma. The thrill of pursuing the story that could catapult his career loomed large, but at what cost? As he sat at his usual corner in the tavern, the murmurs of anxious townsfolk ricocheted around him, a symphony of whispered fears that pressed into his conscience, blurring the lines of journalism and exploitation. Each glance exchanged among the patrons told tales fraught with despair, but they were also hungry for truth. Edward knew that sensationalism could cripple the truth he sought to unveil, yet the intoxicating allure of his ambition gnawed at him. The ink on his notepad trembled beneath his pen, the weight of morality teetering on the edge of every word. As shadows crept closer, his resolve began to waver. Clara awoke drenched in sweat, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to her like a second skin. Shadows danced across the walls of her tiny room, twisting into grotesque forms that mirrored her deepest fears. In her dream, the streets of Whitechapel warped into a labyrinth, the echoes of anguished cries reverberating ominously. The figure of the Specter loomed ever closer, its face obscured, yet its presence palpable, suffocating her with dread. As she lay there, the weight of the night pressed heavily upon her chest, memories of chilling headlines and whispered rumors flooding her mind. Determined to forge her own path amidst the chaos, Clara rose from her bed. With each passing moment, the darkness of her dreams melded with the waking world, rekindling her resolve. She needed to act, to uncover the truth buried within the shadows. Stepping into the gloom of Whitechapel once more, she felt a surge of urgency. The only way to dispel her fears was to confront them head-on. As the fog rolled deeper into Whitechapel, Clara found herself besieged by memories that clung to her like damp air. Each whisper of the wind through the alleyways carried echoes of laughter and anguish, weaving through the fabric of her existence. The shadows felt thicker, imbuing mundane objects with ominous significance. The threadbare coat of a passing stranger or the flickering lamplight seemed to beckon fury from the past. Nightmares, vivid and grotesque, invaded her sleep, where the victims of the specter lingered just out of reach, their mouths forming silent screams. Gregory's haunted eyes invaded her thoughts in those moments of darkness, as the echoes of his failures gnawed at her resolve. If the past lurked at every corner, Clara felt an urgent need to confront it, to wrestle with the ghosts that haunted not just the cobblestones beneath her feet, but the very core of her being, driving her towards a destiny she could no longer ignore. The flickering gaslights cast a shaky glow on the cobblestones of Whitechapel, where fear had woven itself into the very fabric of the community. In the taverns, hushed conversations spiraled into heated debates as residents whispered about their fears, each name a potential suspect weaving through the shadows of their imaginations. The air thickened with anxiety, suffocating the once vibrant gatherings that echoed with laughter. As Clara, sewing needle poised mid-stitch, overheard the tremors of suspicion, reality blurred with looming dread. Faces she knew, familiar yet distorted in the glow of terror, flitted through her mind, each one a suspect, a potential monster hiding behind a mask of normalcy. Determined to uncover the layers of fear that cloaked the truth, Clara listened intently, her heart racing. As Edward's voice emerged above the rest, recounting rumors and fears, a chilling sense of purpose ignited within her, urging her to confront the swirling chaos that threatened to unravel her very existence in the grim streets of Whitechapel. In a shadowy corner of Whitechapel, Clara's heart raced as she leaned closer to Edward, their shared secret hanging heavily in the air. The lanterns flickered uncertainly, casting eerie shadows that mirrored the tension of their whispered confessions. "I keep hearing stories," she began, her voice trembling but resolute. "Rumors about the Specter, things connected to the Romer family." Edward's eyes widened, excitement dancing against the backdrop of his journalist's ambition. He scribbled hurriedly, capturing every word as if Clara's revelations could unlock the enigma that gripped the district. The wind gusted through the alley, ruffling Clara's hair, signaling both danger and urgency. "If we piece these together," Edward murmured, "we might just be able to expose the truth." As Clara glanced around nervously, the weight of their task descended upon them like the ever-present fog, an omen that not everything lurking in the shadows could be revealed without consequence. The sound of laughter echoed in the distance, but to Clara it felt like a mockery of their desperate plight. With a steely resolve, she locked eyes with Edward one last time, affirming their unspoken bond. In the murky streets beyond, the shadows shifted. They were not alone. The specter of fear loomed ever larger, and yet, in that fleeting moment, hope flickered. As Clara hurried through the dimly lit streets of Whitechapel, the weight of the community's fear clung to her like a heavy cloak. The air buzzed with hushed whispers and anxious glances, each murmur echoing the growing dread of the specter lurking in the shadows. Outside the tavern, a group of men shared trembling tales over their drinks, eyes darting toward the darkness as if expecting the nightmare to emerge from the fog. Clara paused, drawn closer by the thrum of collective anxiety. The specter of uncertainty hung thick in the air, and with each story of horror recounted, the tension intertwined with memories of her own chilling encounters. Just then, a loud crash startled the tavern-goers, breaking their fearful camaraderie. Suddenly, the whispers subsided, replaced by an unsettling silence, one that hinted at more than just suspicion. It hinted at impending chaos. Clara felt the stirrings of determination blossom within her. It was no longer just about survival. It was about confronting the fears that gripped a community on the edge. Clara's hands trembled as she sketched the haunting figure that relentlessly invaded her dreams. The flickering candlelight danced erratically, casting elongated shadows on the worn fabric of her workshop. Each stroke of the charcoal brought the specter to life, a ghostly visage that blended fear with a sinister grace. She couldn't shake the image, feeling the weight of its haunting presence. It seemed familiar, yet terrifying, a reflection of the collective dread steeping Blackchapel in turmoil. Her mind raced, recalling half-whispered anecdotes shared around the tavern's trestle, tales of a figure that darted through the fog, leaving chaos in its wake. Clara had long since stopped believing the comforting reassurances offered by her friends. With each unveiling line, she sensed an unseen force drawing the community together, pulling at the threads of fear that held them captive. The drawing mattered. It would reveal truths hidden beneath layers of silence and deception, and perhaps, just perhaps, offer a glimpse of hope. As whispers swirled through the air, Clara found herself on the precipice of her own anxieties. The once familiar hum of her workshop had transformed into a cacophony of fear, each thread pulled tighter by suspicious eyes. Gossip painted her workroom in shades of doubt, as the townsfolk muttered about her connections with the dark happenings. She could feel the weight of their scrutiny pressing down on her, transforming her sanctuary into a prison of unspoken allegations. Her hands, usually deft and sure, trembled as she stitched the delicate fabric, unwittingly reflecting the unraveling seams of her life. Outside, the bleak sky threatened to unleash its own tempest, mirroring the storm brewing within the community. Rumors gained momentum, intertwining like the very ribbons Clara worked with, as panic gripped the streets tighter than ever. She could feel the gnawing dread that something sinister was lurking just beyond her door, waiting for the opportunity to snap the fragile peace once and for all. The fabric of trust was fraying, and Clara was at the center, desperately trying to hold her world together amidst the chaos of unraveling lives. In a dimly lit alleyway, the whispers of fear hung heavy in the air, dense as the fog that curled around the cobblestones. The tavern patrons, weary and fraught, exchanged secrets like currency, each hushed voice laced with dread and speculation about the Specter. Clara had always felt a sense of sisterhood among the women who shared her daily toil, but tonight that camaraderie was tinged with anxiety, as conversations turned abruptly to missing friends and lurking shadows. Each tale added another layer to the sense of impending doom, creating a tapestry woven from paranoia and grief. As she listened, Clara's heart echoed the pulse of the street, threatened yet resilient. The memories of laughter shared among comrades began to fade, replaced by a chilling urgency, and as their collective fears rose, Clara felt the weight of the night pressing downward, compelling her to confront the darkness creeping ever closer. The dialogue ceased abruptly. Apprehension seeped into the silence, exacerbating the tension tightening around them, signaling an unforeseen clash between hope and the encroaching dread of the Specter. The sewing circle gathered that evening, shadows flickering on the worn wooden walls as the gas lamps struggled against the encroaching dusk. Laughter mingled with the subdued whispers of shared secrets, an intricate tapestry of lives entwined against the looming terror of the Specter. Clara listened intently, her hands deftly stitching a delicate hem while her heart pounded in rhythm with the tense atmosphere. Discussions turned to unsettling encounters, tales of dark figures lurking in the alleys, and the chilling feeling of being watched. Amidst the stories, tensions simmered as unspoken rivalries surfaced, fraying the bonds that once connected them. Clara glanced at her companions, each face reflecting a tapestry of fear and defiance, the tight-knit community fighting to remain whole. Just as a particularly harrowing tale began to unfold, the door creaked open with a gust of wind, drawing every eye with bated breath, hinting at the change that was about to sweep through their already fractured lives. As night falls, Clara steps cautiously into the shadowy alleys of Whitechapel, where laughter from nearby taverns fades into the chilling whispers of the dark. The cobblestone streets, slick with recent rain, seem almost alive, murmuring secrets she has yet to uncover. This haunting atmosphere engulfs her, a cloak woven from fear and uncertainty, wrapping tighter around her as she glances over her shoulder, feeling unseen eyes lurk behind every corner. The tension among the working women she encounters creates an invisible barrier, their shoulders hunched, their gazes cast downward, all burdened with the weight of survival in this crumbling society. Yet amidst the haunting specters of despair, a flicker of defiance kindles within her. Clara knows the darkness that stalks her own dreams can no longer bind her. She is no longer just a mere seamstress. She feels a steely resolve stirring within her to confront whatever waits to shatter their fragile existence. With newfound determination, she presses ahead, ready to face whatever comes. Clara stood at the threshold of her family home, her heart heavy with the weight of despair that blanketed Whitechapel. The dimly lit room echoed with the sounds of whispered fears and hushed arguments, the air thick with a sense of helplessness. She felt a growing distance from her family, who were gripped by panic and sorrow, each day a struggle against the tide of darkness that the Specter brought. Her siblings, once unfettered by worry, now skulked in shadows, eyes wide with terror at every creaking floorboard. Clara recalled lively dances and laughter, moments now engulfed by dread and sorrow. As shadows danced on the walls, she was reminded that the city she loved was fracturing, its spirit captively entwined with the haunting Specter. But amid the growing chaos, a flicker of resolution ignited within her, propelling her forward against the storm brewing in the heart of Whitechapel. She would not let fear suffocate the light entirely. Clara's heart raced as she slipped into the narrow alley, shadows dancing beneath her feet. The whispers lingered in her mind, entwined with dread. A friend was missing, and anxiety gnawed at her insides like a moth to fabric. She recalled the frantic words of Edward about a potential witness, the fragile thread of hope in an ever-darkening fabric of fear. With each step, the damp cobblestones seemed to pulse with anticipation, the distant murmur of the night transforming into a chilling symphony. As she reached the hidden corner where secrets often found solace, Clara paused, breath hitching. The wind carried a scent she recognized, a blend of desperation and something more sinister. Just as she leaned against the cool brick wall, a figure materialized from the shadows, eyes glinting with the weight of untold stories. The knowledge she sought flickered in their gaze, and she felt the air thicken with possibilities as the promise of truth brushed against her fingertips. Clara stood at the window of her small workshop, the glass foggy with the breath of a cold night as she contemplated the chilling events unfolding in Whitechapel. The haunting memories of the murder of her friend echoed in her mind, a relentless reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the streetlights. Anger and determination surged within her, igniting a fire she had not known she possessed. No longer would she wait passively for news or for the authorities to uncover the truth. With a newfound resolve, she began to gather her strength and resources, piecing together the fragments of information she had collected during whispered conversations at the sewing circle. She slipped on her worn coat, the familiar weight a comfort against the chilly air. Before she stepped out into the darkened alley, Clara whispered a silent vow: to uncover the secrets that haunted her community, even if it meant facing the very specter that struck fear into the hearts of so many. As the shadows deepened, Gregory found himself ensnared in the relentless grip of his obsession. The haunting faces of victims past loomed behind his eyelids, refusing to fade, each one a specter urging him to unravel the truth. In the dim light of his cluttered office, surrounded by yellowing photographs and crumpled notes, he paced like a caged lion, his mind spiraling into a miasma of despair and determination. Clara's frightened face lingered in his thoughts, entwining with the urgency of the investigation. He felt a burgeoning sense of protectiveness dawning within him, an instinct spurred by the growing realization that she was intruding upon his soul as much as he was slipping into hers. Each dark realization pulled him closer to the edge, and there, perched precariously, he knew he was teetering, his quest for justice igniting a fire in him, yet threatening the fragile connections that flickered like candle flames in the suffocating gloom. The stillness of the night was shattered as Clara darted through the labyrinthine alleyways of Whitechapel, her heart pounding like a fervent drum echoing in her ears. Shadows melted and morphed around her, whispering tales of fear and dread, but she pressed on. The urgency of her quest overshadowed the terror gnawing at her resolve. She had overheard hushed voices speaking of a sighting, the Specter, a figure of nightmares lurking close by. Cloaked in darkness, her senses sharpened, the scent of wet earth mixed with something metallic hung heavy in the air. As Clara veered around a corner, a flicker of movement caught her eye. It was fleeting, an intent linger just out of reach, That prickling sensation of being pursued began to coil around her spine. With each hurried step, she balanced courage and caution, aware that the line between pursuit and danger was whisper-thin in these haunted streets. Just a little further, and perhaps she might find the answers hidden in the murky depths of this night, an encounter that would change everything. In the dim light of Clara's workshop, the air felt heavy with anticipation, as if the very walls held their breath. She meticulously arranged her fabrics, half expecting another sinister shadow to slink beyond the threshold. Each thread pulled taut in her fingers mirrored her anxiety, an echo of the community's escalating fear. Rumors spread like wildfire, weaving tales of the Specter, and Clara knew she had to untangle the truth buried beneath the panic. With resolve hardening in her chest, she gathered every whisper she could glean from the streets, the stories of frightened mothers and hopeful young men. As dusk fell, Clara closed her eyes, her mind racing with possibilities. What if the scattered threads of evidence could be stitched together to reveal a darker design? When she opened her eyes again, she sensed an overwhelming need to take charge. Mirrors flashed in her thoughts, reflecting back secrets long obscured, urging her toward the gathering storm of urban despair. The night beckoned, clues awaited in the shadows. Rumors began to swirl through the grimy streets of Whitechapel, like the ever-present fog, thickening the air with palpable tension. Muffled whispers in taverns grew louder, as desperate souls pieced together wild theories surrounding the Specter. Each night, local gossip transformed tales of horror into something almost mythical, manifesting fears that consumed the vulnerable. A butcher claimed he saw the figure slip between shadows, while an old woman spoke of curses echoing in the wind, her rheumy eyes glinting with unspoken truths. Clara, straining to tune out the growing hysteria, sifted through the remnants of her day at the workshop, yet the voices clung to her like a shroud. She sensed a dark pull within the community, the knot tightening as suspicions wove their insidious threads. Determined not to let fear dictate her fate, Clara clasped her hand around a needle, emboldened to confront the darkness that lingered, whispering tales of suspicion and dread. The weight of Clara's discovery pressed heavily upon her as she ventured through the fog-cloaked streets, each step echoing the faint heartbeats of those she had lost. The chilling truth behind her friend's tragic death clawed at her insides, a secret entwined with shadows that lingered long after the light of day faded. She recalled the laughter they once shared, now suffocated by the specter of fear that engulfed Whitechapel. The vibrant memories dimmed, replaced by anguish, as she tried to piece together the fragmented whispers that accompanied her revelation. Each revelation deepened the encroaching darkness. As Clara walked, the ghostly figures of her past seemed to materialize along the cobblestone pathways, haunting her. Thoughts danced between guilt and determination, igniting a fervor within her. Just as she steadied her breath, a flicker of movement caught her eye, leading her toward the dimly lit alley where answers awaited. The night pulsed with an unspoken promise of truth and peril. As Clara wandered the shadow-laden streets of Whitechapel, the chill of an impending storm hung heavy in the air. Her heart raced, fueled by the weight of uncertainty and the whispers of rumors that dogged her like a relentless specter. It was during this restless evening that she stumbled upon a street urchin, a flicker of life amidst the desolation. With wide, expressive eyes, he seemed unbothered by the terror that gripped the night, offering insights born from the very streets that had bled heartache and loss. The boy, nimble and quick, spoke of the hidden corners of the neighborhood where the lost and forgotten lingered, sharing stories of those who walked the alleys and the secrets they carried. Clara felt an inexplicable connection to him, as if their fates were intertwined in the unseen threads of the past. With her resolve ignited anew, Clara knew she had found an unexpected ally, one who might just provide the key to unlocking the mysteries that shrouded them all. Clara's fingers deftly danced across the fabric as she worked in her dimly lit workshop, the rhythmic sound of her needle pulling through cloth a welcome distraction from the horrors that lurked outside. Shadows flickered against the walls, reminding her of the dark figure that haunted her thoughts. Today, however, was different. A curious couple had wandered in, their laughter ringing like a bell in the somber air of Whitechapel, As they browsed through the silks and velvets, Clara's instincts, honed by years of survival, began to prick at her consciousness. There was something unsettling in their interactions, a tension that simmered just beneath the surface. They exchanged furtive glances, hushed whispers. She could almost taste the suspicions they carried. Drawn to their peculiar presence, she approached, feigning interest while desperately skimming for signs of deception. Who were these two? What secrets did they weave into the very fibers of the lives they led? Clara's heart raced as she prepared to unravel their story, unaware of how entwined they would become in the tale of terror gripping Whitechapel. The lanterns flickered like whispered secrets along the narrow, cobbled streets of Whitechapel, casting shadows where lives intertwined in a dance of desperation and deception. Clara navigated the alleys with practiced caution, each step echoing the pulse of fear coursing through the community. Her heart raced as she recalled the tales of masks and disguises that enveloped the Specter, whose identity remained shrouded in sinister mystery. That evening, whispers in hidden nooks spoke of mischief and betrayal, tales threaded with treachery that left an indelible mark on the fabric of their reality. As Clara turned a corner, the vibrant chaos of a makeshift market unfolded before her, a stark contrast to the haunting silence gripping her thoughts. Vendors haggled, laughter mingling with the aroma of roasted chestnuts. Yet amid the noise lingered an undercurrent of suspicion, a shared understanding that danger lurked in the shadows. With renewed intent, Clara pressed on, determined to uncover the truth hidden beneath the layers of illusion that cloaked not only the Specter, but also those she called friends. The whispers of the night lingered like fog, carrying an air of suspicion that clung to the cobbled streets of Whitechapel. Edward, fueled by an insatiable curiosity, meticulously examined the troubling connections between the recent murders and a web of influential figures lurking in the shadows. Each name penned in his notebook felt like the weight of 1,000 secrets, their silent power suffocating the truth. He leaned closer to an alley wall, where flickering gaslight barely illuminated the faces of passers-by, their expressions a mosaic of fear and hope. Among them, he spotted a familiar silhouette, the seamstress Clara, her hands deftly working through the intricate tapestry of her life, yet burdened by dark secrets of her own. Their paths entwined in a dance dictated by fate, each determined to unveil the malevolent force stalking their community. Recognition sparked in their eyes as they pondered the depth of connections that could unravel the very fabric of Whitechapel's existence. The darkness of Whitechapel deepened as Clara's instincts sharpened, alert to the sinister dance of shadows around her. Each evening, the silhouettes lurking in alleyways seemed to draw closer, feeding her dread. Tonight, something shifted in the air, a whispering breeze carrying the scent of rain mixed with dread. Memory played tricks on her. Faces in the shadows morphed into horrifying images from her dreams. She ventured home, heart racing, the echoes of laughter and chatter fading behind her. With her seams barely holding, she quickened her stride, aware of the watchful eyes she imagined tracked her every move. Yet, in that moment of terror and resolve, she caught a flicker of movement. It wasn't the familiar chaos of the streets, but an enigmatic shape, erratically flitting from shadow to shadow, hinting at a greater truth lurking just out of sight. The night had stories yet to unveil, and Clara felt, perhaps for the first time, that she could play an active role in the tumultuous tale unfolding around her. A chill settled over Whitechapel as Clara's heart raced, the night air thick with an intoxicating mix of fear and determination. Under the flickering gas lamps, shadows danced ominously, provoking her imagination to weave tales of the Specter that prowled the streets. It was a risk to linger in the dark, yet secrets compelled her forward. As the wind whispered urgent warnings, she discovered a figure looming by the alley's mouth, a solitary man shrouded in shadows, his intent unreadable. The air crackled with palpable tension, and she tightened her grip on her sewing needle, her only semblance of protection. "What do you want?" she called, her voice steady, though quaking inside. The figure stepped closer, and in that instant, his features solidified. Recognition pierced through her apprehension. He was someone entwined in the murky intrigue surrounding the Specter's emergence. This could either seal her fate or grant her the insight she desperately sought. Edward paced the dimly lit office, the clatter of typewriter keys echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. Reports of the latest murder filled the air with an oppressive weight, and he felt the pressure from both the public and the police hovering over him like a storm cloud ready to burst. As he penned yet another article detailing the gruesome details, a knock startled him. The door creaked open to reveal a scowling Inspector Gregory, his eyes haunted and heavy with the burdens of his failures. "You're stirring the pot, Edward," Gregory growled, frustration lacing every word. "Every word you write adds fuel to the fire. You don't know the chaos you're inciting." The tension hung thick, almost palpable. Edward straightened, undaunted. "And yet the people deserve to know the truth," he countered, feeling the adrenaline rush through him. Before the detective could reply, the clamor of the streets seeped through the window, drowning them both in the community's shared terror. It was then that Edward saw it, a flicker of something in Gregory's eyes, a desperation masked under duty, pushing the journalist to consider the cost of truth in a world unraveling at the seams. Within the dim confines of the collector's hideaway, the air thickened with a heady mix of dust and secrets. Edward's heart raced as he pored over the bizarre artifacts strewn across the lavish room, each one whispering tales of untold histories. The flickering candlelight danced across grotesque sculptures and shimmering glass bottles that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. In this realm of the peculiar, he sensed that lurking among the treasures lay a connection to the Specter, the malevolent figure who had stolen so many lives from Whitechapel. It was there, amidst the shadows, that Edward stumbled upon a framed photograph, its spectral face eerily familiar. Turning it over, he discovered inscriptions that tied the unknown to the infamous, a map of connections that led deeper into the web of fear choking the district. Just as realization began to dawn, a soft creak interrupted his thoughts, causing him to whip around, heart pounding, to confront the unsettling presence that had entered the room. The city shrouded itself in a heavy cloak of night, and even the gaslights flickered nervously against the oppressive darkness. Gregory found himself standing at the threshold of Clara's workshop, anxiously contemplating the echoes of whispered rumors that entwined themselves around her. He vowed to shield her from the encroaching shadows of danger swirling in the streets. As he stepped inside, the scent of fabric mingled with a tinge of fear, suffusing the air with urgency. Clara, her hands deftly sewing, glanced up, her expression betraying an uneasy blend of gratitude and apprehension. "Inspector," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "have you uncovered anything more about the Specter?" Before he could reply, a sudden clamor erupted outside, shattering the fragile moment. Clara's fingers paused, the needle suspended in mid-stitch, both their breaths held as they pieced together the chaotic cries of the community. For better or worse, the night's events would soon intertwine their fates further, thrusting them deeper into the heart of despair and danger. The air thickened with tension as Clara stepped outside her workshop, the familiar fog swirling around her like a shroud. Each heartbeat echoed ominously against the cobblestones, resonating with the cacophony of whispers that hung heavily in the night. The streets, once a backdrop for her dreams of fashion and prosperity, now morphed into a theater of fear, the specter of murder looming around every corner. News of another death intensified the palpable dread within the community, the shadows stretching longer, encroaching upon the flickering gaslights that barely cut through the darkness. Clara's resolve wavered. She could feel the eyes of suspicion upon her, invading her once safe haven. Just ahead, she spotted a group of ragged figures huddled close, their furtive glances and muted conversations hinting at secrets untold. In a world fraught with danger and despair, the darkness was as relentless as the night itself. Yet Clara's spirit fought against the oppressive gloom, igniting a spark of defiance. The whispers of fear had draped like a shroud over Whitechapel, each soul weighed down by the mounting dread that crept through the once vibrant streets. Clara sat at her sewing table, fingers trembling as they threaded the needle, the rhythmic motion mimicking the pounding of her heart. The broken thread of connection to her friends frayed with every whispered rumor that snaked its way through the alleyways, igniting panic. Faces she once recognized turned into masks of suspicion. An ominous heaviness hung in the air, as if the very shadows were conspiring against those who dared to breathe. Yet amid the chaos, a flicker of determination ignited within her. As the sun dipped, plunging the world into dusk, Clara resolved to piece together the fragments of her life, stitching together the loose threads of friendship and loyalty that had begun to unravel. Shadows lurked at the edges, but she would not be bound by fear. She would confront the darkness head-on. The air in Whitechapel thickened with a simmering tension as rumors of clandestine dealings swirled through the cracked tavern doors. Clara, feeling the weight of paranoia pressing down, watched as figures cloaked in shadow flitted through the alleys, their intentions obscured by the darkness. These were not just men. They were harbingers of the secrets that the community had buried deep beneath its sorrow. Whispers of betrayal and dishonesty permeated the cobblestones, igniting suspicion among even the most steadfast of friends. As Clara clutched her sewing needle, memories of laughter turned brittle and jagged, the fabric of her world pulling tightly as threats slithered closer. Simultaneously, Edward bent over his desk, the glare of the gaslight betraying his growing obsession. Driven by a pursuit for truth, he sensed a disturbing pull towards the depths of the criminal underworld, where masks and disguises ruled and morality twisted like smoke. The chase had only just begun. A chill clung to the air as Clara maneuvered through the cobbled streets, her heart racing with an unsettling mixture of fear and exhilaration. The shadows seemed to breathe around her, drawing her deeper into the mystery that had ensnared Whitechapel. She could feel the weight of the Specter's legend pressing upon her, a palpable force that beckoned her closer to the truth. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A dark figure, slipping silently between the alleys, merging with the night. Clara's pulse quickened as a thrill surged through her veins. This was no ordinary encounter. Was it a trick of her imagination, or could she truly be nearing the elusive figure that haunted her dreams? With each hesitant step forward, the air thickened with uncertainty and dread, a prelude to what lay beyond the veil. This would not be the last time she faced the Specter. Each interaction ushered her deeper into a web of secrets she could scarcely comprehend. As the fog thickened, so too did the suffocating atmosphere of dread permeating Whitechapel. Clara stumbled through the dimly lit alleys, her mind heavy with unnamed fears, each shadow appearing sentient, taunting her sanity. Regret and anxiety coiled together in her heart as the ghostly echoes of laughter faded into eerie silence. She felt the unyielding pressure of a gaze upon her, an invisible anchor dragging her towards some murky abyss of terror. Meanwhile, the specter of anxiety gripped Detective Gregory, who wrestled with the gnawing echoes of past mistakes. Shadows from unsolved cases danced through his mind, creating a disorienting maze that stifled clarity. Faced with a relentless pursuit of justice intertwined with personal demons, he felt on the verge of cracking under the weight of guilt. Every step he took echoed with the cries of those claimed by darkness, urging him ever deeper into the heart of a nightmare he could not escape. The inevitable clash between his ghosts and the truth of the Specter loomed ever closer. As another day faded into the murky haze of twilight, a chilling atmosphere lingered over Whitechapel, thick enough to stifle the laughter of children playing at a distance. Clara's heart raced, not from the sweetness of youthful joy, but from the ominous weight of dread gripping the community. The mere thought of the murders sent ripples of fear through her veins. Parents hastily ushered their children indoors, unwilling to risk exposure to the creeping shadows that seemed to hold dark whispers. Clara turned her focus home on the sewing needle in her hands, seeking solace among the fabric scraps, yet her thoughts drifted to the innocent lives caught in the Specter's web of terror. Just beyond the confines of her dimly lit workshop, distant screams punctured the night air, echoes of agony mingling with the howls of the wind. Overwhelmed with genuine concern, Clara sensed a connection pulling her deeper into the darkness, compelling her to confront the reality threatening to engulf them all. As shadows continued to stretch and mingle with the darkening streets, whispers grew into a cacophony of fear. The townsfolk, their eyes wide with horror, shared tales of the recently departed, reverberating with the pain of loss echoing through Whitechapel like a mournful dirge. Each gasp and shuffle carried a weighty urgency, heavy with the unheeded warnings of the past. Clara felt the oppressive atmosphere wrap around her as she navigated the dim alleys, haunted memories tugging at her like restless spirits. In quiet corners, the tension blossomed, an almost palpable sense of dread swirling around nearly every corner. Shadows flickered ominously, causing her heart to quicken with each breath she took, a rhythmic pulse reflecting her mounting anxiety. Tonight, the dark held a different kind of promise. Clara could feel it in her bones. There was something lurking just beyond the fringes of light, something that tugged insistently at the edges of her consciousness. She had long since learned that danger loved the night. The dimly lit streets of Whitechapel whispered secrets that seemed to slither like smoke in the fog, where shadows flitted and tangled around one another. Clara, emboldened by her encounters with street urchins, had become attuned to the subtlest shifts in her chaotic environment. Today she met with a spirited young girl, Sarah, who darted through alleyways with the agility of a cat. As they traversed the labyrinthine paths, Sarah shared tales of the hidden recesses of the city, places where the sun barely kissed the ground and the echo of laughter mingled with murmurs of unease. With each shared secret, Clara's resolve deepened. The clock tower loomed above them, its hands dragging along the hours, reminding her that time was running thin. Yet within the silence that enveloped them, she felt an awakening, not just to the danger stalking her community, but to the strength that might emerge if they dared to confront it. But outside their sanctuary, the menace of the Specter still lingered, veiled and hungry. As Clara wandered through the winding streets of Whitechapel, the fog curled around her like a shroud, isolating her from the chaotic world beyond. The streetlights flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced alongside her anxious heart. It was during such a haunting evening that the legend of the man in the clock tower resurfaced, whispered among the taverns where fear took a tangible shape. They said he watched over the district, a ghostly figure living between the tick of the clock and the chiming of midnight, harboring secrets that could unveil the very soul of Whitechapel. With every story she heard, Clara felt a growing urgency. Was he a protector, or had he become yet another phantom lurking in the darkness? The shadows seemed to grow closer around her as she contemplated this enigma. As memories of the recent murders clawed at her conscience, Clara knew she had to delve deeper into the folklore that surrounded her, for hidden truths often masqueraded as tales spun in fear's embrace. Where there were whispers, there might just be clues. As Clara busily threaded fabric through her sewing machine, her thoughts danced on the edge of an exhilarating yet forbidden dream. Since her first encounter with Edward, she had felt a strange pull towards him, a magnetic force that defied the societal boundaries imposed upon them. Their exchanges, charged with unspoken words, sparked a thrill that ignited every fiber of her being. However, her heart wrestled with the fear of discovery. In the unforgiving streets of Whitechapel, every glance and whispered rumor could unravel the delicate fabric of her life. Outside, shadows lengthened, merging into the twilight, casting a veil over the thriving rumors that bubbled beneath the surface. As Clara focused on her task, a sudden knock pierced the sanctuary of her workshop, compelling her heart to race. She glanced toward the door, apprehension swirling within her. Would it be Edward, with the sweet scent of danger and possibility, or something darker? The night thickened with an unsettling hush, and Clara felt the weight of fate hanging in the air. Clara's heart raced as she stepped out of the dim workshop, her senses heightened by the chilling night air. Shadows coiled around her like serpents, whispering of hidden dangers. She had narrowly escaped the hands of darkness, but it left a heavy imprint on her spirit. The memory of the man's intent gaze haunted her, igniting a fierce resolve within. She would not be another victim of fear. She would reclaim her life. Emboldened by her close call, Clara took to the streets with renewed purpose. Determined to protect herself and her friends, she set out to gather information. Every whispered rumor and hushed conversation could be a thread leading her to the truth about the Specter. Lanterns flickered in the eerie gloom, illuminating faces marked by despair but also resolve. Clara felt the weight of their collective fear, fueling her with the energy to fight against the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf Whitechapel. And as the first light of dawn teased the horizon, hope surged. intertwining with her determination, setting the stage for the battles that lay ahead. Echoes of laughter drifted through the shadow-cloaked streets of Whitechapel, an unsettling contrast to the sinister air that hung heavy with dread. Clara stood in the dim glow of her workshop, fingers poised above the delicate fabric, but her mind wandered into the night. The muffled giggles of children playing in the alleys echoed memories of innocence long surrendered, reminding her of fleeting joy amid encroaching darkness. Yet the laughter held an edge, a veneer disguising trepidation, as if the very ghosts of the slain whispered for reprieve. A sense of urgency sparked within Clara, igniting her resolve. She couldn't stand idly by while fear suffocated her home. She gathered her courage like a shield and steeled her heart against the growing clamor of dread. Stepping into the shrouded streets, she was determined to unravel the threads of terror entwining her life. Even as shadows danced behind her, mocking her bravery, the streets of Whitechapel resonated with a profound sense of disbelief, an echo of the recent atrocities too unbearable to fathom. As Clara huddled with her seamstress friends, their once lively conversations now trembled under the weight of sorrow and worry. Whispers of the latest murder wound their way through the air like poisonous tendrils, infecting every heart with dread. Men and women glanced over their shoulders, eyes darting toward the shadows, as if the specter lurked ready to strike yet again. Despair draped itself around them like a heavy fog, muffling laughter and extinguishing the vibrant spirit that had once defined their community. Yet even amidst the gloom, fleeting moments of defiance began to emerge. Clara clutched her needle and thread tightly, an unspoken resolve igniting within her. She vowed that this cycle of fear would not claim her spirit. Standing at the precipice of her decision, she knew the looming night held mysteries that demanded to be unraveled, daring her to step forward into the darkness. As the weight of despair swelled in Whitechapel, the darker specters of guilt shadowed every citizen's heart. Edward felt the cold grip of remorse tighten around him, haunted by the faces of the victims and the stories he had turned into headlines. Each article, once a promise of unveiling truth, now felt like an indictment of his choices, a relentless echo reminding him of the lives left shattered by his ambition. Clara's plight flashed in his mind, her resolve a stark contrast to his own turmoil. He envisioned her sewing by candlelight, stitching together the fabric of a life that felt increasingly frayed. Meanwhile, Detective Gregory's obsession only deepened, gnawing at him like a ravenous wraith. With each unsolved clue weighing heavy on his shoulders, Gregory paced the dimly lit streets, seeking symbols of hope in the cesspool of dread. Little did they know that the approaching dawn would ignite a flicker of hope in an otherwise darkened landscape. Amidst the muted chaos of Whitechapel, Clara found herself wandering through the dimly lit alleyways, the weight of recent events pressing heavily on her chest. The air was thick with the lingering scent of rain-soaked cobblestones, each footfall echoing a rhythm of uncertainty. It was during this restless night that whispers of the past began to infiltrate her thoughts, memories intertwined with the haunting presence of the specter. Her heart raced at the thought of the lost souls whose voices faded into the shadows. Driven by purpose, she pressed on, intent on unlocking the secrets that lay hidden in the very fabric of the streets she traversed. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a glint of something catching the feeble moonlight. It drew her closer, beckoning her through a forgotten doorway that had long lost its place among the bustling life of the market. Inside, she felt the presence of something ancient, alive, waiting for someone to unearth its stories. A faint glimmer of dawn seeped through the murky clouds, casting a soft light over Whitechapel, hinting at a fragile hope in the midst of despair. Clara clutched her sewing tools tightly, a mix of determination and anxiety swirling within her. The streets, once filled with anguished whispers and fearful gazes, now echoed with the lifeblood of the community, resilience born from suffering. She remembered the faces of those lost, their shadows entwined with her own, driving her resolve to seek justice. The specter of dread lingered, but Clara sensed a shift, as if the darkness itself was trembling against the weight of their combined will. As she prepared to face another day, her heart raced with anticipation. Each stitch of fabric now carried the essence of the souls it would protect. Closer than ever to uncovering the truth, she felt the gathering of allies behind her. This would not be the end, but rather the beginning of something transformative. The light pressing ever onward into the gathering shadows. A thick haze clung to the alleys of Whitechapel, mirroring the suffocating dread that had seeped into the hearts of its inhabitants. A chill wound its way through the night, stirring the leaves barely visible in the flickering gaslight. As the first stirrings of dawn began to breach the horizon, nature's rhythm seemed more pronounced, each goosebump-inducing breeze echoing with the unrelenting march of time. Amidst the unsettling quiet, life continued its grim ballet. The cries of vendors mingled with whispered fears, surrounding both the living and the dead. Clara stepped cautiously, the weight of her mother's struggles echoing in her mind, each thread of fabric she touched reminding her of the lives intertwined in the madness of the streets. Just as the sun began piercing the fog, illuminating the cobblestones with eerie optimism, an unsettling thought gripped her. How well did anyone really know the hearts of those around them? The weight of impending chaos loomed heavy. The echoes of horror reverberated through Whitechapel as the inquest began, drawing the beleaguered populace into a crucible of scrutiny. Crowds gathered, a sea of anxious faces reflecting the dread that enveloped the district. Murmurs filled the air, laced with whispers of suspicion. Each person's gaze danced between the solemn judges and the depicted victims, as though trying to unearth the truth hiding in plain sight. The atmosphere was thick with grief and unease, memories of the lost swirling like autumn leaves caught in a gust, fleeting but impactful. Amidst the tension, Clara clutched a small token, a charm that had belonged to her late friend, holding on to it as though it possessed the power to shield her from the darkness surrounding the proceedings. Edward, notebook poised, documented every anguished testimony, the pressure mounting, each word a stitch woven into the rich tapestry of despair. Detective Gregory stood at the periphery, his haunted past resurfacing, intertwining with the present as he prepared to unravel a mystery that seemed to deepen with every heartbeat of the gathering storm. The shadows wove their deceptive fabric through the cobbled streets, whispering of past horrors that lingered untouched by time. As Clara surveyed the damp alleyway, a chill washed over her, the air thick with the weight of unspoken tales. Each corner seemed drenched in history, a haunting echo of unsolved crimes that danced just below the surface. The loss of innocence was palpable, an invisible shroud affecting the lives of every passerby. It was here, among the worn brick walls that held secrets, she recalled the forgotten tragedies spoken of in hushed tones, a mother's desperate cry for her lost child, the stark realization of yet another disappearance. History had a way of resurfacing, entwining itself with the present in an inescapable grasp, and as Clara's heart raced, she felt the pull of the past compounding the urgency of her own search for truth. Had the Specter's presence sparked something deeper, a thread connecting to the fabric of a darker legacy? Unanswered questions loomed like storm clouds, ready to rupture at any moment, and Clara resolved to uncover the layers concealed beneath, as each revelation threatened to entwine her fate more tightly within Whitechapel's haunting tapestry. Seated in the dim glare of flickering candles at the Raven's Nest, uncertainty cloaked the tavern, as whispers tangled with the acrid stench of ale and unease. The clinking of glasses punctuated murmured fears, each tale growing ever more distorted, feeding a monster of hysteria in the minds of patrons. Just beyond the tavern's creaking doors, the fog lay heavy, echoing the chilling uncertainty of their surroundings. As Clara nursed her meager drink, she caught the gaze of a man shrouded in shadow, leaning against the bar. His eyes flickered with an intensity that spoke of hidden knowledge. He drew nearer, an aura of danger radiating from him. Yet Clara's curiosity surged. She felt an inexplicable pull toward his obscure presence. It was as if he, too, was part of the puzzle that engulfed Whitechapel. The fabric of reality began fraying, entangling Clara deeper in dread, as stories of the Specter twisted together like a sinister tapestry, weaving paths of fear, fate, and unforeseen connections. Hushed conversations permeated the dimly lit taverns of Whitechapel, where whispers echoed off the walls like ominous specters. Amidst the shadows, townsfolk leaned closer, their brows knit with worry as they exchanged rumors about the Specter. Jaded old men cradled tankards filled with ale, recounting chilling tales of the murders, each retelling more embellished than the last. Women shushed their children, sharing furtive glances as they recalled the fate of those lost, their voices barely rising above the crackling fire. Clara, seated at a wooden table in the corner, listened intently, her heart pounding with each tale of horror. The fear creeping through the air bound the community in a shared sense of dread, a silent agreement that the darkness lurking outside could claim any of them next. It was then that she realized the rumors weren't just tales, but reflections of their reality, a sinister undercurrent binding them together in terror, while secrets twisted through the fog, waiting to be uncovered. In the dimly lit back room of the tavern, whispers coalesced into a maelstrom of uncertainty. Shadows danced on the walls as patrons exchanged furtive glances, their voices hushed, yet laden with urgency. The specter loomed large over Whitechapel, suffocating hope beneath its shroud of fear. As men sipped their ales, the once boisterous laughter turned to muted speculation, each tale more grotesque than the last, limbs gesturing as they recounted chilling encounters and close calls. Amidst the swirling conversations, Clara sat unnoticed in a corner, her heart drumming with the raw intensity of their fears. Each word spun pulled her deeper into the fabric of the community's mounting dread, knitting her thoughts with those of her neighbors. The lingering scent of sweat mingled with stale beer, fueling her determination. She thought of Edward and Gregory, their lives entwined in this web of horror, and felt an electric pulse, compelling her to share the truth they so desperately sought, the truth buried beneath layers of despair and deceit. In the dimly lit corner of a somber tavern, the air thick with smoke and suspicion, Edward sat across from a man whose presence felt as heavy as the darkness that loomed outside. The stranger's features remained obscured by the shadows, yet his voice cut through the noise like a blade, sharp and deliberate. "You seek the truth behind the specter, don't you?" he implored, the hint of a smirk taunting Edward's ambition. Questions danced in Edward's mind, each one tinged with the weight of smug certainty. The man leaned closer, his eyes glinting with secrets, drawing Edward into a web of intrigue laced with danger. Whispers of connections between the affluent and the bloodshed were shared, enticing the journalist further into a labyrinth where desperation intertwined with greed. As the evening wore on, the fragile thread of trust began to unravel, promising a revelation that could shatter Edward's notions of morality. Just beyond the tavern's creaking door, the shadows stirred once more. The cold, damp air clung to Clara as she navigated the narrow, crooked streets of Whitechapel, an unsettling contrast to the vibrant life pulsing just below the surface. Shadows flitted in the corners of her vision, memories of laughter and joy now tainted by the specter of dread haunting their community. The recent murders loomed over the district like a shroud, and Clara could hardly shake the images of the forgotten children, faces lost to both time and circumstance. As she passed a dilapidated orphanage, she caught sight of a small boy peering through a broken window, eyes wide with longing, and a pang of sympathy gripped her heart. It was a reminder of their collective vulnerability. These innocent souls were the first casualties of societal neglect. Yet amidst the despair, a flicker of resilience sparked within Clara, as she recalled the whispers of hope shared among her sewing circle, igniting a newfound determination to fight for their future. The sound of her friends' shared laughter echoed in her mind, urging her to persist in the face of overwhelming odds, and she resolved to return, united in purpose. As early morning light seeped through the cracks of Clara's workshop, she found herself grappling with a sense of unease that clung to her like the morning fog. Last night's conversations echoed in her mind, intertwining whispers of fear with tales of tragedy, leaving her heart heavy. The air was thick with paranoia, every shadow casting doubt on familiar faces. Gathering her courage, Clara sought solace among her friends at the sewing circle. Here they could momentarily escape the whispers that shrouded the streets, sharing laughter and threading needles amidst the chaos. Yet even within the fragile safety of camaraderie, suspicion brewed. Eyes darted, revealing unspoken fears. Bonds that once seemed unbreakable were now taut with tension. As Clara stitched together the fraying edges of fabric, she understood that the pulse of fear ran through them all, an undercurrent of unrest, leading to inevitable confrontations. The thought lingered that here, in the folds of fabric and the company of kindred spirits, hope might bloom anew, but only if they dared to face the darkness creeping ever closer. As the weight of fear settled heavily upon Whitechapel, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken dread. People moved through mist-shrouded streets with wary glances and clenched fists, unwilling to acknowledge the specter that now haunted their lives. The tavern, usually a haven of warmth and camaraderie, turned into a hushed space filled with furtive whispers and stolen glances. Patrons exchanged nervous laughter, masking their paranoia with false bravado, but snatches of conversation revealed the simmering trepidation beneath the surface. Edward, sitting alone in the dimly lit corner, noted the palpable silence interspersed with untrustworthy laughter. Each chime of the clock resonated like a tolling bell, amplifying the tension in the air. Secrets coiled tightly among the patrons, fostering a landscape where anyone could be suspected of harboring dark truths. And as murmurs grew louder, Clara felt the remnants of her innocence unravel, drawing her closer to the shadows that danced just beyond her reach, urging her to confront the demons lurking within. The air in Whitechapel thickened with dread as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and writhe with sinister intent. A grim fog rolled in from the Thames, curling around the narrow alleys and cloaking the street lamps in an ethereal glow. Clara, reluctantly moving through the market after another grueling day at the workshop, couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that she was being watched. Whispers of the latest murder buzzed through the crowd like an electric charge, igniting faces with fear and curiosity alike. Just then, the sudden clatter of a metal tray against cobblestones startled her. As she turned, she caught sight of a visage cloaked in darkness, the tantalizing pull of the unknown edging her closer. Beneath the palpable tension of the night, a memory of the gruesome crime unfolded in her mind, intertwining with the fabric of her fate. She could no longer ignore the sinister force lurking in the corners of her world, a shadow that beckoned her deeper into the heart of danger. The narrow, foul-smelling alleys of Whitechapel whispered with an unsettling air, every shadow cast by flickering gaslight holding a secret. Clara's heart raced as she and her friends maneuvered through bustling streets, unsure of what awaited them. Fear gripped the neighborhood tighter with each new rumor that emerged, stifling their laughter and eroding the last vestiges of innocence. As they found refuge in a poorly lit tavern, hushed voices filled the air, revelatory and conspiratorial, blending with the clinking of mugs. The shadow of the specter loomed larger than ever, disrupting lives and sowing mistrust among even the closest companions. "We have to talk about what we've seen," whispered Lydia, her wide eyes darting around the room. Clara felt an unsettling chill creep down her spine. The shadows seemed to pulse, alive with unspoken fears, as they braced for the revelations ahead. The evening promised more than mere conversation. It hinted at confrontation. As Clara moved through the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, the heaviness of despair wrapped around her like a tattered cloak. She paused outside a dimly lit tavern, its windows pulsing with voices that mingled with laughter, contrasting sharply against the pervasive gloom. The flickering gas lamps cast wavering shadows, intensifying the eerie ambience surrounding her. Inside, the patrons huddled close, whispering tales of the specter's most recent terror, their faces painted with fear, curiosity, and a glint of excitement that mirrored her own. One particularly vivid description caught her ear. A local artist had sketched a surreal portrayal of the shadowy figure. Intrigued, Clara edged closer, straining to catch glimpses of the drawing. The artist's brush transformed every detail into a haunting visage, an embodiment of the community's collective dread. As the evening wore on, Clara felt her heart quicken. The artist's work might hold insights that could lead them closer to the truth. Perhaps she could glean something vital from this depiction, something that could pierce the shroud of terror descending upon Whitechapel. With renewed determination, she resolved to seek out the artist, hoping that through his vision, they might unveil the darkness that threatened to consume them all. As the shadowy veil of night draped Whitechapel, Clara meticulously spread the collage of drawings across her workspace, fragments of her mind captured on paper. Each stroke represented whispers of fear, faces twisted in dread, and the eerie silhouette of the specter. Her heart raced with every flick of her wrist. The drawings held with them whispers of fate. She carefully pieced the clues together, realizing that the fragmented images painted a vivid tapestry reflecting the community's terror. Amidst her obsessive work, the phantom sounds of laughter in the streets outside pierced the silence, a somber reminder of the innocents shifting further away. It was a dance of horrors, where the shadows seemed to shift and beckon, intertwining her fate with that of the people she loved. With a deep breath, she sought clarity within the chaos, determined to unravel the threads of despair that gripped her world, and in that moment, everything began to shift again, drawing her deeper into the mystery awaiting her. As the ink dried on the last of his notes, Edward felt the heavy weight of anticipation in the air, a taut string about to snap. Each breath he took seemed to echo in the quiet, dimly lit room, racing against the relentless march of time. The clues he had pieced together glimmered like shards of glass on a rainy street, reflecting his growing unease. Armed with the slightest lead, he ventured back into the streets of Whitechapel, where shadows danced playfully yet ominously, beckoning him deeper into the night. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying whispers of the past and the fear-stricken present. His heart quickened as rumors festered, each tale more grotesque than the last, weaving a tapestry of dread that clung to his senses. Lost amidst the frantic pulse of the city, he navigated through its labyrinthine alleys, driven by an insatiable need to unearth the truth. With every step, the specter of the past loomed closer, lingering just out of sight, waiting to be confronted. As the sun began to set, casting elongated shadows that seemed to merge with the fog, Edward knew the time for reckoning was nigh. As twilight cloaked Whitechapel, tension simmered just beneath the surface. The streets, once teeming with lively chatter and laughter, now whispered with fear, every shadow a potential threat. Clara felt the disquiet gnawing at her, that unsettling sensation that something dark loomed just outside her vision. With each cautious step, she remembered the chilling tales swirling around the taverns, stories of the specter, growing bolder amid the chaos. Determined to confront her trepidation, she threaded her way through the familiar alleys, looking for evidence whispered in hushed tones among her friends. The air crackled with unease, like the calm before a storm, and Clara's heart raced faster than her feet could carry her. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind her, a fleeting reminder that danger was never far. Summoning her courage, she turned to meet whatever shadows awaited her, ill-prepared for the revelations that lay ahead. As the morning sun timidly broke through the fog that cloaked Whitechapel, Clara found herself haunted by the memories of her friend's absence. The distraught mother cried out in the streets, her voice echoing against the crumbling walls that had borne witness to countless tragedies. Clara, entwined in her grief, felt an inexplicable urge to help. Each day brought whispers of new horrors, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the specter of despair lingered in every shadow. Determined to shed light on the mystery unraveling around her, she ventured towards the marketplace where whispers spoke of a young boy who had vanished, leaving behind a trail of questions. The air crackled with tension, an invisible thread connecting the community's fear to the dark forces at play, urging Clara onward. Little did she know that her pursuit would soon intersect with the fateful dance between life and death, echoing in the very heart of Whitechapel. Nostalgia clung to the air like the thick fog that enveloped Whitechapel, mirroring Clara's deep yearning for the innocence of her past. As she cautiously made her way through the worn cobblestone streets, memories surged uninvited. The laughter of children playing, the simple joys of a shared meal, moments fleeting yet vivid against the relentless backdrop of her current struggles. Each shadow cast by the gas lamps seemed to whisper secrets of happier times, tales that now felt hauntingly distant. Yet in this somber reflection, Clara sensed the stirrings of something formidable within her. The community's plight had ignited a fire in her heart, a defiance against the darkness that encroached. She clenched her fists, remembering the faces of lost friends and the echoes of hope they once shared. With renewed resolve, she steeled herself for the challenges ahead, knowing that battling the shadows would require not just courage, but also the unity of her kin, their spirits fused by shared sorrow and a flickering light of resistance. In the dim light of the tavern, murmurs floated like motes of dust, weaving through the heavy silence. Clara sat among the flickering shadows, surrounded by patrons eager to share half-whispered tales of terror. The specter loomed large in the hearts of the crowd, a specter of dread that hung over the city like a darkened sky. Amidst the clatter of mugs and the soft hiss of breath, an elderly man leaned in, eyes wide with both fear and fervor. "I saw him," he rasped, voice barely above a whisper, a figure in the alley, cloaked in mist, with eyes like embers. The room fell still as his words ignited imaginations, weaving a collective panic that knitted their hearts together in fear. Food lay untouched, and laughter faded. Danger had become a shared language. As his tale unfolded, Clara felt an unmistakable thrill, one that stirred within her a determination to pierce the veil of shadows now enveloping Whitechapel, risking everything to uncover the truth that lurked in the darkness. The night enveloped Whitechapel in a shroud of silence, broken only by the distant echoes of restless whispers. Clara's heart raced as she ventured deeper into the night, shadows weaving around her with an unsettling intimacy. Every rustle of the cobblestones beneath her feet sent tremors of anticipation rippling through her, each footfall a reminder of the predators that lurked just beyond the fringes of light. Dread coiled tight in her gut, urging her to turn back, yet an unquenchable thirst for truth propelled her forward. As she passed dimly lit doorways and narrow alleyways, memories of laughter faded into the oppressive gloom, repressed fears clawing their way to the surface. With every step, the oppressive weight of danger hung thick, a palpable reminder of the dark forces at play. In her mind, the specter of the murders loomed ever larger, a sinister reflection of her community's unraveling. A fleeting figure darted in her peripheral vision, igniting a surge of adrenaline that made Clara's resolve harden. She had come too far to retreat now. The shadows before her beckoned, and she would face them head-on. Amidst the oppressive shadows of Whitechapel, the atmosphere thickened like the fog that shrouded the streets. Clara found herself wrestling a tempest of emotions hidden beneath her calm exterior, her heart echoing with doubt. In secret corners of her mind, whispers of treachery weaved intricate webs, ensnaring her thoughts. The sewing circle felt less like a gathering of warmth as distrust festered among her friends. Every shared story, once a refuge, now morphed into potential betrayals, and her gaze lingered longer than usual on each woman's face, searching for unspoken truths. In this murky maze of human connection, Clara's instincts sharpened, amplifying her senses as if the very walls were murmuring secrets only she could decipher. As suspicion brewed among her companions, she resolved to delve deeper into the connections binding them together, for perhaps, within the tapestry of lives, lay the key to unmasking the specter. But the weight of her purpose pressed heavy, igniting both determination and fear. The air in Whitechapel felt thick with a sense of urgency as Clara ventured out into the bustling streets, her heartbeat echoing with every hurried step. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a shroud of twilight in its wake, transforming familiar alleyways into shadowy mazes. Whispers of fear danced around her as she navigated through the crowd, where faces bore the tightness of anxiety and the unmistakable scent of desperation filled her nostrils. The tension of her community intensified with each passing day, a cacophony of murmurs growing louder, rumors swirling of the specter lurking just beyond the lantern's glow. Their tales haunted her, but Clara's resolve had hardened. She would not be another victim of fear. Each encounter with her friends, each shared story, seemed to weave a tapestry of courage amid the darkness. Little did she know, the next few moments would set into motion a chain of events that would alter her fate irreversibly, drawing her deeper into the heart of the unfolding tragedy. Tension bubbled beneath the surface of Whitechapel, the air thick with fear and suspicion. As the specter of decay cloaked the district, hushed voices echoed through narrow alleyways like whispers carried on a restless wind. The community, once vibrant with connection, felt the pulse of unrest tightening around them, igniting a collective unease. Each person became a cautious observer, wary of strangers lurking in the shadows, forever haunted by the chill of the unknown. In this fragile atmosphere, Gregory's determination grew stronger. Every unsolved clue gnawed at his resolve, urging him to delve deeper into the heart of the mystery. With file notes in hand and the weight of the past driving him forward, he felt the boundaries of reality shifting. As night fell, the streets took on a new life. The shadows danced with an unfamiliar energy, beckoning him into a labyrinth of hidden truths, urging him toward revelations that would awaken the very fabric of fear binding the community together. Clara's fingers trembled as she worked, the regular rhythm of her needle contrasting with the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Memories of the recent turmoil haunted her, those vibrant moments just before dusk, when laughter mingled with dread in the streets. The whispers of her friends echoed in her ears, each secret shared over the flickering candlelight, deepening her resolve. She pondered the unusual item discovered among her threads, a delicate silver locket that seemed forever linked to the chilling presence of the Specter. As she clutched it tightly, a sudden noise from outside shattered her focus. The tension within her chest pulsed, fear hung heavy in the air. Resolved to confront her growing uncertainty, she left the sanctuary of her workshop. The streets beckoned with their familiar menace, a labyrinth of shadow where the dangers of Whitechapel intermingled with the flickers of hope she clung to fervently. In the dim light of the sewing workshop, Clara gathered with her friends, their voices a soft murmur beneath the oppressive canopy of fear enveloping Whitechapel. The rhythmic clatter of needles against fabric contrasted with the heavy silence of unspoken truth swaying in the air. One by one, stories began to unfold, each thread revealing the hidden struggles and quiet defiance of women bound by their hardships. Clara felt an electric connection in their shared laughter, a flicker of camaraderie that breathed life into their tortured existence. As the shadows danced on the walls, illuminated only by the flickering flame of a sputtering oil lamp, the women formed a circle, their collective strength seeping into the very threads they wove. In that moment of unity, Clara's resolve solidified. She would carve a path through the darkness, not just for herself, but for the women who inspired her. Every stitch a silent rebellion against the despair that loomed like a specter. The echo of her friends' laughter shifted the atmosphere, infusing Clara with newfound determination. Would they be mere victims of circumstance, or could they become warriors of their own fate? Beneath the shadowy underbelly of Whitechapel, Clara felt an unsettling awareness that lingered in the air, as if the streets themselves bore witness to an unspoken truth. The whispers of late-night conversations fluttered through the alleys, each hushed tone steeped in dread and uncertainty. As she moved cautiously, the darkness seemed to claw at her, eager to unravel her own secrets, while she searched for the Specter's trail. Fueled by the camaraderie of her sewing circle, she felt an unfamiliar strength awakening within her, a determination to unearth the unyielding horrors hiding amongst their midst. With each thread pulled from the tapestry of her life, Clara uncovered deeper layers of the city's brutality and resilience. Fragments of hope flickered like distant lanterns, reminding her of the enduring spirit shared by the women of Whitechapel. She would unearth the truth, even if it meant confronting the very darkness that cast its shadow over her heart and those she loved. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting an eerie light over the dimly lit streets of Whitechapel, where shadows danced mischievously at every corner. Clara, her heart racing, paused at the threshold of an alley, knowing too well that danger lurked in the darkest recesses. Tonight, she felt an inexplicable pull, as if the very air conspired to draw her deeper into the city's perilous embrace. The ghostly echoes of laughter from a nearby tavern intertwined with the oppressive silence that shrouded the alley, a reminder of the tenuous grip on joy within this fractured community. As she navigated the cobblestones, the scent of rain-soaked earth mixed with the faint trace of something metallic in the air, igniting her senses. Each step felt weighted by the secrets she carried, an unwritten tapestry of courage and trepidation unfurling before her. What awaited her beyond the shadows seemed both terrifying and inevitable, urging her onward into the heart of the unknown. The heart of darkness pulsed in every corner of Whitechapel, and as Clara wandered the shadowed streets, she felt it wrap around her like a suffocating cloak. Whispers of fear mingled with the stench of decay, creating a symphony of dread that overtook her senses. Under the tenuous glow of flickering gaslights, the echoes of past horrors reverberated through the cobbled lanes. The specter loomed larger than life, an enigma entwined with the very fabric of the city, a specter of despair that fed on the souls of the vulnerable. With every alley she navigated, memories of those lost danced in her mind, their faces blurring into a portrait of grief. Clara's resolve hardened. She would confront the darkness, not just for herself, but for all the silenced. As she turned a corner, a chilling sight met her eyes, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through her veins, the future holding its breath as shadows beckoned her onward. Amid the oppressive atmosphere of Whitechapel, where shadows danced playfully with the flickering gaslights, an air of vigilante justice began to brew. As Clara walked through the alleyways, she felt an urgency clawing at her insides. The whispers of the neighborhood grew louder, echoing with tales of a local butcher who had begun arming himself. Residents spoke in hushed tones about taking matters into their own hands, their fear igniting a dangerous bravado. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, this unsettling desire to reclaim control in a community paralyzed by dread. Among the tavern's musty confines, fervent discussions swirled like smoke, with individuals debating the merit of such reckless actions. Clara sensed the unyielding tension gripping everyone. Just as she stepped away to clear her head, a firm hand clasped her shoulder, pulling her back. "You've got to see this," a street urchin urged, eyes wide with urgency. Little did she know this encounter would push her deeper into the looming chaos, where fear and courage would collide. In the clamoring streets of Whitechapel, the sense of foreboding escalated, mingling with the collective heartbeat of unrest. The air, thick with tension, resonated with whispers of courage and folly as residents found themselves at a precipice. Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, grasping the edge of fading hope while contemplating the choices looming large before her. Night had become a treacherous veil, cloaking danger and desperation. Among those navigating this dangerous landscape, whispers of vigilantism circulated, air crackling with the thrill of rebellion. Fueled by their harrowing experiences, townsfolk began to take matters into their own hands, their hearts ignited with a shared desire for justice. But as they gathered their courage, the specter of the unknown lingered, each shadow threatening to deepen their trepidation. It was a precarious dance, this mix of bravery and recklessness, a bifurcation of choices, threatening to unravel the already tenuous bonds of community. The evening air crackled with tension as Clara stepped into the elaborately adorned hall, her heart racing beneath her modest dress. The masquerade, a shimmering whirl of laughter, whispers, and sin, was in full swing, an opulent celebration amid the terror-gripping Whitechapel. Colorful masks adorned every face, each hiding secrets as dark as the alleyways beyond. In this kaleidoscope of shifting shadows, Clara felt both a sense of freedom and a weighty fear. Among the throngs of the unaware, she maneuvered cautiously, feeling the weight of the unspoken. It was in this seductive atmosphere that she spotted Edward, his facade of bravado faltering as he stood isolated, a flicker of unease mingling in his gaze. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting moment, the connection they shared pulsed like a heartbeat, a promise of truth lingering beneath the masks they wore. The stakes were higher than ever, and in the depths of the night, the ghosts of the past whispered for attention. The ballroom's vibrant atmosphere concealed whispers of darker truths, yet Clara maneuvered through the masked crowd with a delicate grace. Each masked face held secrets, layers upon layers of lives intertwined in a web of deceptions and desires. As laughter danced through the air, Clara felt the weight of the past pressing upon her shoulders. The ornate chandeliers illuminated not just the joyful faces, but also the shadows lurking between them, reminding her of the heartache that lay just beyond the music's allure. Spotting Edward across the room, she raised her hand, desperately hoping for an ally amidst the revelry. When their eyes met, an understanding sparked. This evening, under a guise of merriment, they would uncover what the masks hid. As their conversation flowed with urgency, the rhythm of the night pulsed around them, every note echoing the fragile balance of hope and terror. For beneath the gaiety lingered the specter of fear, ready to pounce again. Edward sat in the dim light of his cramped lodgings, the weight of his thoughts pressing heavily upon him, like the fog that blanketed Whitechapel. His quill scratched at the paper, but the words eluded him, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. The story of the Specter loomed large, a haunting presence in every corner of his mind. He wrestled with the moral implications of his work, battling the instinct to sensationalize the horror for his own ascent in journalism. Yet each name etched on the page felt like a ghost, each detail a reminder of bloodshed and despair that gripped the district. Outside, the laughter of children mingled with the echoes of despair, a jarring reminder of innocence lost. It became increasingly difficult to find joy amid chaos. But in that moment of torment, a single luminous thought sparked. What if the truth, buried beneath layers of lies and fear, could lead to redemption for them all? A chilling weight enveloped Whitechapel as its inhabitants navigated an unsettling silence. The proximity of danger had shifted once more. The air was thick with an ominous foreboding, as conversations died on the lips of anxious townsfolk. It was a day devoid of tragedy, a respite that felt more unsettling than the murders that had become a haunting regularity. Nervous glances were exchanged, and the absence of the Specter's terror raised a disquieting question. Was the calm merely fleeting, an uneasy lull before the inevitable storm? Edward, plagued by the ethical dilemma of capitalizing on suffering, wrestled with his journalist's instincts. Meanwhile, Clara's mind turned a rapid whirl. Was this silence a futile reprieve or a cruel trick of fate? Shadows loomed large as the boundaries between safety and vulnerability blurred. With each passing moment, everyone sensed that the stillness was but a prelude, a harbinger of discord, urging them to brace for what was yet to come. The whispers of secrets seemed to fill the air as the murmur of distraught voices pervaded the darkened tavern. The locals hunched over their mugs, eyes darting about like birds in a storm, each word a thread in the fabric of fear spreading through Whitechapel. It was in these dimly lit corners that the community grappled with the growing shadows cast by the Specter, their tales intertwining like the intricate patterns of Clara's finest silks. Each individual had their own story, embellished with fear and laced with disbelief, as they recounted the horrors that had befallen their kin. The heavy silence that followed felt like a collective gasp, a moment where camaraderie collided with paranoia. Yet among the unease, the determination to seek truth simmered, igniting a flicker of resolution. Unbeknownst to them, the threads that wove their fates tighter were leading them toward a confrontation they had scarcely begun to imagine. In the heart of darkness, a new alliance was brewing. Clara's heart raced as she stood beneath the flickering gaslight, cloaked in the shadows of the alley where she had once felt a sense of belonging. The air was thick with uncertainty, a bitter reminder of the events that had unfolded. Tonight, she had come face to face with the Specter, and the truth twisted within her like a serrated knife. Memories of that night haunted her, his eyes glinting with a darkness that eclipsed reality, drawing her deeper into a chasm of fear and fascination. She had stumbled upon a hidden truth beneath the mask he wore. A confession lingered in the cool night air, a revelation that threatened to unravel everything she thought she knew. With each passing moment, the intensity of the connection stirred something within her, a strange mix of dread and undeniable curiosity. Resolute, Clara stepped into the night, determination surging within her as she prepared to confront the impending shadows that lurked beyond. The dim light of Clara's workshop flickered uncertainly, shadows dancing upon the walls like specters in the night. Heart thrumming with a mix of fear and determination, she rummaged through the remnants of fabric that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. The events of the past weeks haunted her, each thread intertwined with the lives that had been irrevocably altered by the Specter's cruel hand. A particular scrap caught her eye, faded yet distinctly patterned. It resonated within her, evoking memories of the mysterious customer who had lingered too long in her space, a stranger whose gaze had flickered with unsettling intensity. Suddenly, a breathless rush of inspiration surged through her, igniting a fierce resolve. She had felt powerless, trapped beneath the weight of anguish and dread, yet now she understood that even small pieces could tell mighty stories. With renewed vigor, Clara set to work, determined to weave her understanding of the darkness enveloping Whitechapel into something both beautiful and revealing. transforming fear into a tapestry of courage. The stakes never felt higher as she retrieved her tools and began to stitch together the truth she could no longer ignore, drawing upon the lessons whispered through the past, while glimpses of hope flickered like sunlight breaking through the clouds of despair. As the first light of dawn broke through the dense fog, an eerie calm enveloped Whitechapel, as if the world held its breath. For the past few nights, the rhythmic thrum of terror had quieted, leaving only a haunting stillness in its wake. Clara ventured out cautiously, the cobblestones slick beneath her worn boots, her heart echoing the silence around her. It felt unnatural, a day void of screams or sirens. She glanced furtively at the alleyways, half expecting shadows to leap into view, but only the remnants of the night's horrors lingered, discarded remnants of life, tattered clothing, and whispers of lost souls. Yet, amid this unsettling quiet, a spark of hope flickered within her, igniting a determination to unearth the truth behind the silence. Perhaps today, beneath the shroud of worry that gripped the district, she could finally draw forth the answers hidden in the depths of fear, setting her journey toward discovery into motion once more. The air in Whitechapel thickened with an unshakable darkness, each whispered tale reverberating as anxious hearts beat in time with the tolling of distant bells. Clara stood frozen, her breath hitching as fear washed over her, amplifying the echoes of despair that hung on the fog-laden streets. She could hardly fathom the latest murder, the gruesome details splashed across sensational headlines, clutching at the sanity of every resident. Down alleyways where shadows now felt sentient, the community seemed to quiver as if hovering on the precipice of chaos. Just when desolation threatened to consume her, a soft, desperate cry sliced through the night. A child's voice, fragile, trembling, cried for their missing sibling, igniting a flicker of purpose within Clara. It urged her forward, deeper into the enigma of unending sorrow, calling forth not just her determination to confront the specter looming in their lives, but also the collective will to defy the clutches of despair that gripped Whitechapel. Nightfall cast its heavy shadows across Whitechapel, an intimate theater where fear performed nightly, draping its participants in dread. Whispers morphed into frantic cries, echoing through the cobblestone alleys, where the echoes of yesterday intertwined with the foreboding of tomorrow. A heavy stillness laden with anticipation enveloped the air as Clara ventured homeward, her thoughts racing, each footstep a silent prayer against the fears stalking her. A chill settled in her bones, reminiscent of the moon's pale glow that had witnessed horrors beyond imagination. Despite the heaviness, a flicker of hope glowed at her core, urging her to persevere. Perhaps this night would bring clarity rather than chaos, a semblance of peace amidst the cacophony. As she rounded the corner, an unsettling noise broke the silence, a fragile creak that seized her breath, urging her heart to hammer against her ribs. With the darkness closing in, clarity felt as distant as the dawn. The streets of Whitechapel seemed to pulsate with tension, each echoing footstep a reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the flickering gaslight. As Clara huddled in the shadow of a crumbling archway, her heart raced, not just from fear of the specter, but from the weight of the choices laid before her. Memories of laughter shared among friends now felt like distant ghosts, haunting her every thought. The alleyways whispered tales of desperation and courage, intertwining fates, beckoning her towards the truth she so desperately sought. In that moment, as she caught sight of Edward slipping through the gloom, the stale air thickened with unspoken promises. Their secret meeting was a fragile lifeline, a chance to entwine their destinies as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth of mystery that had ensnared their lives. The connection between them crackled with urgency, an electric spark igniting their resolve to uncover the identity of the specter before it snuffed out the last flicker of hope in Whitechapel. The air hung heavy with unspoken truths as Clara stepped into the dim light of the alehouse, where whispers danced like smoke around the flickering candles. She was determined to glean something worthwhile amidst the tavern's murmurings, anything that could lead her closer to the elusive specter. Each face she observed bore the marks of fear and suspicion, their eyes darting restlessly as more bodies turned up nightly, each victim adding weight to the community's collective psyche. In a shadowed corner, she spotted Edward deep in conversation with a mysterious man, his gestures animated yet cautious. Their words were laced with urgency that prickled Clara's instincts. As she inched closer, the fragmented discussions began to coalesce into shapes of a sinister plot. Somewhere amidst the clinking of glasses and the shadows cast by flickering light, the truth they sought to uncover echoed, tantalizingly out of reach, urging Clara forward towards a truth that threatened to unravel everything she thought she knew. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, leaving a trail of crimson that flickered like a heartbeat against the oppressive gloom of Whitechapel. As the shadows lengthened, the air grew heavy with whispers, tales of a figure so elusive that it inspired both dread and fascination. Clara, clutching her sewing needle like a talisman, caught herself glancing toward the grim alleyways, half expecting to glimpse the Specter's dark silhouette, the embodiment of her deepest fears. Rumors permeated the taverns, voices rising and falling like the tides, uncertain if they spoke of a man or a ghost. Amidst this backdrop of fear, she felt an unsettling connection brewing within her, an understanding that perhaps the Specter was not merely a monster lurking in the night, but a mirror reflecting the shadows within each of them. Secrets festered, and Clara's resolve hardened. She would delve deeper, entangling herself in the very fabric of this dark world. The weight of guilt hung heavy in the air, a suffocating shroud that clung to the very souls of Whitechapel's denizens. As the murmur of the crowd faded into the wretched alleyways, Clara glanced at her hands, darkened by the grime of countless needle pricks and blood-soaked fabric. Each stitch she crafted echoed with the cries of the lost, reminding her of her friends whose lives had intersected with the Specter's merciless intentions. Simultaneously across town, Edward sat by his typewriter, fingers poised but trembling, the phantom of a missing victim haunting even his thoughts, as he wrestled with the consequences of his relentless pursuit of truth. The ache of unresolved sorrow seeped into their lives, intertwining their fates more tightly than the dark threads Clara wove. In a city resonating with shadows, the pulse of guilt quickened, igniting a storm of resolve that spurred them towards the precipice of action, one they could no longer escape. As the night deepened, the promise of confrontation shimmered like a distant lighthouse, drawing them closer to their destinies. The air hung heavy with an oppressive silence, broken only by the distant cries of lost souls echoing through the alleyways. Clara, her heart thrumming like a caged bird, felt the weight of grief settle over her as she mourned the innocent lives claimed by the Specter's reign of terror. Each face haunted her thoughts, a tapestry of sorrow woven with threads of resilience. She gathered with her friends beneath the flickering gaslight, their whispers hanging like fragile cobwebs above the table. Memories poured forth, laughter once ringing through the air, now choked with fear and uncertainty. Those fleeting joys felt like distant stars, illuminating a dark sky, yet their warmth had been stripped away by the darkness enveloping Whitechapel. As Clara gazed into the eyes of her companions, a fierce determination ignited within her. They would not let the shadows consume them. They would reclaim their lives, standing strong against the fate threatening to unravel their fragile community. The night was thick with tension, laden with the unspoken fears of Whitechapel, as Clara stood on the precipice of her own determination. She had concocted a daring scheme to draw the Specter from the shadows, a bait disguised within the fabric of her everyday life. The flickering glow of gas lamps threw haunting shadows into the streets, whispering secrets she dared to uncover. As she smoothed the fabric of her newly stitched garment, her heart raced with a mix of dread and anticipation. Each stitch bound her not just to the cloth, but to a pressing resolve that transcended her fear. Meanwhile, Edward, wrestling with mounting pressure from his editor and the gripping uncertainty of the unfolding horror, prepared to confront the truths surrounding the masked figure stalking their community. The crossroads of their fates loomed, and intertwined destinies urged a reckoning. As Clara stepped into the night, the resonance of footsteps echoed behind her, an omen foretelling that both the hunt and the hunted would soon converge. As darkness thickened like a shroud over Whitechapel, the streets loomed with an eerie silence that held its breath. The spectral presence of the Specter cast long shadows, as fear darted through alleys and crept beneath doorways. Edward and Gregory, driven by an insatiable need for resolution, had laid their plans with meticulous care, yet the night felt heavier, charged with an unspoken tension. They staked out a dimly lit corner of the district, the flickering lamplight barely holding back the encroaching gloom. Whispers of unease stirred within Edward, aligning with the shivers running down his spine, the kind that spoke of impending revelations. The weight of their shared purpose anchored their resolve, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the growing despair. As the hours slipped away, the air shimmered with an unsettling promise. The darkness shifted, a presence drawing near, and every heartbeat echoed like a drum roll against the anticipation that hung palpably in the night. The streets of Whitechapel echoed with a tension thick enough to suffocate, as shadows crept longer into the twilight. Amidst this haunting ambience, Gregory found himself at a standstill, caught between the pressing weight of nostalgia and the gnawing urgency to resolve the encroaching darkness. In the flickering gaslight, fleeting thoughts of past cases danced tauntingly before him, a cacophony of ghosts whispering failures he could never shake off. Would this case, the tainted specter of innocent blood staining his consciousness, become just another miss in his storied career? He clenched his fists, determined not to succumb to despair. Clara, too, felt the suffocating grip of dread as fear seeped from every alley, tightening its hold around her heart. As she turned the corner, her pulse quickened, spurred by an uncanny sensation that the darkness was not merely the absence of light, but an entity stalking her, patiently waiting to reclaim what had been lost. As the fog hung heavily over Whitechapel, a palpable tension infused the air, nearly suffocating the fragile threads of hope that flickered like dying embers. Characters whispered of signs, ominous shadows that flitted through the moonlit alleyways, stirring unease deep within. Gregory, fervently digging through his notes, felt the weight of unanswered questions tightening around him like a noose. Was there a clue hidden among the layers of speculation, a whisper that could lead them towards the elusive specter? In the distant corners of his mind, clarity began to coalesce from the chaos. The laughter of children rang hollow as they played on the streets, contrasting sharply with the dreaded silence that enveloped the adult world. It was inevitable, he mused. They were all caught in a dance with fate, where each misstep could lead to devastation or revelation. Eager for answers, he set out into the shifting shadows, determination fueling his stride as the night threatened to swallow him whole. A fragile sense of hope flickered within the darkness, casting a soft glow over the weary souls of Whitechapel. In the depths of despair, whispers of possibility danced through the fog, igniting a spark of determination among the community's downtrodden. The constancy of fear, though ever present, began to wane under the weight of newfound courage. Streets that had been silent with anxiety now resonated with a hesitant optimism, a collective heartbeat echoing the desire for change. Clara, emboldened by her own desire to combat the shadows lurking beyond her door, felt a burgeoning responsibility to act. The discussions in taverns grew louder, filled with plans to unite against the chaos that had consumed their lives. Even Edward, tormented by his journalistic convictions, grasped at this flicker of hope, eager to weave tales that ignited passion rather than fear. The ink-stained pages of his story were about to shift. The darkness, once a menacing veil, was finally ready to yield. The streets of Whitechapel buzzed with a hum of anxiety that coiled tighter with each passing hour, enveloping the community like a shroud. Edward, ever the opportunist, wandered through the fog, drawn to the whispers that traveled from shadowed corner to shadowed corner. Faces shrouded in terror exchanged furtive glances, for the darkness seemed to breathe. The specter's presence thickened the air, a sinister reminder of lives stolen in the night. As the lanterns flickered uncertainly, Edward pondered his next article, grappling with the grisly reality that an unseen hand penned these tragedies. He saw it not merely as a string of murders, but as a tapestry woven from the community's collective fear. Beneath it all, patterns emerged. Each victim bore stories untold, tales of desperation, dignity, and hidden truths. Just then, a familiar voice called out in the gloom, "Edward, over here!" Clara stood at the mouth of an alley, her eyes wide with revelations that could shift the narrative, linking them to this dark mystery more deeply than either could imagine. As darkness enveloped Whitechapel, the vibrant streets, once brimming with life, were shamelessly transformed into a labyrinth of shadows where laughter masked tremors of fear. Edward walked through the winding alleys, the press of the night heavy upon him, contemplating the restless spirits around him. His latest article had drawn ire from the police, a cascade of whispers now threading through the taverns where the town's citizens gathered, uncertainty hanging thick in the air. Conversations were punctuated with furtive glances, lingering on the hidden fears lurking just beneath the surface. In the heart of this tempest, a flicker of courage ignited within him. Tonight he would confront the city's underbelly, tracking down a suspect that glimmered in the subtext of his informant's fears. The labyrinthine path twisted before him, and with each step deeper into the night, he sensed that fate had intertwined his story irrevocably with that of the Specter. The hunt was no longer just an article. It was a battle for the very soul of Whitechapel. The oppressive darkness hung like a shroud over Whitechapel, punctuated only by the distant wail of sirens and the haphazard murmur of worried voices. As the night deepened, the taverns grew emptier, leaving behind a palpable sense of dread clinging to the air like smoke. Clara, wandering the familiar alleyways, felt a chill creep into her bones. Each corner she turned echoed with the ghostly whispers of those lost. Each step carried the weight of unspoken fears, a cacophony encroaching upon her thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the silence, sending her heart racing. It sliced through the murk, igniting urgency within her. She dashed toward the source, colliding with a figure cloaked in shadow. Whoever it was wore the night like a second skin, a harsh reminder that danger lurked at every turn. The unmistakable sound of a child's sob snagged her attention. It was then that Clara realized the true toll of the Specter's shadowy presence reached even deeper into the heart of the community. As the palpable fear enveloped Whitechapel, Clara found herself standing at a precipice of indecision. The air was thick with murmurs of suspicion, the shadows of doubt cast long over familiar faces. Each corner she turned felt fraught with the weight of choices not yet made, echoes of hope and trepidation swirling in a dissonant chorus. She paused, contemplating the words exchanged just moments ago. A chance encounter with a street vendor had unveiled more than mere gossip. Whispers of the Specter's growing boldness penetrated the fragile veil of safety that had cloaked her existence. In the flickering gaslight, the world felt both treacherous and exhilarating. Clara could sense the tension thickening around her, as if the streets themselves were waiting, breathless, for someone to take a stand. She took a deep breath, steeling herself against the storm brewing within. Her resolve hardened. Clara knew she had reached a crossroad. It was time to confront the darkness head-on, for the truth awaited in the shadows, beckoning her forward. Rumors and wild theories flitted through the fog-soaked streets of Whitechapel, like restless specters, each person adding a layer to the collective hysteria shadowing the community. In dimly lit taverns, patrons leaned in close, whispering tales of knaves and cutthroats, drawing connections between the grotesque murders and their neighbors' indiscretions. Flowing drinks fueled suspicions, crafting a tapestry of narratives that blurred the lines of guilt and innocence. Clara, feeling the strain of these rising tides of fear, wandered through the marketplace, where stolen glances and hushed conversations gave her a sense of impending doom. She was acutely aware of the weight of unspoken words that hung in the air, threatening to consume her. As dusk settled like a heavy cloak across the rooftops, she felt an unsettling pull toward the shadows. Each flickering lamp cast grotesque shapes that seemed to echo the whispers around her. Unbeknownst to her, a crucial revelation was about to unfold, igniting a new spark in the relentless pursuit of the truth. Rumors and theories surged like wildfire in Whitechapel, intertwining with whispered fears and desperate hopes. As the sun dipped below the grimy arches of the district, taverns brimmed with the anxious chatter of locals. Nightly gatherings became pools of speculation. Every shadow cast upon the cobblestones ignited wild imaginings. Clara found herself among her friends, voices rising in fervent debate over every grisly detail of the Specter's relentless terror. Their words danced dangerously close to rage, fracture lines of trust becoming palpable. Across the way, Edward listened intently, his journalistic instincts piqued. He knew that beneath their fear lay the potential for a collective uprising, a clamoring for justice, or perhaps revenge. As he took mental notes, the gravity pressed heavier on his heart, a reminder of his own moral dilemma. What he could reveal could stoke flames of hysteria, yet truth must be laid bare. With resolve steeling his spine, he prepared for the dark choices ahead. Little did they know, shadows loomed closer than ever, whispering secrets meant to unravel the very fabric of their lives. In the dim light of the tavern, a heavy silence hung in the air, pierced only by the crackling of the fire. The regulars leaned close, their eyes glinting with a mix of fear and adrenaline, as they exchanged the latest whispers about the Specter. Rumors morphed into wild tales that swirled like the smoke from their pipes, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Was it true that the figure wore a top hat? That he moved ghost-like through the fog? They spoke of women seen wandering into the evening mist, never to return, and with each sip of their bitter ale, the tension in the room thickened. Yet, amidst the growing hysteria, Clara's heart fluttered with unease. Could these stories hold a grain of truth? As she contemplated the weight of their fears, a sudden raucous laughter broke through the gloom, momentarily dispelling the dread, yet leaving a lingering chill that whispered of danger still to come. The streets of Whitechapel lay shrouded in a suffocating gloom as night crept in, a thick fog swirling around like specters in pursuit. Clara clutched her cloak tighter, the weight of her unspoken fears trailing behind her like a shadow. The events of recent days gnawed at her, infusing her heart with a visceral dread. She could almost hear the whispers, the community's resolute agony simmering, growing louder with every beating pulse of the night. As she turned a corner, a flicker of movement caught her eye, igniting her instincts. She paused, breathless, the alley around her brimming with secrets wanting to escape. Was it a mere trick of the light, or had she stumbled upon something more sinister? Heart racing, she pressed on, each footfall echoing in the silence that enveloped her. Answers danced just out of reach, but Clara was resolute. Tonight, she would chase the shadows until they revealed their dark truths. The moon hung low in the brooding sky, casting an eerie pallor over Whitechapel, as Edward's heart raced, pounding a fierce rhythm of uncertainty. His breath quickened as the intricate threads of the case unraveled before him. The Specter had become more than a ghostly threat. He was a palpable presence, an insidious force entwined in the very fabric of the community. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Edward combed through his notes, piecing together fragments that revealed unsettling connections between victims and their lives. It became clear that each death whispered secrets long buried, echoing like distant thunder among the alleys. A name emerged from the shadows, heavy with implications, the kind that could shatter the semblance of safety still clinging to Whitechapel. The once familiar streets transformed into a labyrinth of paranoia, demanding that Edward confront not just the fear gripping the town, but the unsettling truths that lurked within his own conscience. His resolve hardened. It was time to step into the fray and unmask the Specter once and for all, knowing that each decision could turn him into a target or perhaps a savior. The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to choke the unsuspecting souls wandering through Whitechapel's narrow alleys. As Edward pieced together fragments of evidence, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Specter was watching. A twist of fate had revealed the truth, an unimaginable connection between the seemingly unrelated threads of the murderer's history. His heart raced as he recalled the faces he had encountered, the innocuous smiles hiding dark secrets, and the ones he thought he knew best. Sensing the weight of impending danger, he prepared himself for confrontation. In a dimly lit tavern, whispers of familiarity hinted at ulterior motives, igniting a spark of suspicion among those gathered. For every truth revealed, another lie lurked, camouflaged within the shadows. Just as Edward resolved to unveil the masked figure's secrets, he was jolted from his reverie by a sudden commotion outside, the unmistakable sound of chaos, drawing him back into the depth of darkness that now cloaked Whitechapel anew. A frigid wind swept through the twisted alleyways of Whitechapel, carrying with it an uneasy tension. The streets where whispers of fear had stirred like restless spirits now simmered with dread, as Edward reassembled the fragments of his investigation, each clue painstakingly leading to an unsettling truth. Beneath the surface, an intricate web of betrayal connected the townsfolk in ways he had yet to fathom. Determined to lay bare the deceit lurking just out of sight, he plotted his next moves with the precision of a chess master. The shadows thickened around him, the air crackling as his thoughts raced. There was no slowing down. Time was of the essence. He set off towards the appointed meeting place with Clara, where secrets long buried threatened to emerge, the gravity of their discoveries cloaked in both possibility and peril. As he stepped into the dim light of the tavern, he felt the weight of hidden lives pressing against his conscience. As the streets of Whitechapel pulsed with a collective anxiety, tensions escalated among the fractured community. Each corner whispered secrets and burdens too heavy to bear, creating a suffocating atmosphere that stifled both fear and fury. The air crackled with the electric anticipation of confrontations as simmering distrust spilled over, morphing friendships into rivalries. Edward, feeling the weight of the unsung voices, struggled to balance his ambitions with the mounting chaos. Clara, emboldened by her discoveries but fearful of the darkness encroaching on her life, found herself at a crossroads. Past interactions flickered in her mind like desperate embers. Previous connections turned hostile and new alliances necessitated. The reality of their entangled fates soon loomed larger than any beast in the mist. Murmurs of a rally against perceived injustices swirled through the taverns, urging action among the desperate masses. Everything pointed toward inevitable confrontations that would irrevocably alter the tapestry of their lives. The choices we make ripple through the fabric of our lives, their implications often unseen until it's too late. Clara stood at the crossroads of her existence, the weight of every decision pressing heavily upon her shoulders. In the dim light of her workshop, shadows danced eerily, reminding her of the specter that loomed both outside and within, a constant reminder of the chaos enveloping Whitechapel. She glanced toward the window, where the fog crept in like the whispers of those long gone, urging her to confront the truth she'd long evaded. Meanwhile, Edward grappled with his own dilemmas, feeling the pull of his ambition clash violently with the ethics he had tarnished. The stories of the victims whispered in his mind, igniting a fierce urgency to seek justice beyond the page. As their paths converged once more, each nodded subtly, sensing that their fates were entwined in the shadows of destiny. Ready to face what lay ahead. The air hung thick with tension as Clara gazed at the flickering candlelight, the shadows casting distorted shapes on the walls around her. Every creak of the wooden floorboards made her heart leap in her chest, the fear that had taken hold of Whitechapel sweeping through her like an unrelenting tide. Whispers of doubt and dread coiled around her thoughts, blurring her sense of safety. Outside, the streets mirrored her turmoil. Darkness loomed with an eerie stillness. As the disquiet in the community reached a fever pitch, Clara felt a compelling urge to act, to reclaim her agency amidst the chaos. In the depths of the shadows, resilience began to take root within her. Each soul she encountered wore the scars of fear, yet together they forged quiet alliances, solidifying their strength. She understood then that the power to challenge the specter of dread lay not just in the fate of individuals, but within the pulse of collective courage that surged through them all. A flicker of laughter danced through the damp alleyway, a haunting echo amidst the weight of despair clinging to Whitechapel's shadows. Clara paused, her heart pounding as she watched a group of street children chase one another, their innocence a stark contrast to the darkness enveloping her world. Yet, within that fleeting moment of joy, she felt a swell of hope stirring within her chest, driving her to defy the fear that had gripped the community like a noose. As she retraced her steps homeward, the laughter lingered in her mind, serving as a reminder that life existed beyond the terror of the specter. Yet beneath the surface, anxiety simmered. The streets were alive with whispers and hushed conversations. Amidst the chilling reality, Clara's resolve hardened. A flicker of determination ignited within her, unveiling a path toward courage, one she was finally ready to face. The 18 women in the sewing circle awaited their chance to unify against their shadowy nemesis, and Clara was prepared to lead them. The heavy air in Whitechapel grew thick with anticipation, A collective dread gripped the community as the sun dipped below the horizon. Rumors spread like wildfire about the latest murder, each whispered account more grotesque than the last. Clara found herself standing before the workshop window, free her fingers from needle and thread, captivated by the shadows creeping along the cobblestones. She shivered, recalling the fear etched in her friends' faces. They had gathered moments earlier, sharing hushed stories of despair. As the taverns buzzed, a sharp, keening cry shattered the night's fragile silence, sending a chill through Clara's veins. It triggered the stories of loved ones now lost, lives unwound by the Specter's merciless grip. Driven by an inexplicable force, Clara made her way into the heart of that darkness, determined to seek answers, to unveil the harrowing truths woven through their collective suffering. An unexpected click broke the stillness as Edward's article gripped the town by its tightly coiled fears, demanding to be read aloud. A grim tension hung over Whitechapel, thick as the fog that clung stubbornly to the ground, as Clara navigated the yellowing streets. Emotionally battered from events unfolding around her, she could feel the pulse of unease resonating in the very essence of the cobblestones beneath her feet. News had traveled fast. Hope mingled with despair as whispers of rebellion filled the air, igniting the courage buried deep within her heart. The townsfolk, once resigned to their misery, were rising up against the shadows that threatened to consume them. Clara's thoughts flickered back to the friends she had lost, each face an echo of their shared dreams, now shadowed by grief. Resolutely, she marched towards the crumbling tenement where anguished voices gathered, seeking strength in unity. In their faces, she glimpsed not just the reflection of fear, but a glimmer of unyielding spirit. This uprising was their moment, where hope wrestled with darkness, and the community stood poised on the brink of transformation. The nerves roiled in Whitechapel like the last gasps of twilight before the storm. As tension crackled through the air, a palpable sense of upheaval gripped the community. Shadows danced on the cobblestones, each flicker an echo of a wound freshly opened, bleeding fear into the streets that had long since forgotten peace. The cries of the distraught filled the alleys, mingling with the rustle of skirts and the clatter of hooves. Clara stood at the edge of the gathering crowd, heart pounding, aware that the turbulent winds of change were upon them. Protests erupted as workers rallied against a system that spat on their humanity, demanding justice under the pretense of a specter who stalked their nights. It was a moment pregnant with fury and desperation that intertwined as whispers turned into roars, igniting a fierce resolve in those who dared to stand against the ghosts of their own making. And yet, amidst the tumult, the specter loomed larger than ever, looming not as a shadow, but as a specter of their collective despair. Amidst the tumult of the city, a figure stood resolute within a maelstrom of chaos, the air thick with anticipation. Clara's heart raced, echoing the urgent beats of 1,000 lifetimes intertwined beneath the cold glow of gaslights. The cloak of night concealed her determination as she moved through the tangled lanes of Whitechapel, each shadow seeming to whisper secrets of the past while beckoning towards the future. With every step, voices whimpered, lost souls whose narratives were yet unfinished. A rallying cry ignited in the distance, amplified by frustrated shouts and fervent cries for change. The air crackled with defiance, stirring a fire of hope among those who had long been silenced. In that moment, Clara felt the unstoppable force of collective resolve building within her. The time had come for the shadows to part, revealing a path toward revolution. A reckoning was at hand, not just for her, but for all who dared to dream of a brighter dawn. Tension hung thick in the air as the truth began to unfurl, its revelation shocking to all who were wrapped in its grip. Edward stood in the dimly lit tavern, his heart pounding, absorbing the implications of the whispers that had circulated throughout Whitechapel. The face behind the mask, once shrouded in an aura of menace, now flickered in his mind, conjuring images that felt unnervingly familiar. Each thread of desire and darkness woven into the identity of the specter revealed a brutal narrative, one born of pain, betrayal, and twisted love. As echoes of betrayal reverberated through the tense crowd, Clara's courage surged forward, propelling her to confront her own demons. With determination igniting her spirit, she faced the shadows that had dogged her steps. The confrontation was imminent, The pieces began to fit together, drawing her closer to the unveiling of a long-hidden truth. A storm brewed outside, mirroring the chaos within. A reckoning was upon them, and in its heart lay redemption and destruction both. The revelation hung in the air, a truth unspooled like a ribbon in a sudden gust. Edward stared at the paper, the ink still wet, the words dancing violently before his eyes. The specter, once shrouded in mystery, now bore a face, a likeness that haunted his thoughts and sparked 100 questions. How could someone so familiar morph into a figure that revels in darkness? The tension thickened around him like the fog of Whitechapel, each whisper magnifying the stakes. Meanwhile, Clara found herself ensnared in a web of dread, the shadows around her flickering with unfathomable intentions. The bond between her and Gregory deepened, forged in shared resolve as they faced the storm ahead. Yet, uncertainty nipped at their heels. With the community's fears coalescing, would they uncover justice, or would the truth become another ghost lost amidst the relentless echoes of despair, lurking just beyond the reach of the dawn? Amidst the alleys of Whitechapel, where shadows danced with eerie abandon, the bonds formed in adversity shimmered with newfound strength. As the threat of the specter loomed ever larger, Clara felt the weight of collective resilience enveloping her like a comforting cloak. Gathering with Gregory, Edward, and the street urchin who had become an unlikely ally, they exchanged whispered acknowledgments of their transformed relationship, forged in the fire of shared struggles. In that fragile moment, they understood that truth and love intertwined, despite the chaos that surrounded them. Their individually fractured lives slowly began stitching together, creating a tapestry richer than any of them had anticipated. The night echoed with the promise of unyielded bonds, hinting at the way forward, even as the specter of past decisions loomed ominously overhead. With every heartbeat and every sacrifice made, the group encountered uncertainty side by side, kindling a flicker of hope that could not be extinguished so easily. The tension that had been building in the air finally reached a breaking point as the community converged in the abandoned square, shadows cast long by flickering lanterns. Voices that had once trembled with fear now rose in unison, embodying a fierce resolve that cracked the chilling grip of despair. Clara stood at the forefront, heart pounding against the weight of uncertainty, yet emboldened by the strength found in shared purpose. As anguished cries for justice broke through the heavy dusk, the past echoed in their words, each syllable a tribute to those lost, each refrain a reminder of the spectral horrors that had haunted their streets. Amidst the thrumming energy, Gregory, with a tightened jaw, realized that this was not merely a gathering. It was the ignition of a revolutionary fire. Hope and rage intertwined as the crowd moved as one, forging ahead toward an unknown horizon, determined to reclaim their lives from the haunting specter that loomed. The air hung thick with uncertainty, a palpable tension rippling through the tavern as rumors twisted like the smoke from half-burned cigars. Conversations that had once been light turned sinister, with whispers echoing against the stained wooden walls. The latest evidence of the specter's malevolence had sent a shiver of fear right down to the marrow of their bones, igniting wild stories that danced between the absurd and the terrifying. An inebriated patron insisted that the killer wore the face of the devil himself, while another swore blind that he had seen the figure hovering near the clock tower just last night. Laughter started as a defiant sound but faded under the weight of dread, faltering as shadows from the flickering lamps morphed into phantoms. Outside, the streets pulsed with restless energy, beckoning the anxious souls of Whitechapel to embrace the truth hidden in the ever-thickening fog. Little did they know, the darkest revelations loomed just beyond the veil of night. The air grew heavy as Clara slipped deeper into the night, the shadows enveloping her like an old shroud. The echoes of hushed voices seeped from nearby alleyways, filled with whispers of dread and uncertainty. Each step she took felt laden with memories of lost innocence, the laughter of children now replaced by the grim specter of violence that haunted Whitechapel. A chill danced along her spine, and she paused, heart racing, as the distant flicker of a lantern illuminated the cobblestones ahead. There, secrets lay hidden beneath the surface, pulsating with the truths she yearned to uncover. As she tread carefully, a flicker of movement caught her eye, An unrecognizable figure lurked against the wall, watching intently. Clara's breath caught in her throat. The darkness hummed with potential danger. It was a moment suspended in time, teetering on the edge of confrontation, a moment that could unravel the very fabric of her existence yet again. As Clara stood at the threshold of her modest workshop, shadows danced around her, flickering like phantom memories. The chilling winds of uncertainty whipped through the streets of Whitechapel, hinting at the turmoil that awaited her. She felt the weight of her clandestine encounters pressing upon her shoulders, the specter of grief lingering as the memories of lost friends echoed like distant chimes. In moments when darkness cloaked her surroundings, fragments of her resolve glimmered, igniting a flicker of determination. She was a thread woven into the city's tapestry, and the tale was far from over. Simultaneously, Gregory's heart thrummed with uncontainable intensity. A nagging suspicion tugged at his instincts, urging him to dig deeper. His relentless pursuit spiraled into obsessions that clouded his judgment, but he could not betray the hope that propelled him. With every heartbeat, his purpose sharpened, and he braced himself, ready to confront the shadows that whispered of redemption and justice amid turmoil. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the faint light glimmered on the cobblestones, illuminating the weary faces of those still haunted by the darkness of the night. Clara stood by her window, her heart heavy with the weight of unresolved fears, each flicker of light igniting memories of loss and longing. The silence that wrapped around the streets felt deceptive, like the calm before a storm, ready to unleash its fury. She yearned for clarity, for answers that had eluded her thus far, and the determination to confront the shadows grew stronger within her. In the marketplace, townsfolk gathered, uniting over shared secrets and whispered suspicions, while the tension pulsed like a living entity. Edward's latest piece circulated through the crowd, stoking embers of unrest as speculation spiraled. With each passing moment, Clara felt the urgency of their collective plight. Was it possible that the threads woven into the fabric of their lives could lead them to the truth? Courage surged within her as she steeled herself for what lay ahead. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, hues of crimson and gold crept timidly through the lingering fog, illuminating the once lurking specter of dread that had gripped the district. Clara stood at her window, the weight of her fears somehow lightened by the promise of renewal that this day heralded. Yet something deep within her sensed an impending clash, an unseen tempest brewing just beneath the surface. In the streets below, murmurs of defiance bobbed and weaved like the autumn leaves scattered by the wind. People were waking up, tired of silence. As she dressed and prepared to meet Edward, she couldn't shake the notion that today would mark a turning point. The very air hummed with anticipation, where hope intertwined with anxiety, hinting that the fragile threads of their intertwining lives might finally reveal a clearer path. As Clara stepped out, she caught a glimpse of Detective Gregory's furrowed brow in the distance, an unease echoing the collective heartbeat of Whitechapel. With a cacophony of voices rising to a fever pitch, the long-simmering unrest ignited into open flames. Night had draped itself over Whitechapel, thick and suffocating, but the atmosphere crackled with an energy no one could ignore. Smoldering embers from the previous day's protests sparked renewed fervor, drawing men and women from the shadows into the light of anger and despair. As torches illuminated the faces of the gathered crowd, they revealed determination etched in the lines of weary brows. The people were prepared to confront not just the specter, but the very systems that had allowed such terror to flourish. In the heart of chaos stood Clara, her heart racing, part fear, part exhilaration, at the sight of her fellow neighbors rallying against the invisible adversary that plagued their lives. As the collective roar began to swell, her resolve solidified like iron. They would no longer be the silent witnesses to their own suffering. Together, they were ready to rise. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, a palpable heaviness that felt like a storm gathering on the horizon. As the characters surveyed their surroundings, each was gripped by a sense of foreboding, realizing that their choices, made in moments of fear or passion, would soon coalesce into irrevocable actions. Clara, with her heart pounding, could feel the weight of unmade decisions pressing upon her shoulders, while Gregory grappled with the echoes of guilt reverberating through his conscience. Shadows danced in the flickering gaslight, concealing motives as old rivalries and newfound loyalties threatened to clash. Edward, eyes darting, sensed a pressing urgency as whispers of betrayal slipped through the cracks of camaraderie. No longer could they afford the comfort of denial. Tonight would not end quietly. It would escalate into confrontation with the very darkness they sought to navigate. Each breath drawn filled with an understanding that they stood not at a crossroads, but on the edge of a precipice, ready to plunge into depths unknown. Flashes of clarity erupted amidst the suffocating fog, illuminating the damp cobblestones with fleeting glimpses of truth. Clara stood at the edge of the alley, her breath shallow, as fragments of her countless fears morphed into vivid insights. Each whispered revelation shed light on the sinister web that ensnared not just her life, but the entire community. Thoughts tumbled chaotically in her mind, intertwining with memories of lost friends, and dreams faded in the shadow of the Specter's reign. As she gathered her courage, resolve replaced the trembling uncertainty that previously held her captive. No longer would she be a mere witness to the horrors surrounding her. The menacing presence of the Specter loomed large, but with each realization, Clara felt an ember of strength igniting within. Strengthened by burgeoning hope, she steeled herself for the confrontations ahead. The tide was shifting, the community was awakening, and together they would forge a path toward reclaiming their lives. Sacrifices made under the weight of relentless fear brought forth an awakening among the women of Whitechapel. In clandestine meetings, they exchanged whispered dreams of justice while stitching together garments as a metaphor for their resilience. Clara, now more determined than ever, sensed the charged energy coursing through their gatherings, the sparks of hope igniting a fierce solidarity. Each woman, once ensnared by the shadows of doubt, felt the burning desire for liberation reverberate in her heart. The laughter that had once echoed sorrowfully in their corners now bubbled with renewed determination as they shared tales of their defiance, blurring the lines between fear and bravery. As the night deepened, cloaked figures lurked in the shadows, yet the women found solace in their unity. Their fervent whispers declared an undying commitment to uncover the Specter's truth, a testament to their resolve. With each stitch, they rewove the hearts of their community, not just binding fabric, but merging souls fueled by a mighty purpose. With the murmur of restless spirits still coursing through Whitechapel, a palpable energy filled the air. The community's resilience began to crystallize into collective action. Voices that once quivered with uncertainty now resonated with a newfound strength. In the streets, the echoes of those lost transformed into a rallying cry for justice. As Clara stepped out of her workshop, the familiar scent of damp earth and the lingering trace of smoke from recent fires inspired her. She was no longer merely the seamstress entwined in shadows. She had become a beacon of courage alongside her friends. They gathered in the tavern, where spirited discussions turned into fervent plans aimed at dismantling the fears that had rooted themselves like weeds in their lives. Aside in a dim corner, Edward watched, his heart swelling with hope. The rekindling unity among the townsfolk illuminated even the darkest alleyways, casting aside specters of despair. Together they would forge a future unshackled from the chains of their past, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The air in Whitechapel thickened with unspoken truths, each layered revelation demanding reckoning. As dawn broke, casting a faint light over the remnants of a night steeped in dread, Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, a maelstrom of thoughts swirling in her mind. The gravity of recent events anchored her in a present filled with haunting implications and stark revelations. The faces of her friends, now tinged with shadows, loomed in her memory, urging her towards the truth hidden beneath the chaos. The words of Inspector Gregory echoed in her ears. Confrontation beckoned, and the time for secrets had long passed. With every heartbeat, she felt the weight of her community's anguish fuse with her own, a collective cry for honesty, reaching the farthest corners of her soul. Determined, she ventured towards the marketplace, each step a testament to the dawning realization that facing the truth might set them free from their intertwined fates. But what awaited her in those cobblestone streets was far from the liberation she sought. As the pall of dread stretched over Whitechapel, a fleeting breath of serenity fell upon the weary souls of the community. The aftermath of turmoil whispered hope amid the chaos, a momentary stillness that ignited flickers of courage in the hearts of those beleaguered by recent horrors. Clara, her resolve bolstered by newfound strength, gathered her friends for a quiet evening beneath the gaslit glow of a small tavern. Together, they spoke softly of their fractured lives, weaving stories of resilience and shared dreams, the laughter of women entwined with threads of sorrow. Outside, the shadows still watched, lingering with a haunting persistence, yet inside those walls their fears faded, if only for a moment. Tension gave way to warmth as the group found solace in each other's company, a moment of solidarity that reminded them they were not alone in the darkness. But such tranquil interludes are often fleeting, and soon the chilling winds of fate would return to sweep away their fragile peace. The shadows that once felt oppressive held a flicker of newfound warmth, as hope began to weave itself into the fabric of Whitechapel's harrowing existence. Clara stood amid the remnants of her past, a poignant blend of memories both bitter and beautiful. The whispers of the night seemed softer, cradling her with a delicate promise of perseverance. Each woman, adorned with the scars of their struggles, gathered in defiance, uniting their voices in a symphony of resilience. The bustling streets, once echoing fear, now pulsed with a collective heartbeat, igniting courage in the hearts of those who had nearly succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, in the dim confines of a tavern, gossip melded with purpose, as rumors transformed into plans, a tapestry of determination unfolding. Gregory's weary brow, often furrowed in frustration, began to ease slightly, a subtle sign that cracks in the darkness were emerging. Faces brightened, laughter returned, and the dawn of a new possibility glimmered on the horizon, urging them all to dream once more. As the sun dipped below the jagged rooftops, a shroud of twilight engulfed Whitechapel, casting long shadows over cobblestones slick with rain. Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, heart thrumming like a restless bird. The murmur of hopeful voices echoed through the night, mingling with the ghosts of laughter long past. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, whispers of determination and resilience stirred amongst her friends. They shared stories not merely for comfort, but to ignite a spark, a courageous fire amidst the encroaching dark. Clara felt it resonate deep within her, a reminder of their shared struggles, the bonds forged in adversity. Every tale recounted became a thread pulling them closer, stitching the wounds of their fractured community. It was a moment, a pause where despair met defiance. With conviction, Clara vowed to push beyond the shadows. This was not the end, but a new beginning. Together, they would reclaim their streets, piece by piecemeal, and shape their future with unwavering hands. A new dawn broke over Whitechapel, its pale light spilling through the dense fog that had long clung to the streets like a shroud. Clara stepped outside, taking a moment to breathe in the crisp morning air, tinged with the scent of fresh bread and distant coal fires. The night's horrors hadn't vanished with the darkness. They lingered like ghosts in the minds of the residents, but the sun's warmth hinted at potential rebirth. As people emerged from their homes, wary glances were exchanged, whispers of change rippling through the community. Edward, too, felt the shift. A sense of purpose rose in his chest as he penned the morning's article, blending hope with an urgency to unravel the truths that still lurked beneath the surface. The specter of fear had not fully retreated, yet for the first time in weeks, there was a hint of resilience, a feeling they could reclaim their city from the shadows that had long suffocated it. With determination sparking in her heart, Clara prepared to face a new chapter, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The air hung thick with a lingering sense of dread, remnants of fear still echoing through the cobbled streets of Whitechapel. Each shadow cast by the flickering gas lamps felt like a reminder of the specter that haunted their lives, a legacy of terror woven into the very fabric of the community. As whispers of change began to stir, hope flickered faintly amidst the darkness. People gathered, eyes bright with anticipation, hearts pounding with a mixture of courage and trepidation. Chants of unity echoed in the alleys, bated breaths awaiting the dawn of reform. Families that had once shut their doors in fear now opened them wide, eager to embrace their neighbors. Clara, feeling the pulse of a collective awakening, knew this was a pivotal moment. The past loomed large behind them, yet it was the promise of resilience that propelled them forward. They yearned to reclaim their narrative, to transform victimhood into strength as they stepped into the new dawn together. The echoes of the past lingered like a wisp of smoke in the air, intertwining with the palpable unease that had engulfed Whitechapel. In the dim light of the tavern, hushed murmurs began to metamorphose into fervent whispers, hinting at the collective anxiety rippling through the community. The notorious legacy of fear that had gripped the district now seemed to metamorphose into a restless spirit, casting long shadows over dreams of justice. As rumors continued to swirl among the tavern's patrons, a growing resolve sparked within the hearts of the oppressed. Words of change were weaving through the air like a tapestry, hinting at a storm brewing beyond the cobblestone streets. This burgeoning desire for reform began to ignite hopes, fueling conversations not just of despair, but also of action. An awakening that perhaps, just perhaps, collective strength could stir the stagnant waters of their reality. The longing for change danced hand in hand with the specter of violence that had stricken them, leaving the embers of both terror and hope teetering on the brink of chaos. The air in Whitechapel felt charged, a palpable undercurrent of anxiety threading through the community. Whispers that had once floated lightly through dimly lit taverns now carried urgency, echoing the restlessness of its beleaguered residents. Families, strained by fear, huddled together while the sorrow of lost loved ones grew thick in the streets. Here, beneath the oppressive cloud of dread, a flicker of change began to emerge. Individuals who had once kept their heads down now found shared voices. Their frustrations were brewing into something potent. Everyday encounters transformed. A nod in the alley was no longer just a greeting. It held the promise of unity. As muted discussions festered into resolute murmurs, the people of Whitechapel started to envision a future forged not just in survival, but in the reclamation of their narrative. Hope, however fragile, began to weave its way through the fabric of despair, planting seeds that yearned for light in the dark. As Clara wandered through the winding back alleys of Whitechapel, the stories of her neighbors echoed in her mind, a tapestry of resilience and despair threaded through whispered secrets and shared fears. The weight of her own experiences, the death of her friends, the looming dread of the Specter, felt heavy yet strangely connecting, reminding her of the common struggle that bound them together. A small group of women gathered at the corner, their hushed tones barely disguising the urgency in their voices. Clara's heart quickened. She drew closer, yearning to glean their wisdom, knowing that among them lay truths unspoken, vital to navigating the turmoil around her. They spoke of strange happenings, of sights missed in the dark, and Clara listened intently, piecing together fragments of a puzzle that might unravel the terror gripping their lives. This moment felt pivotal. She sensed the threads of their fates intertwining, urging her to take action. In that unity, she found the embers of hope, igniting the fire of determination within her once more, fueling her resolve to confront the shadows lurking in the corners of Whitechapel. As Clara wandered the dimly lit streets of Whitechapel, the haunting echoes of her past entwined seamlessly with her present. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, whispering reminders of laughter long faded and dreams dissolved into dust. The waning light of the day slanted through the cracks of dilapidated buildings, casting a melancholic glow that ignited her memories, each one a fragile thread in the tapestry of her life. In those moments, she found herself grappling with the weight of nostalgia, both a comfort and a torment. A fleeting glimpse of a child playing in the alleyway pierced her heart, sparking long-buried regrets and longing for a time when innocence thrived untainted by the creeping dread of the Specter. Each visage she encountered felt like a fragment of the familiar, yet altered by grief and fear. Yet amid the sorrow, she sensed an undercurrent of resilience, a flicker of hope manifested in the camaraderie of her friends, binding them together against the pervasive shadows. As she pressed onward, determination fluttered within her. The past now served as both a guide and a burden, pushing her toward an uncertain yet resolute future. As Clara stood in the dim light of her workshop, the shadows cast by the flickering candle seemed to dance with memories of laughter and innocence before the specter had swept through Whitechapel. Each stitch she made felt heavier with the weight of the past, as if the fabric itself mourned for what had been lost. The haunting echoes of familiar voices, long silenced by fear and violence, reverberated in her mind. Clara's heart ached not only for herself but for the entire community, a tapestry frayed by tragedy. She found herself reminiscing about days filled with joy, where streets thrummed with life, children laughed, and hope flickered like the candle she now tended. Yet, as the town draped in dusk now lay under a pall of despair, she felt a stirring deep within her. It was a quiet resolve to reclaim those lost joys, to breathe life back into the dim corners of her corner of Whitechapel. Her path intertwined with others, echoing the past while daring to dream of change. The dawn might yet hold promise, hidden within the shadows that surrounded them. In the dim light of the sewing workshop, Clara's fingers trembled as she worked, the rhythmic sound of her needle contrasting sharply with the silence that enveloped her heart. As she stitched the delicate fabric, thoughts of her friend Mary weighed heavily on her mind, the truth that had clawed its way into her understanding, shattering the fragile semblance of hope in her life. What had once ignited laughter between them now felt like a painful echo of betrayal, and the specter of loss loomed larger with each passing day. Amid whispers of impending doom and dread, Clara's resolve hardened. The flickering candlelight mirrored the shadows lurking in the corners of the room, shadows that had taken form in her dreams, whispering secrets she dared not speak aloud. Yet a fire ignited within her, a blend of grief and determination, urging her to delve deeper into the murky depths of Whitechapel's dark alleys. Where truth intermingled with danger, the time to confront her fears had arrived. Amid the whispers of a restless Whitechapel, Clara found herself navigating the shifting tides of emotions that surged through her community. Secrets buried deep within the cobblestone streets began to unravel, their tendrils reaching for the light. The specter of fear cast long shadows, yet in their depths, Clara glimpsed the threads connecting her to countless others, each person laden with hopes, dreams, and unspoken sorrow. In quiet corners, bonds formed anew as curiosity fueled conversations amongst neighbors, revealing shared stories that echoed in the stillness. Women gathered, their laughter mingling with tears as they found solace under the flickering gaslight. Unity blossomed from the cracks of despair, illuminating hearts burdened by loss. Clara clutched at these revelations, a fragile optimism kindling within her. The essence of resilience surged forth, urging her onward, driving her to confront the dark truths that lurked just out of reach. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, hinting that the next chapter of their shared story was about to unfold. The streets of Whitechapel pulsated with a heightened energy as whispers traveled like wildfire. A sense of reckoning hung in the air. Characters who once walked alone now found themselves united by a shared purpose, the weight of their struggles interlacing like threads of a fraying tapestry. Clara, navigating through this newfound fervor, encountered faces transformed by hope and defiance, each echoing the collective sentiment that change must come. The very heart of the community beat stronger with each passing day, the lingering shadows of fear that had lurked in dark corners slowly giving way to tentative rays of light. Amongst the chaos, Edward's pen raced over parchment, capturing the voice of the people crying out for justice, a narrative ripe with the elements of resilience and aspiration. As they stood at the precipice of transformation, the question echoed loudly: could the bonds they forged withstand the forthcoming storms, or would the ghosts of their pasts forever haunt their fight for a brighter future? Beneath the surface of Whitechapel, the stirring currents of emotion surged, beckoning forth the buried sentiments that each character wrestled with in the shadows of their lives. Clara, cracked and fragile from the weight of her experiences, found herself haunted not only by the specters of her past, but also by the flickers of hope that danced dangerously close to her heart. The street urchin's insights had carved new pathways for her, illuminating possibilities she had never dared to envision. In the quiet moments between the cries of despair, she pondered the resilience that surged within her like a hidden stream, a force awakening to guide her onward. Meanwhile, Edward wrestled with the tumult of ambition and morality, questioning how far he would go to illuminate the truth in an environment darkened by fear. As ghosts of the past intertwined with the fragile tendrils of the present, each character braced for the tumultuous changes about to unfold. Beneath the shroud of night, Clara's thoughts meandered through the landscape of her fears and ambitions, each impulse a thread pulling at the fabric of her existence. Whispers flitted through the fog, intertwining with the cries of the city, stitched together by the haunting rhythm of the pulse of Whitechapel. In these shadows, she confronted a truth she had long evaded, the weight of guilt born not just from inaction, but from the choices made and those yet to be. With each turn through the narrow alleyways, the dark corners echoed with the lives lost, manifesting as specters that hovered just out of sight, urging her to embrace her agency. The barely perceptible rustle of movement reached her ears, the chilling reminder of the specter's relentless pursuit. She steeled herself, determination coursing through her veins. She would step into the light, ready to reshape her destiny and unravel the threads binding her to this broken existence. A lingering specter of dread hovered over Whitechapel as the community grappled with its haunting legacy. The mark of death was etched into the souls of its residents, each life touched by the terror that still loomed like a dark cloud. The families of the fallen clung to memories, their whispers echoing against the cobblestone streets, mingling with the collective unease that permeated the air. Clara walked amongst them, her heart weighed down by the emotional scars left behind. In every glance, every hushed conversation, and every flickering lantern, she sensed the quiet desperation of her neighbors, a yearning for understanding and closure after the chaos that had unraveled their lives. Yet even in the shadow of despair, glimmers of hope flickered. A resilience began to blossom. A promise of change awakened amongst the chaos, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a brighter, safer tomorrow. As they stood together, the pulse of solidarity began to stir, signaling the dawn of possibility. Amidst the lingering shadows of tragedy, fragments of hope began to crystallize within the weary hearts of Whitechapel's residents. In the wake of unspeakable horrors, a flickering determination emerged, a whisper of defiance against despair. Gatherings formed in dimly lit taverns, where faces once drawn tight with fear now shone with the embers of unity. Stories of bravery replaced hushed tones of dread, as neighbors shared tales of resilience and compassion that breathed life into their battered community. Clara, emboldened by the spirit of those around her, took to the streets with renewed intent. With each step, she felt an invisible thread connecting her to the unseen burdens they all bore, a collective heartbeat thrumming beneath the surface. As she navigated through the fog-laden streets, the weight of the past began to lift, revealing a horizon tinted with the promise of change, if only they dared to grasp it. Through the fog that clung to the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, whispers of hope began to thread themselves into the fabric of despair. Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, her heart racing with a gentle anticipation, aware that change was afoot. The laughter of children playing echoed oddly against the backdrop of a city gripped by fear, reminding her of the innocence and joy once taken for granted. Each child's giggle seemed to pierce through the dreariness that had settled like ash over the community. As she took a step outside, the sweetness of possibility filled her lungs. Today could be different. In the distance, a protest surged through the streets, voices rising in unity for justice, for change. The quiet determination of the workers brought an energy Clara had long yearned for, igniting her spirit. This simmering resolve, she realized, was the antidote to the shadows that sought to engulf them, and she was ready to embrace it, whatever the cost. Through the fog-laden streets of Whitechapel, whispers echoed like distant chimes, urging those brave enough to listen to work collectively toward a flickering dawn. In hushed conversations shared beneath gaslit lampposts, Clara and Edward convened with their growing group of allies. The air was thick with unspoken bonds and newfound purpose as they crafted plans to confront the darkness looming over their community. Each face bore the marks of struggle, etched with determination and hope, steadily replacing fear with a sense of shared resolve. Their inspirations entwined, and together they envisioned a renewed world, one where vengeance would not triumph, but rather a thriving community spirit fueled by solidarity. In these moments of unity, a quiet alchemy transmuted fear into courage. The strands of their individual stories, once scattered like autumn leaves, gathered together, weaving a tapestry rich with purpose, guiding them toward the tumultuous path that lay ahead. The horizon glowed faintly, promising the possibility of transformation. A storm brewed ominously over Whitechapel, yet amidst the swirling darkness, whispers of hope began to emerge. The townsfolk, previously ensnared by fear, found solidarity in their shared plight. In dimly lit corners of taverns and workshops, conversations shifted from terrified murmurs to resolute plans for the future. Clara, feeling an awakening within her, resolved to unite her fellow seamstresses, fostering a collective voice against the shadow that had gnarled their lives. Hastened by the urgency of change, Clara's spirit ignited a fire among the women. They gathered in her modest workshop, each sharing stories of loss, resilience, and a newfound empowerment that surmounted the height of their fears. The specter of defeat, a once dominant whisper, began its retreat before the crescendo of courage rising amongst the community. They could no longer remain at the mercy of shadows. Their collective heartbeat now surged towards reclamation and hope amid the encroaching darkness. The sunlight broke through the ominous shroud of fog, casting a golden hue upon the worn cobblestones of Whitechapel, a stark contrast to the shadows that had recently lingered. Clara stood at her workshop window, contemplating the brushstrokes of life that painted her world anew. She watched as hopeful families gathered in the streets, laughter intertwining with the echoes of yesterday's sorrow. In the heart of it all, an artist had begun to capture the resilience of the human spirit, deftly portraying the vibrancy of the community that emerged from the ashes of despair. As brushes danced on canvas, Clara felt a surge of determination within her. This was a moment not just to remember the past, but to celebrate the profound potential of a brighter tomorrow. With resolve coursing through her veins, she knew that each stroke of color painted not merely an image, but the essence of rebirth she yearned to embrace. The rhythms of Whitechapel were shifting, and Clara was ready to join the beat of change. Shadows danced across the cobbled streets, as the echoes of the past lingered behind every shadowed corner. Clara could feel the weight of history pressing down on her, intertwining with her own fears and desires. It was as if the ghosts of former lives hovered just beyond her reach, whispering secrets that had long been buried beneath the grime of Whitechapel's surface. She clutched the small token, a fragment of her friend's lost innocence, now tainted with the blood of tragedy. Memories haunted her, faces of those once vibrant and full of life, now silenced by the specter's wrath. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the district, the murmur of voices became a choir, lamenting the loss and yearning for hope. Yet beneath the weight of nostalgia, Clara felt a stir of determination rise within her. It was a time for confronting the shadows that threatened to consume them all. A call to reclaim what had been lost amidst the darkness. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel. Clara stood quietly at the edge of the marketplace, where whispers of change rippled through the air, weaving between vendors and artisans, each one harboring secrets buried deep within their souls. The weight of oppression had begun to crack the facade of despair that cloaked the district, emboldening her courage. She observed an unexpected alliance forming among her friends. Women who once believed their fates were sealed by circumstance now stood with heads held high, united in a burgeoning desire for transformation. As the sun's last rays faded, Clara felt a surge of hope coursing through her veins, igniting a fierce determination. Together with her newfound allies, she conjured visions of what could be, not merely escape from their grim realities, but a reclaiming of their identities. With the specter of fear lurking still in their hearts, they dared to imagine a future where they regained control. And in that bold imagining, Clara found a newfound strength. Within the dimly lit alleys of Whitechapel, Clara's heart raced as shadows loomed larger, whispering cautionary tales of love lost amidst the persistent pallor of fear. She felt the weight of the past pressing down like a fog, obscuring whatever glimmers of hope might exist. Yet there was a stirring within her, a fervent desire to reclaim the life that had been snatched by the chilling presence of the specter. Each day, the grim news of murders intensified, reminding her of the fragility of existence and the threads that bound her to those she loved. As she navigated the turbulent emotions swirling about her, Clara found unexpected sources of strength. A lingering glance from a friend, a shared laugh over meager bread, and even the warmth of a stranger's kindness painted strokes of resilience on the canvas of her reality. She was beginning to gather her courage, determined to confront the shadows that haunted Whitechapel. The time for action drew near, and the pulse of possibility beat softly in her chest, urging her to step forward into the unknown. As the lingering shadows deepened over Whitechapel, a cold breeze swept through the narrow alleys, whispering secrets of the past. Clara stood near the dim flicker of a gaslight, her heart racing at the thought of what lay ahead. In the distance, the muffled sounds of a gathering echoed, a community rallying for change, their voices rising against the specter of fear that had gripped their lives. Hope flickered in her chest, intertwining with the fear that had become second nature to her. She resolved to join the crowd, propelled forward by the shared longing for justice and a brighter dawn. In the depths of the night, as faces illuminated by hazy light converged, Clara felt a surge of solidarity among her neighbors, each resolved to confront the unspoken horrors that had left their mark. Their collective courage was a powerful balm, and amidst the swirling eddies of uncertainty, a new strength began to blossom. As the remnants of the previous night's unrest lingered in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped Whitechapel, thickening with palpable tension. Clara stood at the edge of the cobblestone street, eyes scanning the shadows that danced beneath the flickering gaslights. The specter of fear remained alive, but so did an undercurrent of defiance. Even amidst the brooding clouds threatening rain, the community's spirit flickered like a candle in the dark, daring to shine through the oppressive gloom. Conversations hung heavy, whispers of hope seeking to break free from the suffocating despair. Meanwhile, Gregory found himself at the crossroads of purpose. Haunted by decisions that now loomed larger than life itself, he could feel the weight bearing down on his shoulders, threatening to engulf him. This moment, he realized, might mark the end of merely chasing shadows. Determined, he stepped into the swirling fog, where the echoes of yesterday collided with the fervor of a storm yet to break. The weight of choices hung palpably in the air, a tangible presence that loomed over the characters like a dark cloud. As Clara stood, her heart raced while she pondered the sacrifices she had made. The streets of Whitechapel whispered with urgency, as if urging her to confront her ghosts. Each footstep resonated with the unyielding heartbeat of the city, a rhythmic reminder of all that had transpired and all that lay ahead. The community was in the crucible of change, with foundations trembling beneath their feet like the crackling embers of a long-quenched fire. In the shadows, the faces of those she loved flickered like candle flames in a gust. Clara felt a stirring within her, a call to act, to embrace responsibility. Simultaneously, Edward wrestled with his journalistic integrity, his pen poised over innocence and despair. The encroaching darkness was a powerful adversary, but amidst their dueling fears blossomed a fragile resolve. Each choice ignited the path toward their inevitable reckoning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, uncertainty followed, promising that no one would escape this tumultuous tide unscathed. The air buzzed with unspoken tensions as characters gathered at the summit, an impromptu assembly of those determined to forge a path amidst uncertainty. Faces once marked by fear were now illuminated by the flickering light of hope, a flicker that emboldened them to share their truths and aspirations. Clara stood at the forefront, her heart racing as she absorbed the fervent energy pulsating through the crowd. The worn cobblestones beneath their feet felt alive, vibrating with potential and the need for change. Amidst hushed conversations, alliances began to form, unforeseen partnerships designed to combat the shadows that had loomed over Whitechapel for too long. Edward, papers clenched tightly in hand, felt a renewed purpose spark within him, an urgency to capture these collective aspirations through the ink of his pen. As voices melded into a chorus of determination, the tide began to swell, and in that moment, they were no longer merely survivors of fate's cruelty, but architects of their destiny, filled with relentless resolve to reclaim their lives from the Specter's grasp. As Clara stood amidst the growing sense of unease in Whitechapel, a soft breeze brushed through the cobblestone streets, carrying with it whispers of change. The weight of collective memories lay heavy on her shoulders, yet a surge of determination ignited within her. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the fateful opportunity to face the truths that lay hidden in the shadows of her past. A chance to reclaim the narrative that had tormented her and her community for far too long. There, amongst the flickering gaslights and muted conversations, Clara encountered an unexpected ally. Their eyes met, and in that instant a silent agreement flourished, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkened corners of the soul. Together, they ventured deeper into the murky veins of Whitechapel, where every step resonated with the promise of unity, as they sought to bridge the fractured lines between victim and vigilante. As the whispers of hope began to ripple through the fog-laden streets of Whitechapel, an undeniable shift took hold of the weary hearts of its inhabitants. Beneath the weight of their shared dread, a flicker of belief ignited, kindling a desire for change. Clara, with her resolute spirit, felt it coursing through her veins like a vibrant melody, drawing her toward the gatherings where townsfolk dared to dream of a brighter tomorrow. Meanwhile, Edward, fueled by newfound purpose, penned articles that ignited a fervor for justice, stirring the community to unite against the encroaching shadows. In the dim light of taverns, voices once silenced began to rise, echoing tales of bravery and resilience. As hope intertwined with their struggles, they forged connections, realizing together they could challenge the specter that had haunted their nights. The atmosphere thickened with expectation. An awakening was imminent, and soon Whitechapel would not merely endure but flourish anew. A hazy dawn broke over Whitechapel, casting a soft, ethereal light through the dense fog. Amidst the lingering shadows of the night's horrors, an uncharacteristic stillness enveloped the streets. Clara ventured outside her workshop, breathing in the damp, cold air, her mind oscillating between hope and despair. The camaraderie she had forged with the women in her sewing circle had thickened into a protective cocoon, one that both shielded and invigorated her spirit. As she maneuvered through the narrow alleys, Clara felt an electric charge in the air, like the quiet before a storm. This gentle electrification urged her forward, whispering promises of change and transformation. She spied familiar faces emerging from their homes, their expressions a tapestry of resilience stitched with determination. Each step they took intertwined their pasts with the resolute fabric of their futures, igniting a collective yearning to heal. In the depths of uncertainty, the echoes of hope began to resonate, promising unity in their shared struggle against the encroaching darkness. As the first rays of dawn cut through the remaining shadows of the night, the streets of Whitechapel began to stir with a sense of renewed purpose. The air, though still tinged with the lingering scent of smoke and sorrow, carried an unspoken promise of change and redemption. Clara stood at her window, watching as neighbors emerged, their faces weary yet determined, each bearing the weight of the past, yet willing to embrace the burgeoning hope that flickered at the edges of their lives. With each passing hour, whispers of collaboration and solidarity wrapped themselves around the community, knitting hearts together in a tapestry of resilience. As conversations ignited between strangers turned allies, the seeds of collective action took root, feeding off the injustices that had been laid bare. In the taverns and alleyways, voices rose in harmony, a chorus of defiance against the darkness that had loomed for far too long. This was their moment, a reawakening of spirit, heralding the dawn of a brighter chapter. As dawn brushed the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel with tentative hues of pink and gold, Clara felt a stirring within her that suggested tales untold and dreams once silenced. The remnants of last night's chaos whispered through the alleys, yet amidst the disarray, a sense of renewal pulsed. She had seen the shadows entangle in ways that both terrified and invigorated her. The dawn's light beckoned her forward, offering glimpses of hope intertwined with the echo of her past. As whispers of resistance began to rise among the workers, Clara found herself standing at the precipice of change, poised to embrace a future ripe with challenge and possibility. Nostalgia wove through her thoughts, urging her to honor the innocence lost but propelling her to seize the moment. With resolve stitching together the fragments of her spirit, she stepped boldly toward what lay ahead, ready to navigate the uncharted waters of a society teetering toward transformation. As the pall of fear began to lift, the echoes of past decisions reverberated through the streets of Whitechapel. Clara found herself reflecting on the innocence lost in this relentless cycle of shadows and light. The faces of friends long departed haunted her thoughts, each representing a crossroads she wished she could have altered. She meandered through the familiar alleys, where laughter once rang, now suffocated by muffled whispers of grief. Each corner she turned became a reminder of those who had been swept away by the Specter's malevolence, their stories woven into the fabric of her own. Yet, amidst the looming specter of despair, a quiet determination stirred within Clara. The community was restless, its spirit yearning to rise from the ashes of sorrow. Breathing in the crisp autumn air, she resolved to honor the memories of the fallen not through mourning, but by galvanizing hope. Each step forward felt both a tribute and a vow, to reclaim the brightness of their lives, to kindle a flame amid the wavering shadows. The dawn of change beckoned, whispering promises of renewal and the potential for rebirth. In the quiet margins of Whitechapel, where shadows mingled with the twilight, Clara found herself lured by the flickering glow of candlelight spilling from the tavern windows. The murmur of familiar voices drifted through the night air, enveloping her in a warm embrace woven from shared stories and whispered fears. She stepped inside, the raucous laughter mingling with the weight of sorrow that had settled like dust on the community's shoulders. As she joined her friends around the worn wooden table, a palpable shift in the atmosphere ignited a fire in her heart, a renewed determination sparked by their collective resilience. In that hallowed space, Clara shared her resolve to uncover the truths buried beneath the layers of fear and despair enveloping them. Her words resonated, echoing off the walls like a clarion call, awakening echoes of hope. The camaraderie in that moment lit a path through the darkness, a shared vision for a future where fear would no longer dictate their lives. The horizon held promise, and together they ventured closer to the dawn. The horizon glowed with an orange hue, a soft light filtering through the ever-present fog of Whitechapel as Clara stepped out onto the cobblestone streets. Hope flickered in her heart, rekindled by whispered promises of change and resilience that had taken root in the community. Each face she passed carried shared burdens, yet there was an undeniable spark in their eyes, a collective awakening sparked by their newfound unity. Driven by the strength of their shared experiences, they began to forge paths toward healing, an emerging tapestry sewn from threads of courage and determination. In the gathering twilight, the sound of laughter mingled with the haunting echoes of the past. People halted in their steps, glancing at one another, sensing the powerful currents of transformation swirling around them. Clara's heart swelled as she caught a glimpse of Edward, who stood in the distance, steadfastly documenting their reality, intertwining their stories into one. The night, once a canvas of shadows, now brimmed with the possibility of a brighter dawn. The sun broke the horizon with tentative rays, washing over Whitechapel's grim alleys, illuminating the remnants of yesterday's chaos. Clara found herself gazing into the delicate patterns of fog swirling around her, mirroring the intricacies of her entangled thoughts. With each step, she felt the weight of hope, a fragile yet potent reminder of the change that was blooming amidst the shadows. The voices she had once feared now intertwined with the rhythm of her heartbeat, narrating stories of resilience. Nearby, Gregory stood at the edge of a bustling market, where wares were displayed with a new vibrancy, reflecting the community's collective spirit. Whispers carried promises of renewal and healing, echoing through stalls like a long-lost melody. As Clara approached, their shared glances spoke the unvoiced understanding of their arduous journey. Today, they would forge a new path, and with every act of defiance against the lingering darkness, the spirit of Whitechapel would begin to rise anew. Woven together beneath the dim glow of gas lamps, the histories of Whitechapel's residents began to shimmer like the fragmented glass of a broken mirror. Voices rose and fell in muted whispers, echoing tales of sorrow and resilience, dancing mischievously at the edges of memory. Clara noted how these stories melded, creating a rich tapestry of shared experiences that hinted at the unseen threads binding them all. Each thread, some taut, some frayed, held the weight of a lifetime, carrying secrets that pressed upon their hearts. As dusk enveloped the streets, shadows lengthened, and the complexities of their lives intertwined like vines clawing up a crumbling wall. Amidst the hidden laments, there also emerged a burgeoning resolve. With each shared sorrow, the community collectively illuminated the path forward, recognizing not only their shared grief but the unyielding strength blossoming from it. Through the dense fog, a flicker of hope began to pulse, urging them all to step forward into the unknown, arms interlinked against the darkness. The future, though veiled in uncertainty, now carried an essence of promise, beckoning them to embrace it. As dawn began to break over Whitechapel, the cold remnants of night slowly retreated, yielding to a hesitant light that illuminated the cobblestone streets. Clara stood at the edge of the workshop, the soft glow spilling through the grimy windows, and she felt a surge of hope, fragile yet resilient, after the dark nights that had enveloped their lives. Across the district, whispers of the Specter lingered like fog, but Clara sensed that the tides were shifting. With each passing day, the community bonded tighter, their collective sorrow transforming into resolve. The laughter of children, once silenced by fear, echoed faintly through the alleys, a reminder of what was worth fighting for. As Clara stepped out onto the street, she encountered a group of neighbors gathering to discuss their plans, a tapestry of voices converging with a singular purpose. With determination sparking anew in her heart, she joined them, ready to reclaim their narrative, ready to step out of the shadows and into whatever awaited them beyond the horizon. The pulse of the town quickened, an undercurrent of unsung hopes weaving through the cobbled streets of Whitechapel. As twilight cloaked the alleyways, Clara stood before the remnants of her workshop, a sanctuary now marked by shadows of her past. Each thread she had sewn echoed stories of resilience and despair, a testament to the women who fought silently against the unforgiving tide of life. Rumors had been swirling, whispers of a rekindling spirit among the populace, a collective desire to rise from the ashes of fear. Together, they had begun to weave a brighter narrative, one where laughter defied the darkness and solidarity stitched their hearts. A flicker of optimism sparked within Clara, crystalline moments revealing that even amidst the gloom, joy could bloom like wildflowers breaking through cracked cobblestones. As she stood there, contemplating the fragments of hope, the air buzzed with anticipation. Tomorrow promised not just survival, but the courage to reclaim their lives. As dawn crept silently through the fog-shrouded streets of Whitechapel, the shadows lurking within began to retreat, illuminating the remnants of a community pieced together by resilience. Clara stood at her workshop window, heart brimming with cautious hope. The echoes of laughter from the children playing in the alley below were a balm to her weary spirit, an anthem of normalcy in a world so often gripped by dread. As she watched, mothers gathered, arms linked in solidarity, their voices harmonizing into a chorus of defiance against the fear that had plagued them for so long. The chatter filled the air, weaving stories of newfound determination, each shared experience melding with the next, creating a vibrant tapestry of strength. Edward, having witnessed this awakening from his corner, felt a surge of inspiration coursing through him. The community was beginning to reclaim their spirit, and in that moment, hope glimmered brighter than the morning sun. With renewed conviction, he resolved to capture this exhilarating metamorphosis in his writing, the spirit of Whitechapel alive in every word he penned. Amidst the dewy morning light filtering through the fog, conversations lingered in the air like whispers of forgotten lore. The community had gathered at the heart of Whitechapel, eyes glistening with a mixture of determination and trepidation. As the remnants of fear slowly ebbed, vibrant ideas began to blossom like the first hints of spring along the cobbled streets. Individuals exchanged stories of hope and loss, their voices weaving a tapestry that reflected both the pain of the past and the promise of a better tomorrow. In hushed tones, alliances formed, and the courage to confront lingering shadows took root. Clara stood at the periphery, feeling the energy converge, her heart swelling with newfound resolve. Just as laughter intermingled with solemnity, a familiar sound echoed through the square, an unmistakable chime from the clock tower ringing out the hour. This moment marked a pivotal shift, heralding opportunities as yet unimagined, drawing the community closer, ready to step defiantly into the unknown. Reflections in the water cast shimmering images of lives entwined with shadows, both past and present. Clara stood at the edge of the murky Thames, her breath forming ghosts in the crisp air, pondering the weight of memory and its power to shape the future. As ripples disrupted the glassy surface, she recalled the laughter of children, a bittersweet echo of innocence lost to the darkness lurking in Whitechapel. Each face that had vanished now haunted her thoughts, urging her to seek justice not just for them, but for herself and the community. Meanwhile, Edward roamed the smoky taverns, weary yet determined, piecing together fragmented stories whispered amidst the clamor of anxious patrons. A pivotal revelation stirred within him, igniting a flicker of hope, a truth that intertwined paths, promising liberation from the suffocating grip of fear. Underneath the layers of despair, the flickers of humanity beckoned, urging them toward a new dawn, awash with the potential for change. Memories lingered like shadows in the minds of those who once walked the streets of Whitechapel, each loss etched into the fabric of their beings. As Clara traversed the once familiar alleys, she felt the weight of the unforgotten pressing against her chest, a heavy reminder of lives cut short too soon. The subtle echoes of laughter and warmth from days gone by haunted her, intertwining with the grief that seemed to have scorched the earth beneath her feet. She paused near the dilapidated tavern where laughter had once spilled onto the cobblestones, now merely an echo of a distant past. Gone were the innocent joys. In their place, lingering sadness inhabited every corner. Yet amid the sorrow, she felt a stir of resilience, an unyielding hope blossoming in her heart. Perhaps the memories, although painful, could guide the community toward healing. Embracing this thought, Clara resolved that the lost souls would not be forgotten. Instead, they would serve as beacons, illuminating a path toward redemption for Whitechapel's weary spirit. In the dim light of a flickering street lamp, Clara found herself gazing into the reflection of the murky puddles that had formed on the cobblestones. The shimmering image was a harrowing reminder of the world around her, a world marred by violence and fear, yet imbued with the faintest glimmers of hope. She thought of the faces she'd lost to the Specter, each one a story left untold. But in the heart of despair, there was an unmistakable stirring. The echoes of laughter from children playing in the distance beckoned her to remember joy amid sorrow. As Clara wandered deeper into the familiar alleyways, she realized that collective memories wove the fabric of her community. Each whispered tale from a neighbor or the silent nod of understanding between friends reaffirmed her belief in the resilience of humanity. The lingerings of the past prepared her to step forward, embracing the truths that shaped her life, ready to confront whatever lay in the shadows ahead. The haunting whispers of youth began to fill the air, swirling through the streets of Whitechapel, promising a shift in the city's somber narrative. There, in the heart of the chaos, hopeful voices sprang forth like fragile flowers through cracks in the cobblestones. Children, once scared and silenced, now dared to dream aloud, stitching tales of resilience that threaded through their every word. They spoke of a new beginning, capturing the imaginations of weary adults, nudging them toward hope's fragile embrace. Clara, standing on the margins, felt the tremors of generational change resonate within her. Each shared laugh and shout echoed against the walls of her fear, coaxing her to reconsider the darkness shrouding her past and future. In this dynamic echoing of innocence, whispers transformed into cries of defiance. The lingering shadows of the Specter faded, if only momentarily, giving way to a burgeoning spirit that hinted at healing. The dawn was awakening, but the night still harbored its secrets. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the pale light spilled through the grime-streaked windows, illuminating Clara's weary face. She sat amidst her cluttered workshop, threads tangling not just in her hands, but in the very fabric of her thoughts. The losses and heartaches echoed around her, painful memories entwined with newfound hope. Each stitch in her latest garment whispered stories of sorrow, but also strength. The resilience of her community became a tapestry of survival that she felt determined to honor. In wandering through her memory, Clara recalled the laughter shared among friends and the fierce determination that had sparked when they rallied against the chaos. The specter of fear may have loomed heavily over their lives, but it had also ignited fierce flames of camaraderie and compassion. Fueled by this bond, she seized the moment, aligning her resolve with those who dared to believe that change was possible. Her heart beat in sync with the pulse of her beloved Whitechapel, each throb resonating with the promise of a better tomorrow, urging her forward into the burgeoning light of the day. In the shadowed corners of Whitechapel, where the past clung to the present like a shroud, memory held a mournful significance. Clara stood amid the bustling market, the laughter of children harmonizing with the mournful tales of lost lives that lingered in the air, a bittersweet reminder of those never forgotten. Faces of the departed flashed in her mind, their stories etched in her heart, compelling her to honor their memories in her own way. She moved among old friends and strangers alike, their whispered grief weaving a tapestry of shared sorrow and resilience. Each haunted gaze reflected a truth unacknowledged, a collective burden shared in silence. As Clara passed beneath a flickering gas lamp, a sense of purpose ignited within her. The echoes of the lost urged her forward. In their memory, she found strength. Motivated by their spectral presences, she called upon the community to unite, to reclaim their narrative and forge a path toward healing amid ongoing shadows. The shadows danced along the cobblestones of Whitechapel as Clara stood transfixed, her heartbeat echoing like the ghostly whispers that filled the night air. She felt a presence lingering just beyond the periphery of her vision, an intangible reminder of the horrors that had haunted her streets. The figure loomed in her mind, a specter woven into the very fabric of her thoughts, embodying the loss and fear that gripped the community. As she wandered deeper into the maze of alleys, memory flashed with spectral intensity. Familiar faces etched in pain resurfaced. Each step forward summoned echoes of laughter long silenced, their warmth now a chilling reminder of innocence lost. Yet there lay an unmistakable clarity in the air, a reconciliation of purpose igniting within her. Would this realization lead her closer to the truth, or to tragedy anew? With resolve solidifying like the late-night fog, Clara steeled herself for what was to come, determined to unearth the secrets buried in the heart of her despairing world. The air in Whitechapel felt different, as if the sun had conspired to draw shadows away and let warmth seep into the cobbled streets. Clara stood at her workshop window, her fingers tracing the delicate fabric draped over her table, a new dawn pulling at her heart. The murmurs of hope that had begun to flutter through the community brought with them the whispered dreams of a brighter future. Children, who once cowered under the weight of fear, now gathered in the sunlight, laughter tumbling from their lips like soft petals in the breeze. As Clara turned from the window, resolute determination forged in her chest. She thought of the bonds that had yet to be mended. The ghastly specter of the past hovered at the periphery, but she would not allow it to darken the light of new beginnings. She stepped back into the workshop, ready to stitch not just fabric, but the very essence of hope itself into the lives around her. In the dim glow of the gas lamps illuminating Whitechapel, Clara stood at the threshold of her small workshop, where the remnants of fabric and thread lay scattered like fragments of her memories. Each piece held a story, a moment suspended between grief and hope. Today she sought a new identity, one that wasn't just a reflection of the fear that had gripped the streets. The laughter of children echoed faintly down the alley, a reminder that innocence persisted even amidst the chaos. As she began stitching together a new garment, her fingers deftly weaving the threads, Clara felt a surge of determination. She realized that she could reclaim her narrative, transcending the shadows that threatened to engulf her. Outside, murmurs of change rippled through the community, sparking discussions of reform and resistance that intertwiningly flowed into every heart. Hope was not merely a whisper. It was beginning to take shape, sculpted from shared resolve and collective courage. The cycle of remembrance swirled through Whitechapel, lingering in the corners of every heart still tethered to those they had lost. Clara stood silently among the remnants of her past, each shadow casting a chilling reminder of the lives stolen and disruptively altered. The whispers of the departed echoed within her, weaving tales of laughter and sorrow that now formed an intricate tapestry of resilience. As she moved through the narrow alleys, the once familiar sights transformed into haunting memories, each nook and cranny steeped in history, both comforting and cruel. With each step, she felt the weight of their stories pressing down on her, an invisible bond uniting the living with the lost. Clara's resolve deepened, illuminating her path towards justice for those who could not speak for themselves. Meanwhile, the harsh realities outside clawed at her consciousness once more, demanding her attention as the specter of the specter loomed menacingly, and in that moment, the past and present collided once again, fueling her determination to confront the darkness that still swept through her beloved Whitechapel. As whispers of fate fluttered through the cobbled streets of Whitechapel, Clara felt an awakening deep within her, a tantalizing brush with the unknown. The fog, heavy and suffocating, wrapped around her like a shroud, but in its depths she discerned glimmers of hope pulsating at the edges of despair. Each step she took resonated with the collective heartbeat of the community, a rhythm of courage surging to the forefront, as faces she had once overlooked now shimmered with newfound resolve. United by the shared burden of their scars, the townsfolk began weaving together a tapestry of resilience, their stories intertwining as they forged bonds that transcended fear. It was a powerful shift, as discussions that had once succumbed to shadows now danced vibrantly in the open air. In this moment of solidarity, Clara understood, while the specter still loomed, the will to confront it was stronger than ever, breathing life into dreams of a brighter tomorrow. Embracing the unknown, Clara stood at the threshold of the dimly lit alley, its shadows dancing like specters eager to reveal their secrets. The weight of fear had shifted, thickening into a palpable tension, yet excitement thrummed beneath her skin. In that moment, she understood that every step into the darkness brought her closer to clarity, a statement of defiance against the chaos that enveloped Whitechapel. Street sounds faded to a hush as her heart quickened, echoing against the brick walls, stirring whispers of past encounters and unheeded warnings. Clara recalled the faces of friends lost to the night's cruelty, shape-shifting into flames of determination. No longer would she cower beneath the specter of dread. Instead, she would forge a new path through uncertainty. Venturing deeper, Clara felt others converge, drawn by the pull of hope, their shared resolve igniting embers of resistance. As the night stirred to life around her, the air hummed with potential, bursting forth with the promise of rebirth. Emboldened by whispers of hope, the residents of Whitechapel find themselves at a pivotal crossroads. Clara, driven by her desire to reclaim her sense of safety and purpose, gathers the women from her sewing circle beneath the fluttering gaslights, their silhouettes mingling like spirits in a tapestry of resilience. Each woman carries her own stories, the threads of sorrow and triumph woven into their very beings. As they share their aspirations and fears, a collective spark ignites, urging them to take back their streets from the ever-lurking shadows. In the smoky air of the tavern, murmurs of change circulate like an unnoticed current, while Edward wrestles with the tumult of his own heart. Unbeknownst to him, Gregory, haunted yet determined, surveys the busy street, acutely aware that each heartbeat resonates louder with the pulse of an awakening community, heralding the dawn of new beginnings, one where the echoes of their shared fears may finally be transformed into the triumphant chorus of survival and strength. Amidst the lingering shadows of Whitechapel, the whispers of fate grew louder, echoing through the cobblestone streets like the mournful cries of the past. With each uneasy step, characters found themselves traversing the delicate line between fear and hope, where uncertainty thrived. Clara's heart raced as she contemplated the enormity of her choices, every decision rippling through the fabric of her existence. The weight of responsibility bore down on her, igniting a fierce determination. At the same time, Edward remained enveloped in a shroud of introspection, his mind a battleground of conflicting emotions as he pieced together the chaotic puzzle of their reality. As fate intertwined their lives, the community around them began to stir, awakening from a slumber of despair. Shimmering threads of resilience began knitting their experiences into a tapestry of collective strength, promising a future illuminated by newfound courage. eyes turned toward horizons yet unseen, anticipating the dawn that waited just beyond the murky veil of night. As dawn broke, casting pale light through the lingering fog, the streets of Whitechapel stirred with a hesitant vitality. The town, once gripped by shadows, began to shift like a reawakening phoenix, brushing off the ashes of despair. Clara, feeling the weight of last night's revelations, stepped into the morning with renewed purpose. Each step echoed not just on the cobblestones, but resonated deep within her, a commitment to forge a different future for herself and the community she held dear. In the distance, a choir of voices rose, vibrant with the strength of solidarity, marking the promise of change. Edward, too, moved through the clamorous markets, where conversations buzzed with fresh hope and defiant laughter, his pen poised to capture the pulse of a society on the brink of transformation. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating both faces and stories, it became clear that while the specter of their past loomed large, they now held the tools to carve their fates anew. The fog-laden streets of Whitechapel whispered secrets as Clara navigated the narrow passageways, her heart racing with the kind of energy that comes from having a purpose. She felt an inexplicable pull, as though the very cobblestones beneath her feet were woven with stories waiting to surface. Just around the corner, she knew, lay not only danger, but an essential truth, and she had no intention of turning back. As she paused to collect her thoughts, a distant sound broke through the thick veil of silence, a child's laughter, carefree yet haunting. It reminded her of what was once innocent in these streets, before the shadow of the specter loomed large. Clara sensed that, amidst the darkness, threads of hope began to weave together, illuminating paths that had long been obscured. Equipped with her newfound resolve, she ventured deeper, determined to unearth the voices that had been silenced, guided by the flickering light of hope, illuminating the way forward. Within the intricate web of Whitechapel's history, the scars of the past linger like shadows cast by flickering gaslight. As Clara navigated the narrow, twisting alleys, echoes of grief entwined with the whispers of the living, each step a reminder of those lost to the relentless grip of fear. The spectral presence of memories haunted her, suffusing the cobblestones with stories of despair and resilience that shaped the very fabric of her existence. Meanwhile, Detective Inspector Gregory sensed the familiar weight of history pressing in on him, as if the walls of time were closing around. Each unresolved mystery, every face he couldn't forget, loomed in his mind, driving him deeper into the labyrinth of his investigation. In the heart of this turbulent district, where humanity's struggles played out in haunting juxtaposition against elegance and decay, the community struggled to reclaim their reality, stitching together the frayed fragments of broken lives while the specter of the specter still stalked the night. The air in Whitechapel remained thick with tension, like a coiled spring ready to snap. As Clara meandered through the market, shadows fell around her, compelling her to glance over her shoulder. Whispers swirled, echoing old resentments and unspoken pains. The conversation in the taverns turned sharper, charged with fear that festered into prejudice. The specter of the past loomed large, particularly in the eyes of the working class, grappling with the remnants of their history, a dark history that mingled with the blood of unforgotten souls. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Clara's heart raced, not merely from fear, but from a burgeoning resolve. She sensed in her gut that the reckoning was nigh. Though silence hung in the air, secrets begged to be revealed. With each step, the weight of the town's unspoken grievances pressed down upon her, urging her to listen to the stories swirling beneath the surface, waiting to be set free as new truths began to emerge. Emboldened by last night's encounter with the specter, the uncertainty in Clara's mind melded with burgeoning courage. She would not remain a passive observer. She would dive deeper into the abysses of these dark tales. The secret started beckoning, revealing that what lay beneath the surface was just as important as the fears that haunted the streets. The unraveling was only just beginning. In the dim glow of the tavern, hearts heavy with the weight of whispered histories, tales began to intertwine like the threads of a tattered quilt. Among the patrons, faces flickered in the candlelight, their expressions a mixture of fear and defiance. As the recent horrors etched themselves into the fabric of daily life, an unspoken understanding surfaced. The shadows clung not only to the streets but to the souls of the inhabitants, who clung together in search of solace. Clara, her resolve forged amidst the turmoil, felt a spark of unity take root in the depths of their despair. Conversations flowed like the ale, weaving through hopes and grief. Every recounting echoed with the plea for justice, among the haunting chime of distant church bells, urging the gathering to stand collectively against the encroaching darkness. Outside, the fog thickened, blurring the lines between fear and courage, setting the stage for what would emerge from the depths of Whitechapel's fears. The air hung heavy over Whitechapel, thick with the tension of unspoken words and unresolved fears. In the dimly lit back alleys, whispers seeped from the shadows, revealing the discontent simmering just beneath the surface. Neighbors, once familiar faces, now wore masks of suspicion and unease, their laughter replaced by furtive glances. Clara wandered through the streets, her heart a restless drum, echoing the anxieties of a community on the brink. Each footfall seemed to reverberate with a lingering echo of betrayal as rumors wound through the taverns like smoke. Who could be trusted when the streets were thick with secrets? The palpable energy coursed around her, a vivid reminder that the specter of violence not only haunted their nights, but also reshaped their connections in every waking hour. As she approached the familiar gathering spot, she sensed the shift, an unspoken agreement among the townsfolk that it was time to confront their fears, to stand together against the darkness looming ever closer. Amidst the ruins of a community shattered by fear, Clara wandered the familiar streets of Whitechapel, where echoes of laughter and cries alike intertwined in a dissonant symphony. Each alley held memories, reminders of a life once vibrant, but now weighed down by tragedy. The air felt heavy with anticipation, a collective heartbeat resonating through the fog as whispers of change swirled like autumn leaves caught in a storm. The townsfolk, weary yet resolute, began to gather in small clusters, their discussions turning from despair to hope, a flicker of rebellion igniting beneath the surface. As Clara approached the tavern, she felt the intensity of voices rising within, courage intermingling with sorrow. A sense of camaraderie infused the atmosphere, binding individuals in shared grief yet propelling them toward newfound purpose. They were ready to reclaim their lives, to seize the threads of their existence and weave them into a tapestry of resilience that could brave any specter haunting their past. As the dust settled over Whitechapel, the air thickened with unspoken fears and unarticulated hopes. In the shadows of the night, whispers erupted anew, fueled by an unexpected surge of enlightenment among the weary townsfolk. Gathered in taverns and street corners, the people exchanged ideas, weaving a tapestry of thoughts once silenced by dread. Philosophical discussions sparked between patrons, delving deep into the nature of morality and the essence of evil lurking in their streets. Connections strengthened as hearts opened. Old grievances were tempered by the warmth of shared experiences. As Clara and Edward listened to the murmurings, echoes of wisdom emerged like flowers battling through cracks and cobblestones. Stories of loss fused with aspirations for renewal, and the communal spirit began to crumble the barriers that had long divided them. Resilience took root, flourishing amidst adversity, as the citizens of Whitechapel dared to envision a transformed future, one illuminated by the flicker of hope that danced in their collective soul. The frigid air was thick with tension, each breath punctuated by the sharp reminders of past horrors that echoed through the cobbled streets of Whitechapel. As the specter of anguish loomed, Gregory found himself in the grip of introspection, haunted by memories of cases left unsolved. Whispers of fear crept through the edges of his consciousness, each one heavier than the last. The uncanny similarities to a dark chapter in history tugged at his mind like a forgotten tune, one that both exhilarated and terrified him. Caught in this tumultuous storm of recollection, he realized that the sins of the past were tangled within the lives of the present. Shadows flickered at the corner of his vision, whispering secrets from long ago, but the paths to revelation felt obscured, dimmed by despair. As his heart raced, he knew the answers lay buried within the haunted alleys, where echoes of the past intermingled with the spectral dance of the living. The time for resolution was near. As the tendrils of time stretched further into the past, echoes reverberated through the air, leading the residents of Whitechapel to ponder the latencies of their choices. Every whispered rumor, every fleeting glance, became laden with possibilities. Decisions made or unmade, intertwining like ghosts in the foggy alleys. The weight of their actions began to manifest, as characters wrestled with the haunting realization that their lives were choreographed by both history and destiny. Crisscrossing paths converged in the heart of the district, drawing forth remnants of sorrow and hope alike. Clara felt the weight of unspoken words linger, while Edward's pen intensified, capturing the essence of lives deeply intertwined through strife. Detective Gregory, too, marinated in self-reflection, confronting the shadows of his past that clung to him like cold mist. It was then, in that hallowed silence, that a sudden revelation struck the chords of fate, hinting at profound transformations ahead. Fleeting joys flickered like fragile flames in the shadowy recesses of Whitechapel, brief moments of warmth stark against the backdrop of despair. Clara stood in her dim workshop, surrounded by the soft rustle of fabrics, memories dancing in her mind as laughter rang faintly through the streets. It was a sound she longed to reclaim, a melody that once resonated in the hearts of those around her. As she stitched, the needle puncturing the cloth mirrored the sharp pang of nostalgia that tugged at her soul, urging her to remember the simple joy found in community, in shared stories, and whispered secrets. But with every smile that flickered through her thoughts, the haunting weight of the specter loomed ever larger. She could not allow herself to forget the darkness, nor dismiss the urgency growing within her, pushing her to act, pushing her toward a destiny intertwined with those who still dared to hope. As the night deepened, Clara's resolve would begin to carve paths to both light and shadow. In the hushed corners of Whitechapel, silence reigned as the townsfolk wrestled with their grief. The murders had etched deep scars upon the community, yet life insisted on pulse and resilience. Yet it was within that silence that whispers of hope began to awaken, delicate yet insistent, like the first buds of spring after a punishing winter. Clara, amidst her own turmoil, sought solace in the gathering of her friends under the faint glow of a flickering candle. They shared quiet laughter and bittersweet memories, weaving together narratives of loss, yet suffused with an undercurrent of strength. Each shared story was a brick in the wall of their collective resolve, a subtle defiance against despair. As evening dimmed into night, Clara felt a stirring within, a flickering ember igniting courage. Unbeknownst to her, this camaraderie would soon serve as a beacon in the escalating storm, guiding them through the shadows that threatened to engulf them all. The quiet that had settled over Whitechapel felt almost unnatural, as if the cobbled streets were holding their breath. Amidst this eerie stillness, Clara wandered through lingering memories, echoes of laughter and shadows of loss layering her thoughts. The night hugged her close, wrapping her in a shroud of nostalgia that tugged at her heart. She could not shake the sense that something pivotal was on the horizon, like the calm before a storm. In the dim light of flickering gas lamps, familiar faces darted past her, each wrapped in the fabric of their own stories, interwoven like the threads of a tapestry. As Clara approached the sewing circle, where her friends would gather to seek solace, she felt an electric charge in the air, a collective yearning for change. Here, among shared stitches and whispered secrets, they would confront their fears, sewing not just fabric, but the very fabric of their lives, thread by thread. Little did they know, the time for transformation was nigh. The streets of Whitechapel, long shrouded in shadow, began to tremble with the stirrings of change. Amidst the lingering anxiety born of past horrors, a new mosaic of connections emerged, weaving a fragile tapestry of hope. Clara, alongside her companions, found strength in their unity, a shared resolution quietly binding them against the chaos that once threatened to engulf them entirely. Their whispered conversations transformed into strategies, and acts of kindness ignited sparks of resilience across the community. As the sun cast its warming rays, illuminating the cracks in the pavement, they gathered in the tavern's candlelit corner, forging deeper alliances. Stories passed from person to person began to shift from fear to celebration, and laughter, once silenced by dread, took its first courageous steps back into the light. Each connection fostered a subtle revolution, resonating through the once tainted air, heralding new beginnings ahead, whispering promises that hinted at a brighter fate waiting just beyond the fog. In the wake of the recent turmoil that had gripped Whitechapel, a palpable shift began to simmer in the air. The echoes of despair gradually transformed into a chorus of hope as residents tentatively emerged from the shadows of their past. The clinking of utensils at communal meals resonated like newfound laughter, uniting families as they shared stories, each tale a thread woven into the fabric of collective resilience. Mothers, once gripped by fear for their children, now spoke of the importance of standing together, reclaiming their streets with a fierce determination that pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat of the community. As the sunlight broke through the fog that had hung low for so long, Clara felt a surge of warmth. The conversations pulsed with life, invigorating her spirit. Each shared glance and nod amongst neighbors hinted at a dawning realization. Together, they could fortify, no longer merely surviving, but thriving anew in the face of the unknown challenges that still awaited them. The whispers of justice began weaving themselves through the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, a palpable shift in the air as hope fluttered like a moth toward flame. Community members previously paralyzed by fear began to rise from the shadows, bolstered by the courage of a few brave souls who dared to demand change. They convened in dimly lit corners, eyes alight with determination as they shared stories of resilience and dreams of a safer tomorrow. As Clara listened, the weight in her heart lightened. It was a stirring call to action that echoed in the depths of her spirit. Outside, the cries for justice crescendoed, reverberating against the heavy fog that enveloped the district. It was a fragile moment, teetering on the brink of either renewal or chaos. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a sense of unity flickered to life, igniting a fierce determination among the townspeople to reclaim their rights against the malevolent forces stalking their streets. The tide was shifting, and with it came the promise of rebirth amid the ashes of despair. As the remnants of despair lingered in the air, the community of Whitechapel found itself anchored by a newfound resolve. Whispers of change flickered through the fog-laden streets, tentative yet persistent, like the first rays of dawn breaking the night's hold. An alliance formed amidst the darkness, disparate lives weaving together in a tapestry of shared struggles and hopes. Clara, standing among her fellow seamstresses, felt the pulse of unity resonating in their huddled conversations. Each story shared, each secret unearthed, became a thread binding them closer. In the dim light of the tavern, Edward exchanged a glance with Gregory, their weary expressions softening with a subtle understanding. The detective, once burdened by unseen shadows, began to recognize the strength surrounding him. It was this collective spirit that fueled their resolve to confront the lingering threat of the Specter. With every heartbeat echoing resilience, they took their first steps toward reclaiming the night. The air was thick with anticipation as whispers of fate settled like a heavy fog over Whitechapel. Clara stood in the dim light of her workshop, fingers trembling over the sewing machine, each stitch a reminder of the lives intertwined in fear and hope. The community, battered yet resilient, was awakening from its slumber, voices rising in unison, daring to challenge the shadows that had haunted them for far too long. Meanwhile, Edward, too, felt the shift as he penned an article about the recent surge of camaraderie, tales of neighbors aiding the vulnerable, of children found amidst the chaos. It was a delicate dance of revelation, weaving together the threads of injustice and kindness. Yet as Clara caught a glimpse of the flickering lanterns lighting up the alleyways, she pondered the deeper truth behind every brightly lit window, that in the heart of darkness lay the pulse of a community reclaiming its spirit, inching toward a dawn unblemished by fear. As Clara stood at the window of her modest workshop, the weight of recent events pressed heavily upon her chest. Shadows danced across the cobblestones below, invoking memories of laughter turned to screams and vibrant lives snuffed out by the cruel hand of fate. The threads of her existence, once simple and clear, now intertwined with darkness and despair. She could feel the echoes of her friends' lost dreams whispering in her ears, pushing her to confront the specter that haunted their streets. It felt as though the ghosts of Whitechapel were calling out for justice, for truth, an urgency she could no longer ignore. With each heartbeat, the promise of revenge lingered tantalizingly close, a flicker of hope amid the pervasive gloom. The faces of those she'd lost danced before her, igniting a fire within. Clara vowed to fight, weaving her resolve into the very fabric of her being, poised to confront whatever awaited her in the depths of the night. A palpable tension filled the air as whispers became amplified chords of discontent. In the shadowed corners of Whitechapel, the townsfolk exchanged furtive glances and hushed words with urgency, each story enhancing the tapestry of fear that enveloped them. At the heart of this escalating unrest, Clara's heart raced, fueled by the fervor of a community ignited, not merely by terror, but by the relentless hunger for change. She gathered with others at the embers of the tavern, where tales spun through the smoke, each person a thread woven into the communal fabric of resistance. Edward, his journalist spirit aflame, took diligent notes, capturing the fervent rallying cries. "We cannot let fear extinguish our voices," a woman proclaimed, emboldening those around her. The time for silence had passed. The murmur of a rebellion blossomed from the deeply entrenched roots of their despair. Hope intertwined with anger, a fierce emotion coaxing them into the light as they faced dawn together, resolute and unyielding. The townsfolk stirred with newfound energy. Whispers of solidarity ignited a quiet revolution. In the once dim taverns and bustling streets, conversations evolved from hushed murmurs of fear to a chorus of ambition. As Clara walked through Whitechapel, the air seemed charged with possibility, the scent of change tangling with the familiar aromas of bread and coal smoke. Women gathered around the sewing circle, their laughter stitching together a tapestry of resilience. They shared not only fabric and needlework, but also dreams of escape from the shadows that had long haunted them. Amidst the growing fervor, Edward found himself penning an article that was no longer merely sensationalist. This time, it was a rallying cry for justice. As the ink dried on the page, he felt an exhilarating shift course through the community, urging them toward action. This was not merely a story about the past. It was the harbinger of a brighter future, one where the voices of the oppressed began to rise in unison, echoing powerfully against the lingering darkness. Amidst the swirling currents of change, whispers of resilience danced through the decaying streets of Whitechapel. The heartbeats of the community, once dulled by despair, began to pulse anew, igniting flames of unity and hope. In hidden corners of the taverns and among the shadows cast by dim gaslights, laughter erupted, soft, tentative, yet resolute. It blended harmoniously with the unsettling echoes of the past, a testament to survival against encroaching darkness. Amidst this burgeoning spirit, Clara found herself enveloped in a profound realization. The traumas they once bore could either bind them in chains or forge bonds of strength. This delicate dance of vulnerability and courage stirred the quiet souls around her, urging them to stand together. As unyielding tides of transformation swept through, the familiar specter of despair lingered on the fringes, yet the dawn of a new narrative flickered on the horizon, promising realization and reclamation. It was a delicate promise, waiting to unfold just beyond the shadows. In the aftermath of the unfolding chaos, whispers of hope floated through the alleyways of Whitechapel, mingling with the remnants of fear. Claire felt the sun's hesitant rays graze her skin, a gentle reminder that life could emerge from shadows. Gathering with her friends in a familiar nook, they shared stories once stifled by dread, the laughter indelible against the sadness lurking in their hearts. Each word exchanged built a fragile bridge to the possibility of healing. Amidst the camaraderie, Clara's thoughts lingered on the faces of the lost, their absence a haunting echo in the laughter that filled the air. As the townspeople began to reclaim their lives, a sense of resilience unfolded, mingling with the vibrant colors blooming in the gardens they had long forgotten. They were seeds of change, pushing through the soil of despair, each heart a canvas awaiting the brush of new beginnings, lighting the path towards unity and strength. As dawn's fragile light spilled through the cracked windows, illuminating the remnants of tumult, Clara sat on the edge of her bed, her gaze drifting into the dark corners of her room. The echoes of the recent chaos still reverberated in her mind, threading through her thoughts like the remnants of a half-remembered nightmare. She could almost feel the weight of her neighbors' anxious whispers, the shadows of their fears hanging thick in the air, pressing against her chest. Each face she encountered carried a flicker of trepidation, the specter of danger lurking just beyond their fragile semblance of normalcy. In this dark hour, amid the emotional storm swirling within, Clara felt an awakening within her spirit, a pulse urging her to rise. The quiet clamor of courage began replacing the residue of fear, igniting a flicker of wariness that emboldened her to confront the ghosts of her own hesitations. With newfound determination, she embraced the path ahead, ready to reclaim both her narrative and her neighbor's hope, no matter the cost. As the town buzzed with a newfound zeal, the air vibrated with the unmistakable pulse of collective hope. Clara stood at the window of her modest workshop, peering into the bustling streets where laughter intertwined with the cries of vendors. Tales of bravery floated on the whispers of passers-by, each story a thread woven into the fabric of the community. Shared moments of resilience fostered camaraderie, as neighbors, once strangers bound by fear, now united in purpose. The suffocating shadows of the Specter began to recede, illuminated by gestures of kindness and collective strength. With each step outside, Clara felt invigorated, her heart echoing the rhythm of possibility. Yet, the lingering echoes of their past weighed heavily on the townsfolk, a reminder of the struggles endured. As they embarked on this journey toward renewal, a question flickered in the back of her mind. Could true peace ever exist in the wake of such terror? The gloom that settled upon Whitechapel thickened like a heavy fog, its weight pressing upon the shoulders of all who dared to traverse the shadow-laden streets. Amidst the creaking of old timber and the distant cries of the night, Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, mind racing with thoughts of the past and the toll exacted by the Specter. Each thread she wove felt intertwined with the fate of a community haunted by loss, a tapestry of grief and resilience begging to be unfurled. With steely determination, she resolved to seek out those hidden within the folds of society, the silent watchers, the voiceless whispers who had witnessed horrors unspoken. For the first time, Clara's heart beat in rhythm with a burgeoning hope that perhaps the very fabric of her existence could mend those frayed connections that wove her people together. Resolutely, she took her first step into the unknown, ready to reclaim the narrative that had long eluded them all. As the town simmered in a relentless struggle against the vestiges of fear, an electric energy coursed through the streets of Whitechapel. The community, once fractured by shadows, began to rise as a chorus of hope echoed through alleys and tarnished lanes. A gathering in the square ignited an unquenchable fire within the hearts of the people, who, many for the first time, found strength in unity. With candles flickering against the encroaching dark, they raised their voices in a melodious chant of defiance, drowning out the whispers of dread that had long haunted them. As Clara stood among the crowd, she felt the warmth of solidarity wrap around her like a protective shroud. The scars of loss were still fresh, yet now there existed a palpable sense of purpose, a collective vow to carve a future unshackled by the past. This was their moment, an awakening, and what followed would define the very essence of Whitechapel. Amidst the clamor of whispered fears and growing tensions, a flicker of rebellion began to ignite in Whitechapel. The community, once paralyzed by dread, now stirred with newfound determination. People gathered in clandestine meetings, their voices rising in unison against the oppressive shadows that had long gripped their lives. Clara, fueled by a fierce resolve, found herself navigating through these charged gatherings, where stories of loss transformed into calls for justice. Each testimony, steeped in anguish, birthed a collective strength as neighbors shed their silences in favor of solidarity. With every shared tale of struggle, layers of fear peeled away, revealing a vibrant, intertwined spirit desperate to reclaim their streets. As Clara listened to fervent plans and impassioned declarations, she felt her heart beating in time with the pulse of the crowd. In that moment, something profound shifted within her. Hope was no longer a distant whisper but a rallying cry, echoing throughout the dimly lit corners of Whitechapel. Amidst the flickering gaslights of Whitechapel, a sense of urgency permeated the streets, electrifying the air with whispers of rebellion. The populace, once silenced by fear, began to stir with newfound vigor, emboldened by the idea that the dark times could yield to change. Clara's heart raced as she moved through the throngs, feeling the palpable tension that wrapped around each person like a shroud. The cries for justice echoed off the cobbled roads, igniting hope in those who had long accepted their plight. In the midst of this awakening, Clara, alongside her friends, felt a profound shift within her community, a realization that even in darkness, resilience sparked vibrant flames of hope. Each clenched fist raised against the oppression resonated with her spirit, urging her to join the fight. It was in this collective heartbeat, filled with the promise of transformation, that she understood the power of unity against the looming shadows of despair. Amidst the wreckage of their haunted memories, the townsfolk of Whitechapel gathered in the faint glow of candlelight, their faces etched with both sorrow and determination. Laughter seemed a distant echo, trapped beneath layers of grief, yet it flickered into existence as resilience sparked in their hearts. Tales of the past poured forth, intertwining losses with newfound hope. In the cracks of despair, they found the beauty of shared experiences, uniting them against the shadows that lurked just beyond their hearths. Clara, standing among her friends, felt the warmth of camaraderie envelop her like a tapestry woven from both pain and joy. They harnessed the strength of their collective spirit, vowing to rise from the ashes of sorrow. Amid this fragile yet vibrant atmosphere, the air buzzed with the promise of a brighter dawn, emboldening each soul to confront the darkness lingering at the edges of their lives. The streets continued to pulse with an undercurrent of hope, whispering faintly amidst the echoes of turmoil. Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, canvas in hand, its surface a reflection of burgeoning aspirations and untouched dreams. Each brushstroke beckoned a brighter future, vividly splashing color across the muted palettes of despair that had long dominated Whitechapel. As she poured her heart into the work, doubts flickered like the last glimmers of daylight, but beneath that uncertainty lay a flicker of tenacity, a deep-rooted urge to rise above the shadows. Outside, the community began to stir, emboldened by the warmth of solidarity. Voices that were once muted now sang vibrant anthems of change. Amid alleys and crowded taverns, friendships blossomed anew, knitting together the frayed edges of their lives. Stories intertwined and the spirit of resilience grew stronger, for in the heart of adversity, new traditions and dreams were taking root, leading them perhaps into a dawn they could behold together. Amidst the ruins of fear and uncertainty, the characters grappled with their inner demons, finding acceptance in the shadows that enveloped their lives. Conversations brimmed with honesty among women who had once concealed their pain behind masks of bravado. Clara, emboldened by her friends' unwavering support, began to share her own vulnerabilities, revealing the weight of guilt she carried. In the flickering light of the tavern, laughter intertwined with tears as narratives of loss transformed into stories of resilience, each thread binding them closer together. As dawn approached, an unmistakable shift in the air signaled hope. The whispers of a new beginning echoed in the hearts of the weary, urging each individual to confront the darkness lurking within. Secrets shared became the foundation for healing, illuminating paths once obscured by fear. Together, they resolved to embrace their shadows, understanding that beneath the scars lay the potential for renewal, a journey toward facing both the light and the dark entwined within them. As a new dawn broke over Whitechapel, the haze of night began to lift, revealing the city cloaked in a shimmering veil of hope. Clara stood at her workshop window, the golden light illuminating the frayed threads of her life, each one woven with the struggles of the past. Memories of laughter mingled with whispered regrets echoed in her mind, reminding her of the shadows that still lingered. Today felt different, a gentle promise of renewal gently nudging at her heart. She ventured into the bustling streets, where vibrant conversations bubbled like spring water, invigorating the air with a palpable energy. Neighbors, once divided by fear, now crossed paths with tentative smiles, inching toward reconciliation. Amidst the remnants of despair, Clara sensed a collective heartbeat, throbbing with the rhythm of resilience. Hope wasn't a distant dream anymore. It was a call to action, beckoning them to rise and reclaim their shared story. Amid the swirling fog that cloaked Whitechapel, a palpable shift began to unfurl. a collective yearning for justice that transcended the whispers of despair. In the gathering light of dawn, those who had been silenced now found their voices echoing in the streets, amplified by the heavy weight of shared grief and hope. Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, its walls now a canvas splashed with memories of laughter and sorrow, breathing in the sweet scent of chrysanthemums, a symbolic rebirth amidst the ashes of loss. The community felt it, an ember of resolve igniting their hearts, compelling them toward action, toward unity. As friendships and alliances strengthened, individuals forged new traditions, each act a defiance against the shadows that had long threatened to engulf them. Across the cobbled streets, the faint sound of drums heralded a movement, while vibrant banners fluttered like wings of liberation, a clear signal that they would no longer live in the haunting grip of fear. With spirits ignited, they prepared to reclaim their future, standing resolute against the encroaching dark. Shadows crept back, but so too did the luminosity of fearless determination, illuminating pathways once cloaked in uncertainty. Amidst the swirling fog of Whitechapel, a clandestine gathering unfolded, breathing life into the multitude of whispered hopes and hidden dreams. With the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows on the weathered walls of the makeshift meeting space, the air thickened with palpable tension. As voices rose and fell in a symphony of earnestness, the community began to stitch their fragmented identities back together, embracing the necessity of unison in the face of despair. Hearts beat in synchrony, carrying collective wishes for a brighter tomorrow, where pain transformed into purpose and chaos into clarity. Among the gathered souls, Clara felt the stirrings of both courage and vulnerability. These ordinary people, once tremulous under the specter of fear, now embodied defiance. As laughter mingled with solemn vows, one thing became resolutely clear. Together, they could illuminate the darkest corners of their existence, knitting a vibrant tapestry amidst the remnants of their shattered pasts. The dawn was close, promising change, woven from their shared resilience. The world outside had transformed, as though the very essence of Whitechapel was rebirthing itself from the embers of its past. Clara stood at the gate of the courtyard, feeling the warmth of the morning sun break through the remnants of lingering fog. It cast long shadows on the cobblestones, a reminder of what had been lost, yet a promise of the vibrant colors emerging from the darkness. Through the open spaces, laughter bounced on the delicate air, weaving a tapestry of hope amidst fear. Friends and neighbors exchanged smiles, their collective resilience igniting a flame that pulsated with the heartbeat of the community. Yet amidst these fleeting joys, echoes of despair whispered through the alleys, reminding them all that their journey was not yet complete. As Clara took a step forward, ready to grasp this renewed spirit and embrace the rediscovery of life, the shadows that had once stalked them enlisted a haunting reminder of their unfinished stories, leaving the door ajar for the unexplainable encounters that still lay ahead. As dawn breaks over Whitechapel, the weight of the night's turmoil lingers, a heavy fog settling over remnants of distress. Amidst the dim morning light, the community gathers, a vibrant sea of faces that hold both resolve and sorrow. Clara stands at the forefront, her heart beating in tune with the whispered hopes of her neighbors. The echoes of laughter, once dulled by fear, begin to rise, breaking through the shrouds of despondence. Joy flashes unexpectedly in the eyes of children playing amid ruins, and a new song freshens the air, a melody of resilience woven with threads of solidarity. Engulfed in this atmosphere, Clara senses the shift. The people no longer cower, but instead embrace a powerful collective spirit. As stories intertwine, bonds strengthen, and each tale contributes to a tapestry of healing. Together they delve into the next chapter, vividly aware that from the ashes of darkness, a more profound unity emerges, promising transformation and growth against all odds. Amidst the swirling fog that clung to the cobbled streets, Clara found herself drawn to the vibrant yet fleeting glimpses of kindness surrounding her. Just days had passed since the harrowing murder, a specter of despair that lingered like an unwelcome shadow, yet the community began to rally. Women gathered in the square, their voices stitching together a tapestry of solidarity, buoyed by a newfound determination. They shared laughter beneath the dim gas lamps, igniting flickers of hope even as layers of grief still draped over the lives left shattered by tragedy. Clara watched as a mother cradled a child, a rare instance of joy emanating from the heart of Whitechapel. The warmth spreading through her soul was both heartening and tenderly bittersweet. Hope, however fragile, began to bloom amid the ashes. Yet beneath this fragile surface, anticipation crackled in the air. The specter of the Specter still loomed ominously on the horizon, shrouded in mystery, awaiting its next turn in the unfolding tale of their lives. As dusk settled over the district, Clara understood that courage, like the city's pulse, would guide them toward whatever darkness lay ahead. Between the flickering lamplight and the oppressive shadows of Whitechapel, whispers flowed like an underground river through the alleys. Stories of the Specter twisted in the minds of the fearful, reframing their realities. Clara, her heart heavy with the secrets she bore, stood amidst the sewing circle, the tension palpable as her friends exchanged hushed confessions. They spoke of familiar faces now steeped in suspicion, glances darting around like moths to an unpredictable flame. Each new rumor felt like the tightening of a noose around their fragile lives, intertwining despair with silent defiance. But beneath the surface of these fearful exchanges lay a burgeoning resolve. Clara felt the quiet stirrings of rebellion against the shadows that haunted them, an acknowledgement that the bond they shared could illuminate the darkness. The laughter of children, although muffled, echoed in her mind, urging her towards a truth greater than the alluring depths of dread. As the specter of fate loomed overhead, they prepared to step into the unknown, embracing the light that flickered on the horizon. The streets of Whitechapel held their breath, as shadows danced against the flickering gaslights, a harbinger of the unknown that lay just beyond sight. The specter of fear clung to the air, an ever-present reminder of the horrors that had unfolded. Clara stood at the threshold of her workshop, heart pounding, grappling with the weight of her thoughts. The haunting whispers of yesterday echoed in her mind, memories of friends lost and truths unspoken threatening to drown her in despair. Yet amid this darkness, a spark ignited within her. She could not allow the murmurings of fear to claim her spirit. She must confront the lingering shadows and the enigma of the Specter. These streets that had become a prison of dread could also evolve into a sanctuary of hope. As dawn's first light began to pierce through the night's veil, Clara gathered her resolve, preparing to face the haunting shadows that lingered in the corners of her world. Amidst the gathering shadows, the threads of alliances began to intertwine, binding together a tapestry of solidarity that reflected the hearts of the weary yet resilient souls in Whitechapel. The whispers of previous grievances echoed through the dimly lit alleys, but now they transformed into rallying cries that united the community. Faces once familiar but distant regained their warmth, each individual standing shoulder to shoulder as they confronted the specter of fear that had haunted them for too long. At the bustling tavern, voices rose, filled with renewed purpose, as residents recounted tales of courage and defiance. Clara, standing amidst her friends, felt a spark ignite within her chest. Unity fluttered through the air, as palpable as the fog that enveloped the streets. The past, once a haunting reminder of sorrow, began to shift into a beacon of strength, illuminating the potential for change. Their narratives converged, intertwining in ways both unexpected and profound, promising to reshape the fabric of their lives as the winds of revolution whispered on the horizon. Bewildered souls wandered the streets of Whitechapel, the echo of their fears reverberating like a haunting melody in the night. The weight of the recent murders pressed heavily on the community, simmering tensions threatening to boil over in whispers and glances loaded with suspicion. Men and women gathered in dimly lit corners of taverns, soft murmurs mingling with the clinking of glasses, creating a fragile tapestry of unease. Clara felt the shift in the air, an almost palpable current of unrest charging the atmosphere, wrapping the district in an urgent, desperate embrace. Every shadow seemed to harbor a secret, and each familiar face now wore a mask of distrust. Yet beneath the cloak of fear, a flicker of defiance ignited. Resilience bubbled forth as unyielding spirits resolved to reclaim their narrative from despair. They stood on the precipice of change, trembling yet determined, ready to confront the darkness that loomed ahead. The stage was set for the unfolding of a new chapter, where hope and courage began to rise from the ashes of their shared trauma. Under the broken moon, shadows danced across the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, where whispers of the past merged with the sighs of the present. The community, once fractured by fear and despair, slowly began to stitch itself back together, weaving resplendent threads of hope through the fabric of their lives. Clara stood at her workshop window, her heart alight with a flicker of optimism, an emotion she hadn't dared to embrace for far too long. Outside, children played, their laughter a haunting melody echoing through the fog, reminding the townsfolk that innocence had not been entirely extinguished. As the dawn crept upon them, tinged with the promise of renewal, conversations shifted from tales of darkness to shared dreams of a brighter tomorrow. The courage shown in those moments, like flowers blooming amidst the ashes of yesterday, symbolized resilience and forged connections, illuminating the path that lay ahead. New traditions began to take root, echoing through the alleyways, beckoning the community to reclaim their narrative with a collective voice that reverberated, strong and unyielding. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the remnants of the previous night's chaos slowly faded, revealing a weary community seeking solace amidst the rubble of despair. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and unfamiliar possibilities, as flowers began to sprout in unexpected places, cracks in the cobblestones, the abandoned corners of alleyways. Heartbeats of resilience echoed against the cobbled streets, where whispers of hope intertwined with laughter, defying the suffocating grip of fear. Clara moved through the thrumming city, her once dim spirit now flickering with renewed purpose. Each face she encountered held stories yearning to be told, tales of mourning entwined with the promise of rebirth. The specter of loss still loomed, yet beneath its shadow, communities began to weave fresh traditions, grounding their identities in shared support and compassion. In this delicate dance between sorrow and joy, Whitechapel poised itself for a brighter tomorrow, ready to embrace the light slowly breaking through the fog. Amid the unfolding chaos of Whitechapel, the community's spirit began to bloom anew. As whispers of resilience spread like wildfire, small groups gathered in the flickering lamplight, sharing tales of hope amidst hardship. Each voice, once muffled by fear, now rang with a vibrant clarity, echoing strength in their unity. Clara, feeling the tremors of collective determination, joined hands with familiar faces, each story a thread weaving them closer together. They spoke of dreams interrupted but not extinguished, of families torn apart yet yearning for connection. In this fragile atmosphere, laughter intertwined with solemnity as they honored the losses endured, placing flowers at the site of the Specter's last known act of violence. With each shared moment, barriers started to crumble, allowing empathy and compassion to flourish. Just as daylight kissed the shadowy corners of their lives, glimmers of potential began to emerge, suggesting that amidst the ruins, a legacy of kindness might take root, nurturing a landscape ready for rebirth. An uncertain horizon loomed over Whitechapel, casting a shadow that seemed to whisper the name of the Specter. Yet, amidst the heavy cloud of fear, pockets of resilience emerged, painting the cobbled streets with sparks of courage. In small gatherings, families and neighbors exchanged stories, distilling their grief into acts of defiance against the terror that gripped their lives. Clara organized a meeting in the tavern, inviting the seamstress circle to stitch not just fabric, but narratives of hope and survival. As laughter punctuated their shared tales, a cautious faith blossomed, a belief that the darkness could be conquered. Edward, lurking in the periphery, observed the transformation. He sensed something shifting, an undercurrent of determination breaking through the despair. The community, once paralyzed by dread, started to reclaim its voice. It was a fragile, yet palpable sense of unity, foreshadowing the collective strength that would soon rise against the encroaching shadows of their past. Amid the residual shadows of Whitechapel, life began to push through the cracks of despair. Vibrant colors splashed across worn buildings, a testament to resilience blooming in the hearts of its inhabitants. Whispers of collective hope surged as neighbors convened to share dreams of a better future, gesturing toward the fading specter that had haunted their streets. Laughter, once stifled by fear, echoed down cobbled alleys as children played, their joy a defiance against the darkness that had lingered too long. Yet amidst this newfound vibrance, an undercurrent of tension persisted. Unshed tears mingled with the colors of freshly painted walls, as memories of lost innocence shadowed every celebration. Clara, feeling the weight of both history and hope, navigated this delicate balance, anchored by the connections she had forged. The community, once fragmented by fear, now thrummed with potential like a tautly strung bow, ready to unleash its arrows of change into an uncertain yet promising future. Amid the sullen dusk of Whitechapel, color seeped back into the streets like a long-lost melody. Those once gripped by despair began to embrace the vibrant hues of renewal. Laughter resonated through the air, a collective defiance against the shadows that had stifled joy for far too long. In the corners of the marketplace, vendors re-emerged with fresh produce and handmade wares, their faces alight with tentative hope. Clara moved among them, a smile blooming unbidden as she marveled at the renewed spirit igniting her community. The once dreaded alleys now sparkled with the promise of opportunity, where neighbors exchanged pleasantries and shared morsels of optimism. The bonds forged through shared suffering pulsed like an unbroken thread, stitching together a fabric rich with resilience. And as whispers of change danced on the evening breeze, the heart of Whitechapel throbbed again, signaling a journey not devoid of trials, but imbued with newfound strength. A palpable warmth lingered as the night fell, hinting that, amidst their struggles, they were finally beginning to redefine their stories. As dawn breaks over Whitechapel, a hushed atmosphere fills the streets. The remnants of last night's turmoil linger, yet a sense of renewal begins to wash over the community. Clara, her heart pounding with a mix of hope and trepidation, steps onto the street, ready to embrace the changes emerging around her. The voices of her friends, once dampened by fear, now echo with courage and determination. An unexpected gathering unfolds in the marketplace, as neighbors come together, animated by a shared aspiration for a better life. Laughter dances among the stalls, punctuating the heavy air with warmth. Clara's eyes meet those of Edward, who stands at the edge, his notebook forgotten in his hand. Together, they watch as the spirit of resilience binds the community, weaving their stories into a powerful tapestry of perseverance. Hope, it seems, has taken root where darkness once festered, igniting a flame that gleams brightly against the backdrop of their haunted histories. As dusk settled over Whitechapel, a melancholic silence enveloped the cobblestone streets, punctuated only by the distant echo of laughter and whispered conversations. The community, still grappling with the weight of their losses, began to weave the memories of their departed into the very fabric of their lives. Flowers marked the places where shadows had fallen, a quiet tribute to those who had suffered beyond recognition. Clara, now emboldened by the collective grief and resilience, spearheaded a gathering in the heart of the district, aiming to unify the fractured spirits of her neighbors. Each candle illuminated not just the night, but the bonds forged in sorrow. Edward, observing from the fringes, felt a swell of hope rising within him as he witnessed the poignant beauty of their solidarity. In this moment, darkness began to recede, revealing a truth. Amid the tapestry of despair, life could once again flourish, a new dawn awaiting to bloom. Navigating new waters meant embracing the unknown for many in Whitechapel. As the fog lifted, revealing clearer paths ahead, the air buzzed with the murmurs of change and hope. Clara, emboldened by her newfound strength, moved through the bustling streets with an invigorated spirit. Each face she encountered held untold stories of resilience, fragmented fears woven into the fabric of community life. The youth, inspired by their elders' struggles, gathered in circles, sharing their aspirations amidst the remnants of sorrow that had once cloaked the district. Edward, now attuned to the essence of his surroundings, took pen to paper, capturing the pulse of transformation that echoed through the cobblestone lanes. Meanwhile, Detective Gregory honed his focus, determined to wield the changes not as mere coincidence, but as instruments of justice. The collective heartbeat of the city resonated with new beginnings, every step forward casting shadows behind them, as if once more dawn's light had triumphed over the night. In the wake of upheaval, the echoes of both past and present danced through Whitechapel, intertwining in a delicate tapestry of resilience and renewal. As the sun began to break through the remnants of the storm, hints of hope punctuated the air, infusing life into the weary streets. Characters once engulfed by despair found themselves standing at the crossroads of change, their narratives merging into a shared goal, a reimagined vision for the future. Old wounds bandaged by newfound camaraderie painted a landscape of possibility, while whispers of unity wove their way through the alleys. Amidst lively chatter in taverns and communal gatherings, laughter intertwined with heartfelt stories, each voice adding brushstrokes to an evolving mural of life. The shadow of the specter lingered at the corners of their minds, a menacing reminder of darkness past, but their collective spirit surged defiantly against it. In these moments of connection, they began to reclaim their spots within the ever-shifting flow of their storied community. As the dawn broke over Whitechapel, a tentative light stretched across the cobblestone streets, hinting at the possibility of renewal. The community emerged from the shadows, their hearts heavy yet hopeful, each person contemplating the harrowing struggles that had shaped their fates. In the early hours, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fresh beginnings, an ambiance so foreign to these haunted alleys that it almost felt surreal. Fragments of laughter from children echoed against the weathered walls as they ventured out, daring to reclaim the freedom that fear had long muted. Clara stood at her window, the pale sunlight casting gentle warmth upon her face, summoning memories that lingered somewhere between sorrow and joy. She thought of Clara and of the spirit that had woven itself into this district, the endurance exhibited by each soul who dared to dream. The gate lay open, both literally and metaphorically, beckoning each resident to step into the unfolding tapestry of hope and resilience, where the promise of tomorrow waited just beyond the threshold. In the heart of Whitechapel, a chorus of voices began to swell, rising above the oppressive silence that had gripped the community for far too long. Neighbors once hidden behind curtains of fear and suspicion stepped out into the street, united by a shared hunger for change and comfort. They gathered in the cobblestone square, recounting tales not just of horror and loss, but of resilience and hope. Whispers of revolution danced in the air, each story weaving into the next, creating a vibrant tapestry of possibility amidst the shadows. As the night wore on, lanterns flickered to life, illuminating faces transformed by determination. Clara, standing at the forefront, felt an electric energy surge through her veins as she shared her vision of a united front. Edward's journalistic instincts sharpened, sensing in this moment the power of their collective voice, their sorrow evolving into a burgeoning anthem of defiance that would echo long after the specter had faded from their streets. The echoes of laughter began to rise from the streets of Whitechapel, weaving through the damp air like sunlight piercing the fog. In the heart of the chaos, an unspoken bond formed among the residents, uniting them in their shared resilience. They gathered in corners of taverns, under flickering gas lamps, where stories of survival began to replace the chilling narratives of despair. Clara, standing amidst her friends, felt the weight of fear gradually lift as camaraderie flourished. A warmth ignited in the depths of her heart, illuminating the shadows that had loomed over them for too long. With solidarity sprouting like wildflowers through the cracks of cobbled streets, hope blossomed anew. Even amidst the chaos of the past, this vibrant community stood as a testament to the enduring human spirit, embracing laughter as a weapon against sorrow. Just beyond the horizon, a faint promise of tomorrow beckoned, hinting at awakening change and a future ripe with possibility. Light filtered through the dense fog that had begun to lift over Whitechapel, casting a diffused glow on cobblestone streets saturated with stories of despair and hope. Amongst the hushed murmurs of the awakening community, Clara found herself wandering past the remnants of the night, the memories of her encounter with the specter lingering like a bitter aftertaste. Each step felt monumental, the ground beneath her a tapestry woven with threads of fear and resilience. As the day unfurled, shades of renewed determination emerged, whispering promises of uncharted beginnings. Clara's resolve strengthened, propelled by the collective heartbeat of her neighbors who now sought to rebuild the fractures in their lives. She could feel the pulse of change throbbing through Whitechapel's very core, resonating within herself as she anticipated the next chapter of their intertwined destinies. Today, they would step further into the light, casting aside the shadows that had loomed for far too long. As the shadows of Whitechapel began to shift in hue, the community pulsed with newfound determination. Hope, once a flickering flame buried beneath layers of despair, erupted in vibrant bursts, paving a path for change. Citizens took to the streets, their voices rising in harmony, echoing through the cobbled alleyways that had witnessed too many tragedies. Here, in the heart of it all, Clara felt the tide turning as she joined hands with her neighbors, weaving together the fabric of their shared experience. Each shared story, each whisper of determination, transformed the weight of fear into a collective strength. Navigating through the town, Gregory, too, felt the momentum draw him forward, a compelling force driving him to protect not only Clara, but also the dreams of a community that had suffered too long under the Specter's pall. United, they would reshape their realities, redefining the essence of Whitechapel, where echoes of the past met the warmth of a hopeful future. The winds of change swept through Whitechapel, weaving a tapestry of hope amidst the fading echoes of horror. As the community gathered in the square, vibrant banners unfurled like petals awakening from a long winter, each color a testament to resilience and rebirth. Clara, with her heart aflame, stood shoulder to shoulder with her friends, their laughter a melody that danced above the whispers of the past. Together, they shared stories of lost innocence, unearthing joy in sorrow's wake. The weight of grief that once clung to their spirits began to lift, revealing the threads that bound them together. On the precipice of a new dawn, the specter of fear still loomed, yet the flicker of a shared purpose ignited courage within them. As the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays across the cobblestones, a palpable sense of unity blossomed, urging each soul to stride forward, hand in hand, into the realm of possibilities waiting just beyond the horizon. The heartbeat of Whitechapel thrummed through its narrow streets, echoing tales of desperation and resilience. In the aftermath of chaos, broken souls began to stitch their lives back together, each thread a testament to survival. Clara, the seamstress who faced her darkest fears, felt a newfound strength coursing through her veins. As whispers of hope intertwined with the bated breath of the past, the community rallied, united by shared stories of loss. Edward's pen captured the pulse of this changing tide, his articles reflecting not just horror but the courage found in the ruins. Detective Gregory, once a shadow of a man, found purpose in guiding those lost amidst their memories, offering solace to those haunted. In this tapestry of grief and healing, the spirit of Whitechapel emerged, not as a specter of despair, but as a vibrant testament to resilience, reminding all that even in darkness, life persists, waiting to be embraced anew. The heartbeat of Whitechapel resonated through the winding lanes, echoing the shifting dynamics of a community poised on the brink of transformation. Clara walked the familiar paths lined with shadows, a juxtaposition to the burgeoning flickers of hope igniting in the hearts of those around her. The air, once thick with despair, now carried hints of courage buoyed by newfound unity. Whispered conversations filled the taverns as stories of resilience intertwined with dreams of change. In the alleys that had been haunted by fear, a spirit of rebellion began to rise, ignited by the shared resolve to reclaim their lives from the grip of the Specter's legacy. Edward was there, pen in hand, capturing the nuances of this awakening as he desperately wove the threads of their tales into a tapestry of truth. Together, they confronted the darkness that lurked in the corners, ready to step forward into a morning that promised to break the long and oppressive night. As daylight seeped into the cracks of Whitechapel, its flickering pulse began to beat anew, inviting whispered hopes to slice through the heavy fog. Faces once shadowed by fear now glimmered with resolve, each person a brushstroke on the city's vibrant canvas of change. In the aftermath of chaos, stories intertwined, each individual rising to reclaim their narrative, carving out paths uncharted. Clara, her spirit rekindled by newfound alliances, pushed past the remnants of doubt, energized by the collective ambitions of her neighbors. Together they stitched not just fabric but a resilient tapestry of solidarity, a community once fragmented, now aligned in purpose. Soft laughter mingled with the scent of fresh bread, embodying a stark contrast to the previous shadows that had loomed large. Local taverns that had echoed with murmurs of dread now thrummed with jubilant conversations, recalling not only the haunting past, but sharing dreams of vibrant tomorrows. Whispers of their trials lingered like ghosts, but the will to embrace the future glimmered brightly among them, like lanterns igniting in the lingering dusk. As the shadows deepened in Whitechapel, a haunting silence enveloped the streets, punctuated only by the distant murmur of restless souls seeking solace. Clara stood at the edge of her workshop, heart pounding with an intensity that matched the pulse of the city itself. The evening air crackled with an energy that seemed to vibrate through the cobblestones beneath her feet. Faces flickered across her mind, friends lost, alliances forged, and the specter of fear that had loomed overhead for too long. In this moment of reckoning, Clara understood the stakes. The choices they made would seal their fates in indelible ink. With renewed determination, she grasped the threads of her destiny, ready to weave them into a tapestry of hope and resilience. Just as dawn breaks over the horizon, illuminating the dark corners of the night, Clara knew that the depth of despair could no longer define them. They would rise, together, unyielding against the gathering storm that awaited. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the once muted colors of the streets began to awaken, breathing life into a community long shrouded in darkness. The echoes of past horrors lingered in the air, but now, amidst the rising sunlight, resilience shimmered like a beacon, guiding each resident towards a renewed sense of purpose. Clara, emboldened by the trials faced, moved gracefully among the familiar faces, uplifting spirits with her laughter and unyielding hope. The shadows that had once haunted their lives began to dissolve, revealing the vibrant tapestry of connections they had cultivated in adversity. In this newfound radiance, whispers of unity grew louder, reinforcing bonds that once threatened to fray. Neighborhood meetings sprang to life with ideas, laughter replacing the fear that had suffocated them. Fostered by the lessons learned in the crucible of despair, a collective dream began to form. A future where the legacy of the Specter might serve not as a haunting memory, but as a catalyst for change. As the community gathered to share visions of tomorrow, hope shimmered through the fog of their shared past, promising a brighter horizon just within reach. Reflections in the dim light of the tavern gave rise to whispered conversations, hinting at futures riddled with possibility and cautious hope. As Clara sat, her heart thumping like the distant chime of the clock tower, she listened intently to the stories of the women surrounding her. They spoke of resilience, of dreams woven from the threads of their collective past, a tapestry of courage amidst despair. The air hummed with shared determination, binding them together in an unbreakable knot of solidarity. In that fleeting moment, they no longer felt like victims shadowed by the Specter. They were warriors ready to reclaim their narratives. Clara's spirit soared with newfound energy, ignited by the strength pooling among them. It was as if the very essence of hope floated in the room, whispering that change was imminent. A flicker of resolve surged through her veins, urging her to step beyond the threshold of fear and embrace the dawn with open arms, ready to reshape their destiny. Amidst the shifting tides of Whitechapel, the community began to buzz with a renewed energy, each soul contributing brushstrokes to a vibrant canvas of hope rising from the ashes of despair. Streets that had once echoed with whispers of fear now resonated with laughter and shared purpose. Clara found solace in the strength emanating from her fellow seamstresses, their collective hands deftly weaving not just fabric, but the very fabric of their lives. The air was alive with determination. Each conversation held the promise of change, as neighbors shed past grievances and reached toward one another. Edward, inspired by the tenacity surrounding him, finally set his pen to paper with a newfound fervor, ready to document the unfolding story of resilience. As the first rays of dawn broke through the lingering fog, it felt as though the clouds of uncertainty were lifting, revealing paths yet unexplored. Hope, a delicate thread, tied them all together in this evolving tapestry of life. In this tender moment, a sense of renewal hangs in the air, the atmosphere freshly infused with hope as the community begins to reclaim the fragments of joy long forsaken. Laughter ripples through the streets, echoing off the grimy brick facades, and conversations filled with warmth replace the whispers of despair. Clara, standing at the cusp of her cherished workshop, watches as children frolic where shadows once threatened their existence, memories of fear dissolving in the wisps of laughter that float up to the gray sky. Together with Edward, she envisions a brighter future where creativity blooms from the ashes of their troubled past. The air crackles with potential as new traditions form. Rituals of resilience unfurl among the residents, binding them closer. It is within these collective leaps of faith that the tapestry of Whitechapel now spins anew. Threads of hope intertwined with the lingering shadows, a community not yet whole, but undeniably healing. In the quiet aftermath of chaos, threads of hope began to weave themselves into the very fabric of Whitechapel. With the specter of darkness still haunting their past, the community rallied together to forge new beginnings. The whispers of shared struggle transformed into a vibrant chorus, echoing through the cobblestone streets as each soul stepped forward, eager to contribute to the rebirth. Under the watchful gaze of the clock tower, families reunited and friendships reignited, illuminating the shadows that had once stifled their spirits. Artists captured the resilient spirit of the people, their canvases bursting with color as they celebrated the beauty that persisted despite the turmoil. A mural depicting the triumph of unity bloomed upon a once blank wall, serving as a testament to their endurance. As laughter mingled with determination, the heart of Whitechapel beat anew, cultivating an atmosphere rich with potential. In this vibrant tapestry of lives interwoven, the future beckoned, inviting all to partake in its unfolding narrative. The streets of Whitechapel, once steeped in terror, began to echo with the sounds of life and laughter once more. As the dawn kissed the horizon, illuminating the remnants of despair, a sense of renewal infused the air. Vendors shouted their morning wares, their voices blending with the soft murmurs of neighbors awakening to a world reborn. Clara stood at her workshop window, watching familiar faces greet the sunlight with hesitant smiles, each transformed by shared hardship and resilience. In that fleeting moment, the evolution of their communal spirit became palpable, stitching together the scars of the past with threads of hope. As whispers of forgotten dreams resurfaced, new possibilities beckoned. Each individual now carried the weight of their choices, not as a burden, but as a tapestry woven from the very fabric of their intertwined stories. Whitechapel, a place forever marked by shadows, was finding its light, an immortal spirit rising defiantly from the ashes. The fog clung to Whitechapel, softening the edges of a bygone darkness as dawn broke, spilling its pale light across the cobbled streets. Life began anew. Clara, emboldened by the truths unearthed in recent days, stepped out of her workshop, her heart a mix of trepidation and hope. The sounds of laughter and chatter drifted through the alleys like delicate whispers, echoing the resilience of a community that had learned to rebuild amidst chaos. Children played in the gutter, their carefree antics a stark contrast to the shadows that had haunted the neighborhood for far too long. Meanwhile, Edward lingered at the tavern, pen in hand, capturing the essence of renewal, the beacons of hope shining through the grime and despair. As he prepared to share his next story, the air buzzed with potential, weaving threads of unity and resolve into a vibrant tapestry. Together, they embraced the dawn, ready to forge a brighter future from the ashes of their shared past. As dawn unfurls over Whitechapel, the remnants of night whisper tales of struggle and resilience, the streets awakening to a new reality. Clara walks along the familiar cobblestones, her heart a symphony of hope and lingering sorrow. In every shadow, she sees the echoes of those lost but feels the warmth of renewed purpose. The local children, once frail specters of despair, now play gleefully, their laughter rising like a phoenix from the ashes of fear. Edward stands nearby, quill poised, capturing the heartbeat of a community reborn as he reflects on the intertwined fates that brought them to this moment. Inspector Gregory, weary yet steadfast, embraces the changing winds of his life. The past no longer weighs him down. Together they acknowledge a bittersweet truth. Healing is born in shared memories and the courage to face the dawn anew. Ultimately, the spirit of Whitechapel transcends history, urging them forward into the light that promises a brighter tomorrow, unyielding and immortal.